Section 48 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 8. The Public Buildings of Sixtus V. Even in her external form, the city now assumed for the third time the aspect of capital of the world. The splendor and extent of ancient Rome are familiar to all. Its ruins and its history have alike contributed to bring it clearly before our eyes. These have been zealously explored. Nor would the Rome of the Middle Ages less richly repay our diligence. This too was a noble city. The majesty of her basilicas, the divine worship ever proceeding in her grottos and catacombs, the patriarchal temples of her pontiffs, preserving as they did the most revered monuments of early Christianity, all aided to render her august and imposing. The palace of the Caesars, still magnificent, and then possessed by the German kings, with the many fortresses erected by independent races, as if in defiance of those numerous powers by which they were surrounded, added further to the interest awakened. But during the absence of the popes at Avignon, this Rome of the Middle Ages had fallen into decay, equally with the long-ruined Rome of antiquity. In the year 1443, when Eugenius IV returned to Rome, the city was become a mere dwelling of herdsmen. Her inhabitants were in no way distinguished from the peasants and shepherds of the surrounding country. The hills had been long abandoned, and the dwellings were gathered together in the levels along the windings of the Tiber. No pavements were found on the narrow streets, and these were darkened by projecting balconies and by the buttresses that served to prop one house against another. Cattle wandered about as in a village. From San Silvestro to the Porta del Popolo, all was garden and marsh, the resort of wild ducks. The very memory of antiquity was fast sinking. The capital had become the hill of goats. The Forum Romanum was the cow's field. To the few monuments yet remaining, the people attached the most absurd legends. The church of St. Peter was on the point of falling to pieces. When Nicholas at length regained the allegiance of all Christendom, and had become enriched by the offerings of those pilgrims who had flocked to Rome for the Jubilee, he determined to adorn the city with buildings that should compel all to acknowledge her as the capital of the world. To effect this was, however, no work for the life of one man. The popes succeeding him also laboured at it for centuries. Their exertions are sufficiently described by their respective biographers, and I do not repeat the details. The most effective and remarkable labourers, not as to the consequences only, but also as to the contrasts they presented, were Julius II and that Sixtus whose pontificate we are now considering. When Sixtus IV had built the simple but substantial bridge of travertine which bears his name, thus forming a more convenient communication between the two shores of the Tiber, the inhabitants began to build on either bank with considerable activity. The lower city, which had now withdrawn to these banks of the river, was entirely restored under Julius II. Not content with his enterprise of St. Peter's Church on the southern side, which was rising in great majesty under his direction, Julius also restored the Palace of the Vatican, and across the declivity that separated the old buildings from the villa of Innocent VIII, called the Belvedere, he laid the foundation of the Loggie, one of the most admirably conceived works in existence. At no great distance from these erections, his kinsmen of the Riario family and his treasurer, Agostino Chigi, were all building palaces of great beauty, each in emulation of the other. Of these, that of Chigi, the Farnesina, is unquestionably the finest, admirable for the perfection of its plan and the grace of its construction, but most of all for the rich decorations it received from the hand of Raphael. To the north of the Tiber, Julius also displayed his munificence by completing the Cancellaria, with its fine court (cortile), which, from the purity and harmony of its proportions, is considered the most beautiful in the world. The example he gave was eagerly followed by his cardinals and nobles, among them Farnese, the magnificent entrance of whose palace has gained it the reputation of being the most perfect in Rome, and Francesco del Rio, who boasted of his house that it should last till a tortoise had completed the tour of the globe. The Medici meanwhile filled their dwellings with the most varied treasures of art and literature, while the Orsini adorned their palace on the Campo Fiore with painting and sculpture both within and without. The remains of that magnificent period, when the noble works of antiquity were so boldly rivalled, do not receive all the attention they merit from the stranger who passes them in his walks around the Campo Fiore and across the Piazza Farnese. The genius, emulation, and fertility of spirit characterizing this bright epoch produced a general prosperity in the city. In proportion to the increase of the people, buildings were erected on the Campo Marzo and around the mausoleum of Augustus. These were further extended under Leo X. Julius had previously constructed the Lungara on the southern shore, and opposite to the Strada Julia on the northern bank. The inscription still remains wherein the conservators boast that Julius had traced out and given to the public these new streets in accordance with the majesty of his newly acquired dominions. The plague and the sack of the city occasioned a large decrease of the population, which again suffered during the troubles under Paul IV. It did not recover from these injuries until some time after, when an increase of the inhabitants was seen to accompany the return of the Catholic world to its allegiance. The reoccupation of the deserted hills had been contemplated by Pius IV. The palace of the conservators on the Monte Capitolino was founded by him, and it was for the same pontiff that Michelangelo erected the church of Santa Maria degli Angeli on the Viminale, from the ruins of the baths of Diocletian. The Porta Pia on the Quirinal still bears his name and inscription. Additions were made in the same quarter by Gregory XIII. But these were all vain labours only, so long as the hills remained destitute of water. And here it was that Sixtus V achieved a well-merited glory. He has distinguished himself from all other pontiffs, and rivalled the ancient Caesars by supplying the city with pure streams of water brought into it by means of colossal aqueducts. This he did, as he tells us himself, that these hills, adorned in early Christian times with basilicas, renowned for the salubrity of their air, the pleasantness of their situation, and the beauty of their prospects, might again become inhabited by man. Therefore, he adds, we have suffered ourselves to be alarmed by no difficulty and deterred by no cost. He did, in fact, declare to the architects from the commencement that he desired to produce a work whose magnificence might compete with the glories of imperial Rome. He brought the Aqua Martia from the Agro Colonna, a distance of 22 miles, to Rome, and this in defiance of all obstacles, carrying it partly underground and partly on lofty arches. How great was the satisfaction with which Sixtus beheld the first stream of this water pouring its bright wealth into his own vineyard, Vigna. Still further did he then bear it onward to Santa Susanna on the Quirinal. From his own name he called it the Aqua Felice, and it was with no little self-complacency that he placed a statue by the fountain representing Moses, who brings water streaming from the rock at the touch of his staff. Not only the immediate neighbourhood, but the whole city drew at once great advantage from this aqueduct. 27 fountains were supplied by the Aqua Felice, which gives 20,537 cubic meters of water every 24 hours. From this time, building on the hills was resumed with great activity, which Sixtus further stimulated by the grant of special privileges. He levelled the ground about the Trinità dei Monti, and laid the foundation of the steps descending to the Piazza di Spagna, which afford the most direct line of communication between that height and the lower city. Along the summit he laid out the Via Felice and the Borgo Felice, opening streets that even to our day continue to be the great thoroughfares from all directions to Santa Maria Maggiore. It was his purpose to connect all the other basilicas by spacious avenues with this church. The poets boast that Rome had nearly doubled her extent, and was again resuming her old abodes. These fine constructions on the heights were not the only works by which Sixtus distinguished himself from earlier popes. His designs were, in some respects, directly opposed to the purposes and ideas of his predecessors. Under Leo X, the ruins of ancient Rome were regarded with a species of religious veneration. The presence of a divine genius was hailed in these relics with rapturous delight. With a ready ear did that sovereign listen to him who exhorted to the preservation of all that yet remains to us of our city, that ancient mother of the greatness and renown of Italy. Distant as earth from heaven were all the ideas of Sixtus from these modes of view and feeling. For the beauties of antiquity this Franciscan had neither comprehension nor sympathy. The Septizonium of Severus, a most extraordinary work, could find no favour in his eyes, though surviving the storms of so many centuries. He demolished it entirely, and carried off a part of its columns for the church of St. Peter. His rage for destruction seemed equal to his zeal in building, and great fears were entertained that he would go beyond all bounds of moderation in both. Let us hear what Cardinal Santaseverina relates as to this matter. Were it not the testimony of an eyewitness, we should find it incredible. When it was perceived, he tells us, that the Pope seemed resolving on the utter destruction of the Roman antiquities, there came to me one day a number of the Roman nobles, who entreated me to dissuade His Holiness with all my power from so extravagant a design. They addressed their petition to that cardinal, who was then without doubt himself considered as a confirmed zealot. Cardinal Colonna united his prayers to theirs. The Pope replied that he would clear away the ugly antiquities, but would restore all others that required restoration. And now, for instance, of those he found ugly, the tomb of Cecilia Metella, which was even then one of the most valuable relics of the Republican times, and a monument of admirable sublimity. This it was among his purposes to destroy. How much may not have perished beneath his hand? He could not persuade himself to endure the Laocoon and the Apollo Belvedere in the Vatican without great difficulty, and would not suffer the ancient statues with which the Roman citizens had enriched the Capitol to retain their places. He threatened to destroy the Capitol itself if they were not removed. These were a Jupiter tonans between Apollo and Minerva. The two first named were in fact removed, and the Minerva was permitted to remain only because Sixtus had contrived to invest her with the character of Rome, and Rome Christianized, by taking the spear of the goddess from her hand and replacing it with a gigantic cross. The columns of Trajan and of Antonine he restored in the same spirit, removing the urn which was believed to contain the ashes of the emperor from the former, which he dedicated to St. Paul. The column of Antonine was in like manner assigned to St. Peter, and from that time the statues of the two apostles have stood confronting each other on that airy elevation overlooking the dwellings of men. The pontiff thought that he had thus secured a triumph for Christianity over paganism. He had set his heart on erecting the obelisk before St. Peter's, principally because he desired to see the monuments of unbelief subjected to the cross on the very spot where the Christians had formerly suffered the bitter death of crucifixion. This was indeed a magnificent design, but his mode of conducting it was highly characteristic, evincing a singular mixture of despotism, grandeur, pomp, and bigotry. He threatened to punish the architect, Domenico Fontana, who had worked his way up under his own eyes from the condition of a mason's apprentice, should the enterprise fail or the obelisk sustain injury. The task was one of exceeding difficulty. To lift this monument from its base near the sacristy of the old church of St. Peter, lower it to a horizontal position, remove it to the place assigned, and fix it on a new basis. The work was undertaken with a consciousness in those concerned that their enterprise was one which would be famed throughout all ages. The men employed, 900 in number, began by hearing Mass, confessing, and receiving the sacrament. They then entered the enclosure set apart for their labours, the master placing himself on a raised platform. The obelisk was protected by straw mats and a casing of planks firmly secured by strong iron bands. The monstrous machine which was to upheave it with thick ropes was set in motion by 35 windlasses, each worked by 2 horses and 10 men. When all was ready, the signal was given by sound of a trumpet. The first turn proved the efficacy of the means employed. The obelisk was lifted from the base on which it had rested during 1500 years. At the 12th turn it had risen 2 palms and 3/4, where it was held fast. The architect saw the ponderous mass, weighing with its protections more than 1,000,000 Roman pounds, in his power. This took place, as was carefully recorded, on the 30th of April, 1586, at the 20th hour, about 3 in the afternoon. A salute was fired from the castle of St. Angelo. All the bells of the city pealed forth, and the workmen carried their master round the enclosure in triumph, uttering joyous and reiterated acclamations. 7 days were suffered to elapse, when the obelisk was lowered to the desired level with similar skill. It was then conveyed on rollers to its new destination, but it was not till the hot months had passed that they ventured to attempt the re-erection. The day chosen by Sixtus for this undertaking was the 10th of September, a Wednesday, which he had always found to be a fortunate day, and that immediately preceding the festival of the elevation of the cross, to which the obelisk was to be dedicated. The workmen again commenced their labours by commending themselves to God, all falling on their knees as they entered the enclosure. Fontana, in making his arrangements, had profited by the description given in Ammianus Marcellinus of the last raising of an obelisk. He was besides provided with a force of 140 horses. It was considered peculiarly fortunate that the sky chanced to be clouded that day. All succeeded perfectly. The obelisk was moved by 3 great efforts, and an hour before sunset it was seen to sink upon its pedestal, formed by the backs of 4 bronze lions that seemed to support it. The exulting cries of the people filled the air, and the satisfaction of the pontiff was complete. This work, which so many of his predecessors had desired to perform, and which so many writers had recommended, he had now accomplished. He notes in his diary that he had achieved the most difficult enterprise conceivable by the mind of man. He struck medals in commemoration of this event, received poems of congratulation in every language, and sent forth announcements of his success to foreign powers. The inscription he affixed is strangely worded. He boasts of having wrested the monument from the emperors Augustus and Tiberius to consecrate it to the Holy Cross, and a cross was erected on the obelisk, a piece of the supposed true cross being enclosed within it. This proceeding is an eloquent expression of his whole mode of thought. The very monuments of paganism were to be made ministers to the glory of the cross. Sixtus devoted himself with his whole spirit to his architectural undertakings. A herd boy brought up among fields and gardens, for him the city had peculiar attractions. He would not hear mention of a villa residence. His best pleasure, as he declares himself, was to see many roofs. He doubtless meant that his highest satisfaction was derived from the progress of his buildings. Many thousand hands were kept constantly employed, nor did any difficulty deter him from his purpose. The cupola of St. Peter's was still wanting, and the architects required 10 years for its completion. Sixtus was willing to give the money, but he also desired to gratify his eyes by the completed building. He set 600 men to work, allowing no intermission even at night. In 22 months the whole was finished, the leaden covering to the roof alone excepted. This he did not live to see. The arbitrary and impetuous character of the pontiff was manifest even in labours of this kind. He demolished without remorse the remains of the papal patriarchium, which were by no means inconsiderable, and were singularly interesting. These antiquities were connected with the dignity of his own office, but he destroyed them nevertheless to erect his Palace of the Lateran on their site, a building not at all wanted, and which excites a very equivocal interest, solely as one of the earliest examples of the uniform regularity of modern architecture. How complete was the revolution which then took place in the relations of the age to antiquity! As in former times men emulated the ancients, so did they now. But their earlier efforts were directed toward an approach to their beauty and grace of form. Now they sought only to vie with or exceed them in extent and magnitude. Formerly the slightest trace of the antique spirit was reverenced in however trifling a monument. Now the disposition seemed rather to destroy these traces. One sole idea held predominance among the men of this day. They would acknowledge no other. It was the same that had gained ascendancy in the Church, the same that had succeeded in making the state a mere instrument of the Church. This ruling idea of modern Catholicism had penetrated throughout the being of society and pervaded its most diversified institutions. End of section 48. Section 49 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 9. General Change in the Intellectual Tendency of the Age, Section 1. It is not to be supposed that the Pope alone was subjected to the dominion of the spirit we have seen to prevail. Towards the close of the 16th century, a tendency became obvious in every manifestation of intellect directly opposed to that which had marked its commencement. Highly significant of this change is the fact that the study of the ancients, which in the first part of the century had been a primary condition to all knowledge, had now greatly declined. Another Aldus Manutius had indeed appeared in Rome, and was professor of eloquence, but neither for his Greek nor Latin did he find admirers. At the hour of his lectures he might be seen pacing up and down before the portal of the university with 1 or 2 hearers, the only persons in whom he found congeniality of sentiment or pursuit. How rapid a progress was made by the study of Greek in the early part of this century! Yet there did not exist at its conclusion one single Hellenist of reputation in all Italy. Not that I would assert this change to be altogether symptomatic of decline. It was in a certain sense connected with the necessary progress of science and literature. For if in earlier times all science had been immediately derived from the ancients, this was now no longer possible. How enormous was the mass of knowledge brought together by Ulisse Aldrovandi, for example, during the labours of his long life and extensive travels, in comparison with anything that could be possessed by the ancients. In the construction of his museum he had laboured to produce completeness, and wherever the natural object was unattainable, had supplied its place by drawings, carefully appending to each specimen an elaborate description. How far, too, had the knowledge of geography extended beyond what had even been imagined by those best informed in the ancient world! A more profound and searching spirit of investigation had arisen. Mathematicians had in earlier days sought only to fill up the chasms left by the ancients, as, for example, Commandin, who, believing he had discovered that Archimedes had either read or written some treatise on gravitation, which was afterwards lost, was led by this supposition himself to investigate the subject. But by this very process men were conducted to more extensive observations. Even while seeking to pursue the light offered by the ancients, the mind of the student became freed from their tutelage. Discoveries were made that led beyond the circle prescribed by them, and these again opened new paths to further inquiries. More especially did the study of nature attract zealous and self-reliant students. For a moment men wavered between an acquiescence in the mysteries attributed to the natural phenomena and the bold, deep-searching examination of those phenomena. But the love of science soon prevailed. An attempt was already made to produce a rational classification of the vegetable kingdom. In Padua, the science of anatomy was zealously pursued, and a professor of that university was called the Columbus of the human body. Inquirers marched boldly forward in all directions, and knowledge was no longer restricted to the works of the ancients. It followed, if I am not mistaken, as a matter of course, that antiquity, being no longer studied with so exclusive an attention as regarded the subject, could no longer exert its earlier influence with reference to form. Writers of learned works began now to think principally of accumulating material. In the beginning of the century, Cortesius had embodied the essence of the scholastic philosophy, in spite of the intractable nature of his subject, in a well-written classical work full of wit and spirit. But at this time the subject of mythology, well calculated to call forth and to repay the most genial and imaginative treatment, was handled by Natale Conti in a dull and uninviting quarto. This author also wrote a history composed almost entirely of sentences quoted directly from the ancients, the passages whence he had borrowed being cited. But he does not possess one qualification for giving a genuine description. A mere heaping together of the bare facts seemed sufficient for his contemporaries. We may safely affirm that a work like the Annals of Baronius, so entirely destitute of form, written in Latin, yet without one trace of beauty or elegance, even in detached phrases, could not have been thought of at the commencement of the century. Nor was this departure from the track of the ancients in science, in form, and in expression the only change. Others took place in all the social habits of the nation, changes by which an incalculable influence was exercised both on literature and art. Republican and independent Italy, on whose peculiar circumstances the early development of her people, intellectual and social, had depended, was now no more. All the freedom and simplicity of intercourse proper to the earlier days had departed. It is worthy of note that titles came into use at this time. As early as the year 1520, it was remarked with disgust that all desired to be called Sir. This was attributed to the influence of the Spaniards. About the year 1550, the old forms of address, so noble in their simplicity, were encumbered, whether in speech or writing, by ponderous epithets of honour. At the end of the century, duke and marquis were titles prevailing everywhere. All wished to possess them. Every man would fain be excellency. Nor are we permitted to consider this a mere trifle. Even in the present day, when this system of titles is become old and familiar, they still have their effect. How much more, then, when all were new? In every other respect also, society became more rigid, stiff, and exclusive. The cheerful, easy tone of manner, the frank intercourse of earlier times were gone forever. Be the cause of this what it may, perhaps a change incident to the nature of the human mind, thus much is manifest, that so early as the middle of the century a different spirit pervaded all productions. New wants were making themselves felt in the external forms, as in the living essence of society. We find evidence of this change in many striking phenomena, and perhaps one of the most remarkable is the remodelling of Boiardo's Orlando Innamorato by Berni. It is the same work, and yet altogether different. All the freshness and charm of the original have disappeared. On a more rigid examination, we find that Berni has invariably displaced the individual to substitute the universal. He has obliterated the unfettered expression of a lovely and most vivid nature for the conventional decorums then and now demanded by Italian manners. His success was perfect. The manufacture he presented was received with incredible approbation and entirely superseded the original poem. How rapidly, too, for it was not yet 50 years since Boiardo had first published his work. This essential change, this infusion of a different spirit, may be traced through most of the productions of that period. If the longer poems of Alamanni and Bernardo Tasso are tedious and uninviting, this does not proceed entirely from the absence of talent, in the case of the latter more especially. But the very conception of these works is cold. In compliance with the demands of a public that was certainly not very virtuous, but had put on the manners of serious sedateness, both these writers chose immaculate heroes. Bernardo Tasso selected Amadis, of whom the younger Tasso says, Dante would have retracted his unfavourable opinion of chivalric romance had he known the Amadis of Gaul or of Greece, characters so full of nobleness and constancy. The hero of Alamanni was Giron le Courtois, the mirror of all knightly virtues. His express purpose was to show youth by this example how hunger and night-watching, cold and heat, were to be endured, how arms should be borne, how justice and piety were best to be exemplified, how enemies were to be forgiven and mercy extended to all. Proceeding with this their moral and didactic aim entirely after the manner of Berni, and intentionally divesting the fable of its poetic basis, the results are works of infinite prolixity and insipid dullness. The nation would seem, if we may venture on the expression, to have worked out and used up the whole amount of the poetical conceptions descending to it from its bygone history, and from the ideas proper to the Middle Ages. It had even lost the power of comprehending them. Something new was sought for, but the creative genius would not come forth, nor did the life of the day present any fresh material. Up to the middle of the century, Italian prose, though from its nature didactic, was yet imaginative, lifelike, flexible, and graceful. Gradually, prose also became rigid and cold. And as with poetry, so was it with art. She lost the inspiration derived from her connection with religion, and soon after, that which had animated her more profane efforts. Some few traces of it yet lingered in the Venetian school alone. How entirely had the disciples of Raphael, with one exception only, degenerated from their master! While they sought to imitate him, they lost themselves in artificial beauties, theatrical attitudes, and affected graces. Their works sufficiently show in how total an absence of feeling and with how feeble a sense of beauty they were conceived. With the scholars of Michelangelo it fared no better. Art no longer comprehended her object. The ideas that she had formerly taxed her powers to clothe with form were now abandoned. There remained to her only the externals of method. In this state of things, when antiquity was deserted, when its forms were no longer imitated, when its science was left in the background and far overpast, when the old national poetry and all religious modes of conception were despised and rejected by literature and art, the resuscitation of the Church commenced. It obtained the mastery over the minds of men, either with their consent or in spite of their resistance, producing a radical change in the whole being and system of art and literature. Its influence was equally obvious in science, but if I am not mistaken, the effect was in this case of a totally different character from that exercised over art. Philosophy, and indeed all science, now passed through a very important epoch. Having restored the genuine Aristotle, men soon began to set themselves wholly free from his authority in matters of philosophy, as had happened in other branches of knowledge and with other ancient writers, and proceeded to the most unfettered investigation of the most recondite and highest problems. But from the very nature of things, it was impossible that the Church could favour this freedom of inquiry. She lost no time in laying down first principles in a manner that permitted no doubt. The adherents of Aristotle had not unfrequently expressed opinions such as the Church had never sanctioned, and which were derived from the light of nature only. Might not something similar be apprehended from those who set themselves to oppose that philosopher? For their purpose was, as one of them expressed it, to compare the tenets of former teachers with the original handwriting of God, the world, and nature. This was a project of which it was difficult to determine the probable result. But whether discoveries or errors ensued, they could not fail to be deeply perilous. The Church consequently extinguished this evil in the germ. Tilesius did not suffer his speculations to pass beyond the domain of physical science. He was nevertheless confined through his whole life in his small native town. Campanella was subjected to torture and compelled to live in exile. The most profound thinker of all, Giordano Bruno, a true philosopher, after many persecutions and long wanderings, was at last seized by the Inquisition, sent to Rome, imprisoned and condemned to the flames, not only, as the legal record sets forth, as a heretic, but as a dangerous heresiarch who had written things affecting religion and unseemly. How could men find courage for earnest investigation with such examples before them? One only of those who ventured on innovations found favour with Rome, and he did so because his attacks on Aristotle were confined to the accusation that his principles were opposed to the Church and to Christianity. This was Francesco Patrizzi. He believed himself to have discovered a genuine philosophical tradition descending from the pretended Hermes Trismegistus, and which he traced through all succeeding ages. This tradition contradicted the views of Aristotle, and gave a clearer explanation of the Trinity than was to be found even in the Mosaic records. Patrizzi was anxious to restore it, and to substitute its tenets for those of the Aristotelian philosophy. In all the dedications of his works he alludes to this purpose, and insists on the utility and necessity of its execution. His mind was peculiarly constituted. He was not without critical discernment, but evinces this quality rather in what he has rejected than in what he adopts. He was invited to Rome and maintained himself there in high credit, not by the influence of his works, which was extremely insignificant, but because the peculiarities of his opinions and the tendency of his labours were in harmony with the views of the Church. The investigation of physics and natural history was at that time almost inseparably connected with philosophical inquiry. The whole system of ideas, as previously accepted, was called in question. There was indeed among the Italians of that period an earnest tendency toward the vigorous pursuit of truth, a zeal for progress, a noble loftiness of anticipation. Who shall say to what glorious results this might have led? But the Church set up a barrier which they must not overpass. Woe to him who should be found beyond it. End of section 49. Section 50 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 9. General Change in the Intellectual Tendency of the Age, Section 2. That the restoration of Catholicism produced unfavourable effects on science, it is impossible to deny. Poetry and art, on the contrary, received benefit from its renovation. A living subject, a prolific material was needful to them, and this they once more received from the Church. Of the dominion exercised by the regenerated spirit of religion over the minds of men, we have an example in Torquato Tasso. His father, Bernardo, had chosen a hero of blameless moral character. He took a step further in the same direction. The Crusades had been selected as the subject of a poem by another writer of that day, on the ground that it is better to handle a true argument in a Christian fashion than to seek a little Christian fame from an argument without truth. Torquato Tasso did likewise. He sought his hero not in fable but history, and Christian history. Godfrey is more than Aeneas. He is like a saint satiated with the world and its passing glories. The work would nevertheless have been very tedious and dry had the poet contented himself with the mere representation of such a personage. But Tasso seized on all the resources offered by the sentimental and enthusiastic side of religious feeling. This harmonized most happily with the fairy world, whose rainbow tints he has wrought into the fabric of his poem. The work is perhaps occasionally somewhat prolix. The effect is not always fully made out. Yet on the whole it is replete with feeling and fancy, national spirit, and truth of character. The love and admiration of his countrymen were secured by it to the author, and have been continued to his memory even down to our own days. But what a contrast does he present to Ariosto! At an earlier period, the art of poetry had fallen off from the Church. Religion, now rising in the might of her renovated empire, subjected poetry once more to her allegiance. At no great distance from Ferrara, where Tasso composed his poem, at Bologna namely, there soon after arose the school of the Carracci, the rise of which marks a general revolution in painting. When we ask whence this change proceeded, we are assured that it was due to the anatomical studies of the Bolognese Academy, to their eclectic imitation, and their learned style of art. There was unquestionably great merit in the zeal with which they sought in their manner to approach the truth of nature. But the subjects they selected, and the spirit in which these were treated, appear to me no less important. The most earnest efforts of Lodovico Carracci were devoted to a realization of the ideal of Christ. He is not always successful, but in the calling of St. Matthew he has indeed most happily presented the mild and serious man, full of truth and fervour, of grace and majesty. This, as is well known, has become the model of many succeeding painters. He has doubtless imitated earlier masters, but in a manner entirely characteristic of himself. On one occasion the Transfiguration of Raphael was evidently in his mind, But even while appropriating this, he infuses his own idea, and the hand of Christ is raised toward Moses as in the act of teaching. The masterpiece of Agostino Carracci is without doubt his St. Jerome. The old man is on the very point of death. He has lost all power of movement, but aspires with his last breath in fervent longing toward the host about to be presented to him. The Ecce Homo of Annibale Carracci in the Borghese Palace, with its deep shadows, its delicate transparent skin and tearful eyes, is the ideal of Lodovico, but raised to a more exalted sublimity. Admirably is this exemplified once more in the dead Christ. The rigidity of death has not concealed the grandeur and freedom of conception that distinguished this fine work. The tragic event just completed is expressed as it was conceived, with new and characteristic feeling. These masters, then, though not refusing profane subjects, yet devoted themselves with peculiar earnestness to sacred ones. They are not indebted wholly to their technical and external merits for the rank they maintain. This is secured to them principally by the fact that they once more caught the full inspiration of their subject. The religious representations they set before us had once more significance to themselves. Their pupils are distinguished by a similar tendency. The ideal of St. Jerome, which Agostino Carracci had originated, was elaborated by Domenichino with such felicitous industry that in variety of grouping and perfection of expression he has perhaps gone beyond his master. His Head of St. Nilus appears to me a noble work, from its mingled expression, suffering, and reflection. His Sibyls, too, how youthful and innocent, yet how profoundly meditative. Domenichino delighted in contrasting the joys of heaven with the sufferings of earth, as we find them in his Madonna del Rosario, the Divine Mother, rich in grace and beauty, as opposed to the feeble and wretched mortal. Guido Reni also has occasionally presented us with this contrast. The Virgin, radiant with immortal beauty, is placed together with monkish saints attenuated by fast and vigil. Guido displays vigorous force of conception and originality of manner. How sublime is his Judith, exulting in the deed she has accomplished, and glowing with gratitude for the aid bestowed by heaven. Who but will remember his Madonnas, exalted, rapt in the ecstasy of their devotion? Even in his saints he embodies an ideal of enthusiastic reverie. Certain other characteristics of this tendency in art remain to be described, but are of less attractive quality. The invention of these painters is occasionally deformed by a fantastic incongruity. For example, we find a St. John ceremoniously kissing the foot of the divine infant, introduced into the beautiful group of the Holy Family, where the apostles are brought in to condole with the Virgin, and are deliberately preparing to wipe away their tears. The horrible, too, is expressed with needless frequency, and without the slightest mitigation. We have the St. Agnes of Domenichino with the blood starting beneath the sword. Guido has set the slaughter of the innocents before us in all its atrocity. The women with their mouths all open, pouring forth shriek on shriek. The savage executioners whose hands are dyed with the blood of their victims. Religion had resumed her empire over the minds of men, but the mode of her influence was no longer that of earlier times. In the earlier periods her external manifestations were pure and simple. In this later epoch they became fantastic, forced, and conventional. The talents of Guercino are admitted and admired by all. But what a St. John is that of the Sciarra Gallery! Those large muscular arms, those bare gigantic knees, that face, too, inspired without doubt, but darkened by a gloom that makes it difficult to decide whether the inspiration be not rather of earth than heaven. His St. Thomas lays so heavy a hand on the wounds of Christ that we fancy the Redeemer suffering from so rude a touch. Guercino has depicted Peter Martyr at the very moment when the sword cleaves his head. By the side of the Duke of Aquitaine, whom St. Bernard is investing with a cowl, stands a monk busily occupied with the conversion of a squire belonging to the Duke, and the spectator is inexorably condemned to witness a scene of premeditated devotion. This is not the place to inquire how far the limits of art were overstepped by this mode of treating the subject, now extravagantly ideal, now unnaturally hard. It will suffice to say that over the restored art of painting the Church acquired complete dominion. By the inspirations of poetry and the principles of a positive religion, she doubtless infused new life into it, but she also imposed on it a character essentially ecclesiastical, sacerdotal, and dogmatic. This was effected with greater ease in architecture, which was more immediately vowed to her service. I am not certain that anyone has investigated the progress of modern architecture from the imitation of antiquity to the canon devised by Barozzi for the construction of churches, which has been observed in Rome and through all Catholic countries to the present day. Here, too, the lightness and cheerful freedom distinguishing the early part of the century was abandoned for pompous solemnity and religious magnificence. As regarded one art only, did the question long remain doubtful whether or not it could be made subservient to the purposes of the Church. This was music, which towards the middle of the 16th century had become lost in the most artificial intricacies. Variations, imitations, proportions, and fugues formed the reputation of composers. The meaning of the words was no more regarded. Masses of that period may be found in great numbers, of which the themes are furnished by well-known profane melodies. The human voice was treated as a mere instrument. We cannot be surprised that the Council of Trent should take offence at the introduction of music thus arranged in the churches. In consequence of the discussion there commenced, Pius IV appointed a commission to inquire into the subject and to settle definitively whether music should be admitted to the divine service or banished from it entirely. The decision was very doubtful. The Church required that the words sung should be intelligible, and that the musical expression should be in harmony with the sense. The professors of music asserted that this was unattainable, according to the rules of their art. Cardinal Borromeo was in the commission, and the known rigour of that eminent churchman rendered an adverse decision extremely probable. Happily, the right man once more presented himself, and he appeared at the right moment. Among the Roman composers of that day was Pier Luigi Palestrina. This master was married, and the severity of Paul IV had driven him on that account from the papal chapel. After his expulsion he lived retired and forgotten in a wretched hut among the vineyards of Montecelio. But his was a spirit that could not yield to adverse fortune. Even in this abandonment he devoted himself to his art with a singleness of purpose that secured the originality of his conceptions and the free action of that creative force with which he was endowed. It was here that he wrote the Improperia, which to this day ennoble the solemnities of Good Friday in the Sistine Chapel. The profound significance of a scriptural text, its symbolic import, its power to move the soul, and its application to religion have perhaps in no instance been more truly appreciated by any composer. If the experiment, whether this method was applicable to the grand and comprehensive purposes of the Mass, could be successfully made by any man, that man was Palestrina. To him, accordingly, the commission entrusted it. Deeply conscious that on this trial was now depending the life or death of the grand music of the Mass, It was with earnest tension of all his powers that the composer proceeded to his task. The words, "O Lord, open thou mine eyes," were found written in the manuscript. His success was not immediate. The first two attempts failed. At length, however, the happy moment arrived, and the Mass known as the Mass of Pope Marcellus was completed. All expectation was far surpassed by this composition. Full of simple melody, it will yet bear comparison in rich variety with any work preceding it. Choruses separate and again blend. The meaning of the words receive the most eloquent expression. The Kyrie is all submission, the Agnus humility, the Credo majesty. Pope Pius IV, before whom it was performed, was enchanted. He compared it with those heavenly melodies that St. John may have heard in his ecstatic trance. The question was set at rest for ever by this one great example. A path was opened, pursuing which works the most beautiful and most touching, even to those who are not of the Roman creed, have been produced. Who can listen to them without enthusiasm? Nature herself seems to have acquired voice and utterance. It is as if the elements spoke, and the tones, breathing through universal life, poured forth in blended harmony of adoration, now undulating like the waves of the sea, now rising in songs of triumph to the skies. Amidst the consenting sympathies of creation, the soul is borne upward to the region of religious entrancement. It was precisely this art, at one time alienated more completely perhaps than any other from the Church and her service, that was now to become one of her most efficient handmaids. Few things could more effectually promote the interests of Catholicism. Even in its dogmas, the Church, if we are not mistaken, had embodied some portion of that enthusiasm and reverie which formed the leading characteristics of its devotional books. Spiritual sentimentality and rapture were favourite subjects for poetry and painting. Music, more direct, more penetrating, more resistless than any other exposition or any other art, now embodied the prevailing tendency in language more pure and appropriate, fascinating and subjecting the minds of men. End of section 50. Section 51 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 10. The Curia, Section 1. While all the elements of social life and of intellectual activity were seized and transformed by the ecclesiastical spirit, the court of Rome, in which these varying elements met, was also greatly changed. This change was remarked under Paul IV, and it was essentially promoted by the example of Pius V. Under Gregory XIII it became palpable to all. Several pontiffs in succession have been men of blameless lives, says Paolo Tiepolo in 1576, and this has contributed immeasurably to the welfare of the Church, for all other men have become better, or at least have assumed the appearance of being so. Cardinals and prelates attend diligently at the Mass. Their households are careful to avoid whatever might give offence. The whole city has indeed put off its former recklessness of manner. People are all much more Christian-like in life and habit than they formerly were. It may even be safely affirmed that in matters of religion, Rome is not far from as high a degree of perfection as human nature is permitted to attain. Nor are we by any means to conclude that the court was composed of demure hypocrites or feigned Puritans. It was formed, on the contrary, of distinguished men. But these men had in a high degree assimilated themselves to the rigorous tone of manner and opinion prevailing in the Church. if we represent to ourselves the papal court as it existed under Sixtus V, we find many among its cardinals who had taken a considerable share in the politics of the world. Gallio of Como had conducted the affairs of state as prime minister during 2 pontificates, and possessed the art of governing by address and pliancy. He was now distinguished by the ecclesiastical endowments his large revenues enabled him to establish. Rusticucci, powerful under Pius V, was not without influence under Sixtus. Laborious in his habits, of penetrating mind, and endowed with cordial kindness of heart, he was perhaps rendered more circumspect and irreproachable in his life by the hope he entertained of the papal throne. Salviati had gained reputation by his conscientious government of Bologna. Simple and blameless, his manners were not merely serious, they were austere. Santorio, Cardinal of Santa Severina, the man of the Inquisition, long commanding influence on all questions of ecclesiastical polity, was inflexible in opinion, rigorous to his servants, severe even toward his own family, still more so towards others, and harshly cold and inaccessible to all. In contrast to him stood Madruzzi, always deep in the counsels and secrets of Austria, whether of the German or Spanish lines, and called the Cato of the college, but with reference to his learning and unclouded virtues only, not to any censoriousness or arrogance, for he was modesty itself. Sirleto also was still living, beyond question the most profoundly skilled in science, and the most accomplished linguist of all the cardinals of his time. Muret calls him a living library, yet when he rose from his books, he would gather around him the poor boys who were carrying a few faggots of wood to the market, give them religious instruction, and then buy their wood. He was indeed a most kindly and compassionate man. The example of Carlo Borromeo, who was afterwards canonized, could not fail to exert great influence. Federico Borromeo was by nature impetuous and irritable, but influenced by his uncle, he led a religious life, and did not permit the mortifications that he frequently experienced to deprive him of his self-command. But he who most resembled the excellent Archbishop of Milan was Agostino Valieri, a man whose nature was pure and noble, as his learning was extraordinary. Following implicitly the plan prescribed by his conscience, he had now arrived at extreme old age, and presented a true type of a bishop of the primitive church. The remainder of the prelates were careful to regulate their lives by the pattern they received from the cardinals, whose associates they were in the congregation, and whose seats they were one day to occupy. There were also 2 men who distinguished themselves highly among the members of the Supreme Tribunal, the Auditori di Rota. These were Mantica and Aragone, men of equal talent, but of characters entirely opposite. Mantica lived only among books and legal documents. His works on jurisprudence were of authority in the forum and the schools. His manners and address were unstudied and abrupt. Aragone, on the contrary, devoted less time to books than to the world, the court, and public affairs. He was remarkable for the acuteness of his judgment and the flexibility of his character. But neither of these men yielded to the other in efforts to maintain a high reputation for purity and sanctity of life. Among the bishops about the court, those who had been much employed in legations were especially noticed, as, for example, Torres, who had taken active part in concluding the league that Pius V formed with Spain and Venice against the Turks; Malaspina, who had carefully watched over the interests of Catholicism in Germany and the North; Bolognetti, to whom had been entrusted the arduous visitation of the Venetian churches; all men whose talents and zeal for religion had procured them distinction. Men of learning held a very eminent place in the Roman court. Bellarmine, professor, grammarian, and the most powerful controversialist of the Catholic Church, whose memory is held in reverence for the apostolic purity of his life. Another Jesuit, Maffei, who wrote a history of the Portuguese conquests in India, with particular reference to the effect produced by them on the diffusion of Christianity through the south and east. He is also the author of a Life of Loyola, every phrase laboured with the most deliberate prolixity and the most studied elegance. Distinguished foreigners were also to be found here, as the German Clavius, who combined profound learning with purity of life, and was the object of universal respect, or Muret, a Frenchman, and the best Latinist of his day. He passed a large part of his life in expounding the Pandects, which he did in an original and classic manner. Muret was famed for wit as well as eloquence, yet in his old age he took orders and said Mass every day, and devoted the close of his existence to the study of theology. Here also was the Spanish canonist Azpilicueta, whose responsa were received as oracles, not in Rome only, but throughout the Catholic world. Pope Gregory would sometimes pass hours in conversation with Azpilicueta, pausing to talk with him before the door of his house, while at the same time the Spaniard humbly performed the lowest offices in the hospitals. But among these remarkable personages, few acquired so deep and extensive an influence as Filippo Neri, founder of the Congregation of the Oratory. This eminent confessor and guider of souls was of cheerful temper and playful manners. Rigid in essentials, he was most indulgent in matters of mere form. It was not his custom to command, but only to advise or perhaps to request. Agreeable and easy of access, he did not lecture or harangue. He conversed. He possessed a penetration that enabled him to discriminate the peculiar bent of every mind. His oratory grew up gradually from visits paid him by young men, whose attachment to his person and teaching made them desire to live with him as his disciples. The most renowned among these is the annalist of the Church, Caesar Baronius. Perceiving his talents, Filippo Neri induced him to give lectures on ecclesiastical history in the oratory. For this occupation Baronius showed but little inclination in the first instance, but he none the less applied himself to it during 30 years, and even when called to the College of Cardinals, he rose constantly before daylight to continue his labours. His meals were taken regularly at the same table with his whole household. Humility and piety were displayed in his every action. Baronius was bound in the closest friendship with Tarugi, who was of great eminence as a preacher and confessor in the College of Cardinals as in the oratory. This intimacy made the happiness of these eminent men, the life of Tarugi being equally pure and irreproachable as that of his friend. Death only interrupted this affection, and they were buried side by side. Silvio Antoniano was also a disciple of Filippo Neri. His early dispositions were rather towards poetry and literature. He distinguished himself in both, and when he was afterwards entrusted with the preparation of papal briefs, they were composed in a manner unusually skilful and elegant. He too was remarkable for kindness of heart, modest affability of demeanour, pure truthfulness, and exalted piety. All who rose to eminence in the papal court at this time, whether in the state, the law, poetry, learning, or art, exhibited the same characteristics. How widely does this differ from the Curia of the earlier part of the century! Then the cardinals lived in continual contest with the popes, who on their part buckled on the sword and banished from their court and person whatever could remind them of their Christian vocation. How still, how cloister-like were now the lives of the cardinals! The failure of Cardinal Tosco, who was once on the point of being elected pope, was principally occasioned by his use of certain proverbs current in Lombardy, but which were found offensive by the delicacy of Rome. So exclusive was the tendency of the public mind, so sensitive were now its ideas of decorum. We are nevertheless compelled to admit that a different aspect of things, and one much less consonant with our notions of right, was exhibited in social habits no less than in art and literature. Miracles, which had not been heard of for a long time, were revived. An image of the Virgin began to speak in the church of San Silvestro, and this event produced so powerful an impression upon the people that the region around the church, hitherto neglected and desolate, was presently covered with dwellings. In the Rione dei Monti, a miraculous image of the Virgin appeared in a haystack, and the people of the district considered this so especial a token of divine favour that they rose in arms to prevent its removal. Similar wonders appeared at Narni, Todi, San Severino, and other parts of the ecclesiastical states, whence they gradually extended over all Catholic countries. The pontiffs also resumed the practice of canonization, which had been suffered to fall into disuse. Nor were all confessors so judicious and moderate as Filippo Neri. Hollow, unprofitable works of sanctity were encouraged, and fantastic superstitions were mingled with the representations of things sacred and divine. There would be consolation in the belief that, together with these mistaken ideas, the majority had acquired a sincere devotion to the precepts of religion. But from the very nature of this court it resulted inevitably that the most eager struggle after worldly greatness was mingled with the general effort to promote religious interests. The Curia was not an ecclesiastical institution only, it was a political government also, and had indirectly to rule a large part of the world in addition to its own state. In proportion as men acquired part in the exercise of this power, they also acquired consideration, riches, influence, and whatever else can best excite the wish of man. Human nature could not so entirely change as that men should limit themselves to spiritual weapons alone in their efforts to attain the great prizes of social life and of the state. Matters proceeded in Rome as in other courts, but with very peculiar modifications imposed by the nature of the arena. The population of Rome was then more fluctuating probably than that of any city in the world. Under Leo X, it had risen to more than 80,000 souls. The severe measures of Paul IV drove so many to flight that in his pontificate it sank to 45,000. In a few years after his death it was found to be increased to 70,000, and under Sixtus V it rose to more than 100,000. The most peculiar circumstance was that the fixed residents bore no proportion to these numbers. To few of its inhabitants was the city a home. Their abode in it was rather a long sojourn than a permanent citizenship. It might be said to resemble a fair or diet, having no stability or fixed continuance, no connecting links of family or kindred. Many were there simply because no road to preferment was open to them in the land of their birth. Wounded pride drove one man thither, boundless ambition impelled another. Some came believing they found more liberty in Rome than elsewhere. But the grand object of all was to advance their own interest in their own manner. End of section 51. Section 52 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Part 10, The Curia, Section 2. These varying classes did not become amalgamated into one body, The different races were still so distinct that the diversities of national and provincial character were clearly perceptible. The courteous and observant Lombard was readily distinguished from the Genoese, who expected to accomplish all things by his money. Nor was it difficult to discover the Venetian, ever occupied in seeking to penetrate the secrets of others. The frugal and talkative Florentine met here with the sagacious Romagnese, whose eyes were ever bent with instinctive prudence on the path by which his interests might best be secured. The ceremonious and exacting Neapolitan came, together with the simply mannered native of the north, remarked for his love of comfort. Even the learned German Clavius was the subject of many a jest, provoked by the abundance of his too substantial breakfasts. The Frenchman kept himself much apart, and relinquished his national habits with more difficulty than any others. The Spaniard, full of personal pretension and projects of ambition, stalked onward, wrapping his cloak about him, and casting looks of scorn on all the rest. In this court there was no position so eminent but the most obscure individual might aspire to hold it. People delighted to recall the words of John XXIII, who, being asked why he was going to Rome, said he meant to be Pope, and Pope he became. It was from a station among the humblest that Pius V and Sixtus V had been exalted to the supreme dignity. Each man believed himself capable of all, and hoped for everything. It was a remark frequently made in those days, and a perfectly just one, that there was a sort of republicanism in the character of the prelacy and curia. This consisted in the circumstance that all might aspire to all. Examples were continually presented of men whose origin was most obscure, attaining to positions of the first eminence. The constitution of this republic was nevertheless very singular. To the undisputed rights of the many stood opposed the absolute power of one, from whose arbitrary decision it was that all promotion and every advantage must be derived. And who was this one? It was he who, by some combination on which it was impossible to calculate, had come forth as victor from the conflict of election. Of small importance hitherto, he was suddenly invested with the supreme authority. Persuaded that he had been raised by the Holy Spirit to this height of dignity, he was but slightly tempted to dissemble his disposition and inclination. Thus the pontificate usually commenced with a complete change in all public offices. Legates and governors of provinces were removed. There were certain appointments in the capital that fell as matters of course to the nephews or other kinsmen of the reigning pope. For even when nepotism was under restraint, as is the case in the times we are describing, there was no pope who did not promote his immediate confidants and old adherents. He would naturally feel indisposed to resign the society of those with whom he had previously been passing his life. The secretary, who had long served Cardinal Montalto, was most acceptable to that prelate when he became Sixtus V. The adherents of their opinions also were sure to be brought forward by each new pope. Thus every accession to the papal chair caused a perfect change in all prospects and expectations, in the approaches to power, and in ecclesiastical no less than in temporal dignities. Commendone compares the state of things appearing on a new pontificate to a city in which the palace of the sovereign had been transferred to a new site, and all the streets turned toward this new centre. How many abodes must be demolished! How often must the road be carried through a palace! New passages are opened, and thoroughfares hitherto unfrequented are enlivened by the crowd. The alterations taking place on these occasions, and the degree of stability possessed by the new arrangements, are not unaptly typified by this description. But from these peculiarities there necessarily resulted a consequence very singular in its character. From the fact that a pope attained the sovereignty when much older than other monarchs, these mutations were so frequent that a new change might at any moment be expected. The government might be instantly placed in other hands. This made people live as in a perpetual game of chance, wherein nothing could be calculated, but everything might be hoped for. To attain promotion, to gain advancement, as every one desired and trusted to do, this would depend on the degree of personal favour that each could command. But where all personal influence was in so perpetual a fluctuation, the calculations of ambition must necessarily assume a similar character, and sometimes employ very extraordinary devices. Among our manuscript collections we find a multitude of regulations for the conduct of those who are sent to the papal court. The varying modes in which each man pursues fortune present us with a subject not unworthy of observation. Inexhaustible is the plasticity of human nature. The more rigid the limits by which it is restricted, so much the more unexpected are the forms into which it throws itself. It is manifest that all could not pursue the same path. The man who possessed nothing must be content to forward himself by rendering service to him who had means. A liberal domestication in the houses of princes, secular or temporal, was still accepted by literary men. Whoever was compelled to adopt this mode of life must then make it his first object to ingratiate himself with the head of the house, to gain merit in his eyes, to penetrate his secrets, and in some way to render himself indispensable to his lord. For this, all indignities must be endured, no injustice must be resented. For who could say how soon a change in the papacy might cause the star of his master to rise in the ascendant, and its lustre to be poured on the servant? Fortune ebbs and flows, the man remains the same. Or to some of those aspirants, the possession of a subordinate office was perhaps the object of desire. From this they might advance to better employments by the exercise of zeal and activity. It was nevertheless in Rome as elsewhere, and in those times as in all others, a very critical and dangerous thing to be compelled to consider interest in the first place, and honour only in the second. Much more favourable was the position of those who had the means of life. The monti, in which they purchased shares, gave them a certain income every month. They bought a place by means of which they immediately entered the prelacy, not only attaining an independence, but also acquiring an opportunity for the brilliant display of their talents. To him that hath shall be given. At the Roman court, the possession of property was doubly advantageous, for since this possession reverted to the treasury, the Pope himself had an interest in granting promotions. This state of things did not demand servility of attachment to any one great man. On the contrary, an adherence too earnestly declared might prove an impediment to promotion, if fortune should not happen to be favourable. The grand essential was to beware of making enemies, to give no offence. This precaution was to be departed from in no circumstance of social intercourse, however slight or trivial. It was essential, for example, to offer no man more honour than he was strictly entitled to claim. Equality of deportment towards persons of different degrees would be inequality, and might produce an unfavourable impression. Even of the absent, nothing but good was to be spoken, not only because words once uttered are beyond our control, and we know not whither they are borne, but also because few love too keen an observer. If a man possesses extended acquirements, let him be moderate in displaying them, and above all, let him never permit them to become tedious. It is not prudent to be the bearer of bad news. The unpleasant impression they make recoils on him who brings them. But in regard to this, there is an error to be avoided, that of maintaining a silence so rigid as would make its motive apparent. The elevation to higher dignities, even to that of cardinal, conferred no exemption from these observances. They were to be fulfilled with increased caution in his own sphere. Who could venture to betray a conviction that one member of the Sacred College was less worthy than another to ascend the papal throne? There was none so obscure that the choice might not fall on him. It was above all important that a cardinal should cultivate the goodwill of the reigning pontiff. Fortune and dignity, universal deference and obsequiousness follow him who has gained this. But more than ever must he be cautious while seeking it. Profound silence was to be maintained with regard to the personal interests of the Pope, but these must nevertheless be secretly penetrated, and the conduct governed accordingly. It was permitted occasionally to magnify the kinsmen of the pontiff; their fidelity and talents might be lauded. This was for the most part an acceptable subject. To arrive at the secrets of the papal family, it was expedient to employ the monks. These men, availing themselves of religious duties as their pretext, contrived to penetrate further than is possible to any other class of the community. Ambassadors are imperatively called on by the rapid vicissitudes and extensive importance of personal relations for the most vigilant watchfulness. Like a skilled pilot, the envoy is attentive to mark from what quarter blows the wind. He must spare no cost to assure himself of those who possess good information, certain that his utmost expenditure would be largely repaid by one single piece of intelligence that enabled him to seize the moment favourable to his negotiation. If he had to present a request to the pontiff, he made incredible efforts imperceptibly to interweave some point that the Pope himself desired to carry with the business he was labouring to promote. Most of all did he seek to gain the favourite nephew or other kinsman to his wishes, by persuading him that more permanent and more important advantages, whether of riches or greatness, were to be obtained from his court than from any other. Neither must he neglect to secure the goodwill of the cardinals. He would not promise the papacy to any, but all were to be allured by the hope of it. He displayed devotion to none, but even for those most inimical to his purposes he would occasionally perform some act of favour. He resembled the falconer who shows the piece of meat to the hawk, but gives it to him in small quantities only, and that morsel by morsel. Thus did they live, and such was the policy of the ecclesiastical court. Cardinals, ambassadors, prelates, princes, those who were the known possessors of power, and those who exercised it in secret. Full of ceremony, of which Rome was the classic soil, of submissive subordination and reverential observance, but egoists to the very core, all eagerly seeking to attain some object, to accomplish some purpose, to achieve some advantage over a neighbour. Strange that the struggle for what all desire, power, honour, riches, enjoyment, elsewhere the fruitful source of rancorous feuds, should here assume the aspect of a courteous anxiety to serve. Here every man flattered the hope of his rival, conscious that he nourished something similar, for the purpose of arriving at the possession of what he also was seeking to obtain. Here self-denial was full of eagerness to enjoy, and passion stole onward with cautious footstep. We have seen the dignity, the seriousness, the religious zeal prevailing in the Roman court. We have also remarked its worldly aspect, ambition, avarice, dissimulation, and craft. If it were our purpose to pronounce the eulogy of the papal see, we should have insisted on the first only of the two elements composing it. Were we disposed to inveigh against it, we should have displayed only the second. But whoever will raise himself to the level whence a clear and unprejudiced view can be obtained, will arrive at an exact perception of the whole subject. He will see both these elements, but he will also perceive that both are rendered inevitable by the nature of man and the condition of things. The period of the world's history that we have just been considering was one wherein the prevalent mode of opinion made pressing demand for external propriety, purity of life, and religious fervour. This state of public feeling coincided with the principle of the court, the position of which, as regards the rest of the world, was determined by these qualities. It followed of necessity that power and eminence were most certainly secured by men whose characters were in accordance with this demand. Were it otherwise, public opinion would not only be untrue to itself, it would destroy its own existence. But that the advantages of fortune should happen to be so immediately consequent on the possession of spiritual qualities is indeed the most seductive allurement that could be offered by the spirit of this world. We cannot doubt the sincerity of these qualities and sentiments, as not unfrequently described by our observant and discreet authorities. But how many monks conform to them in appearance for the furtherance of their fortunes? In others, the worldly tendencies may have insinuated themselves, struggling, in the dim uncertainty of motives imperfectly developed, with those of more lofty import. The process we have seen taking place in art and literature may be traced also in the Curia. Here also a desertion from what the Church demands was most apparent. There was a laxity approaching to paganism in the modes of thought prevailing. But the march of events reawakened the principle of the Church, aroused the energies of society as with a new breath of life, and imparted an altered tone to the existence of the times. How broad is the difference between Ariosto and Tasso, Giulio Romano and Guercino, Pompanazzo and Patrizzi! A vast epoch lies between them. They have, nevertheless, something in common, and the later is linked by certain points of contact with the earlier. With its ancient forms, the Curia also retained many component parts of its old nature, yet this did not prevent it from being animated by a new spirit. What could not be wholly transferred and assimilated to itself was at least urged forward by the force of the impulse which that spirit communicated. While occupied in contemplation of these commingling elements, I recall to mind a scene of nature that may serve to bring this state of things more vividly before us by the similitude it presents. At Terni, the Nera is seen tranquilly approaching through wood and field. It proceeds across the distant valley in calm, unruffled course. From the other side comes rushing the Velino, pressed between opposing rocks, and foaming onward with resistless speed, till at length its massive waters are dashed down headlong in magnificent falls that sparkle and glitter with a myriad changing hues. These reach the peaceful Nera. They at once communicate their own wild commotion, raging and foaming, and the mingled waters then rush forward on their eager and hurried course. It was thus that the whole being of society, all literature and every art, received a new impulse from the reawakened spirit of the Catholic Church. The Curia was at once devout and restless, spiritual and warlike. On the one side, replete with dignity, pomp, and ceremony; on the other, unparalleled for calculating subtlety and insatiable love of power, its piety and ambition reposing on the idea of an exclusive orthodoxy, coincide and act in harmony for the production of an end, universal domination. The Roman Church once more binds on her armour for the conquest of the world. End of section 52. Section 53 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Counter-Reformation, First Period, 1563 to 1589, Part 1, State of Protestantism about the year 1563, Section 1. In the history of a nation or power, there is no problem more difficult than that of appreciating correctly the connection of its particular relations with those of the world in general. It is true that the individual life of a nation is determined by causes peculiar to itself, inherent in its nature, and displaying a characteristic consistency through all ages. But each community is subjected to the action of general influences by which its progress is powerfully affected. In this conflict of forces it is that the character presented by modern Europe may be said to have its basis. Nations and states are separated eternally on certain points of their existence, but at the same time are knit together in indissoluble community. There is no national history of which universal history does not form an important portion. So necessary in itself, so all-embracing is the consecutive series of events through a lapse of ages, that even the most powerful state appears but as a member of the universal commonwealth, involved in and ruled by its destinies. Whoever has earnestly sought to comprehend the history of any people as a whole, to contemplate its progress without prejudice or illusion, will have experienced the difficulties arising from this cause. In the several crises of a nation's progressive existence, we discern the different currents that form the sum of human destiny. The difficulty is doubled when, as sometimes occurs, a great movement agitating the whole world is originated by an individual power, which then constitutes itself the special representative of the principle actuating that movement. The power thus in action then takes so influential a part in the collective operations of the century, it enters into relations so intimate with all the powers of the world, that its history, in a certain sense, expands into universal history. Such was the epoch upon which the Papacy entered at the close of the Council of Trent. Convulsed in its centre, endangered in the very groundwork of its being, it had not only maintained itself, but found means to gain renewed force. In the two southern peninsulas, all influences hostile to its ascendancy had been promptly expelled. All the elements of thought and action had been once more gathered to itself, and pervaded by its own spirit. It now conceived the idea of subduing the revolted in all parts of the world. Rome once more became a conquering power. Projects were formed and enterprises engaged in, recalling those proceeding from the Seven Hills in ancient times and during the Middle Ages. The history of the renovated Papacy would be but imperfectly understood did we limit our attention to its centre only. Its essential importance is best perceived by observing its operations on the world in general. Let us begin by taking a review of the strength and position of its opponents. 1. State of Protestantism about the year 1563. On the north of the Alps and Pyrenees, the opinions of Protestantism had made vigorous and unceasing progress, up to the time when the Council of Trent closed its last sittings. They extended their dominion far and wide over the Germanic and Slavonic nations. Among the Scandinavian races, the tenets of the Protestants had established themselves all the more immutably from the fact that their introduction was coincident with that of new dynasties and with the consequent remodeling of all political institutions. They were received with delight from the very first, as if they bore in their nature some natural affinity with the national disposition. Bugenhagen the founder of Lutheranism in Denmark, can find no words that suffice to depict the enthusiasm with which his sermons were listened to, even on work-days, as he expresses it. From the first gleam of day, the people were eagerly waiting, and on holidays they were in attendance through the whole day. Protestant tenets had now made their way to the most remote countries. It is not known by what agency the Faroe Islands were rendered Protestant, so easily was the change effected. In Iceland, the last representatives of Catholicism had disappeared by the year 1552, and a Lutheran bishopric was founded at Viborg in 1554. The Swedish governors were accompanied by Lutheran preachers to the most distant shores of Lapland. Gustavus Vasa exhorts his heirs in his will, made in 1560, to hold fast by the evangelical doctrines, to inculcate the same on their most remote successors, and to admit no false teachers. He made this almost a condition to the inheritance of the crown. On the opposite coast of the Baltic also, Lutheran opinions were predominant, at least among such of the inhabitants as used the German tongue. Prussia had given the first example of secularizing church property on a grand scale. This was followed by Livonia in 1561. The first condition made by the province on its submission to Poland was that it should be at liberty to abide by the Confession of Augsburg. The connection of the Jagellon kings with countries whose adherence to their rule was secured only by the maintenance of Protestant principles was a check on those princes which prevented their opposing any determined resistance to the progress of Lutheran tenets. The more important cities of Prussian Poland were confirmed in the exercise of their religion according to the Lutheran ritual by express charters granted in the years 1557 and 1558. The smaller towns received privileges yet more explicit some time after, they being more exposed to attacks from the powerful bishops. A large body of the nobles in Poland proper had been won over to the Protestant confession, which they found more in harmony with the feeling of independence awakened and maintained by the constitution of their states. A Polish noble is not subject to the king. Shall he then be subject to the Pope? Was the question they asked. Things went so far in this country that Protestants gained possession of episcopal sees, and under Sigismund Augustus they had even obtained the majority in the Senate. That sovereign was undoubtedly Catholic. He heard Mass daily and a Catholic sermon every Sunday. He even joined the singers of his choir in the Benedictus. He confessed regularly and received the sacrament in one kind. But the creeds that might be prevalent in his court or kingdom seemed but little to disturb his quiet, nor did he show any disposition to embitter the close of his life by a contest with opinions making so vigorous a progress. An attempt at opposition of this kind had certainly produced no very encouraging results in the neighbouring dominions of Hungary. The Diet had constantly refused to pass the resolutions unfavourable to Protestant opinions that were pressed on it from time to time by Ferdinand I. In the year 1554, a Lutheran was elected Palatine of the Empire, and concessions were soon afterwards extorted in favour of the Helvetic confession in the valley of Erlau. Transylvania was altogether separated from the Catholic Church. The ecclesiastical possessions in that country were confiscated by a formal decree of the Diet, and the princess even appropriated the greater part of the tithes. We next come to Germany, where the new form of the Church had taken its origin from the peculiar constitution of the national mind, had maintained itself through long and perilous wars, had achieved a legal existence in the empire, and was now in the act of occupying the various territories that divided the country. Already this process had been in great measure accomplished. In North Germany, where the Protestant tenets had taken rise, they were entirely paramount. They had gained permanent ascendancy in those districts of southern Germany wherein they had been early introduced, and had besides extended their influence far and wide beyond these limits. The bishops vainly set themselves to oppose their progress in Franconia. In Würzburg and Bamberg the greater part of the nobility and even the episcopal authorities had passed over to the Reformed Church. The majority of the magistrates and burghers of the towns, with the whole mass of the people, held similar opinions. In the bishopric of Bamberg we find the name of a Lutheran preacher in almost every parish. A Protestant spirit predominated in the government, which was principally in the hands of the estates. Bodies corporate, regularly constituted, and possessing the right of imposing taxes. Nearly all offices of the law courts were in like manner held by Protestants, and it was observed that their decisions were very commonly adverse to Catholic interests. The bishops retained very little influence. Even those who, with the old German and Frankish fidelity, still honoured the secular prince in their persons, could no longer endure to see them robed in their clerical ornaments and crowned with the mitre. No less energetic were the proceedings of Protestantism in Bavaria. Here, too, the new faith had been adopted by a large body of the nobles. A considerable number of the towns were equally inclined toward these doctrines. In the Assembly of his States, for example, of the year 1556, the Duke was compelled to make concessions which had elsewhere led to the exclusive adoption of the Confession of Augsburg, and which here also promised the same result. The Duke himself was not so decidedly opposed to all the new doctrines, but that he would occasionally listen to a Protestant sermon. Far more than this had been gained in Austria. The nobility of that country pursued their studies at Wittenberg, and the colleges of the country were filled with Protestants, and it was calculated that not more than 1/30th part of the population remained Catholic. A national constitution was gradually formed, which was based on the principles of Protestantism. Enclosed between Bavaria and Austria, the archbishoprics of Salzburg had been unable to maintain their territories in obedience to the Catholic rule. They did not as yet endure the presence of Lutheran preachers, but the disposition of the people was none the less explicitly declared. Mass was no longer attended in the capital, nor were fasts solemnized or festivals observed. Those whose dwellings were too far removed from the preachers of the Austrian localities bordering on their country remained at home, reading for their edification from the homilies and scriptural commentaries of Spangenberg. This did not satisfy the people of the hill country. In the Rauris and the Gastein, in St. Veit, Tamsweg, and Rastatt, the inhabitants loudly demanded the sacramental cup. This being refused, they abandoned the communion altogether. They no longer sent their children to school, and on one occasion a peasant rose up in the church and called aloud to the priest, "Thou liest." The country people began to preach to each other. We need feel no surprise if the privation of all worship in accordance with their newly adopted convictions should give rise to notions the most visionary and fantastic among the inhabitants of those Alpine solitudes. Advantageously contrasted with this state of things is that which presents itself as existing in the territories of the ecclesiastical electors on the Rhine. Here the nobles possessed independence, which enabled them to secure a degree of religious liberty for their vassals beyond what could have been granted by a spiritual prince. The Rhenish nobles had early received the Protestant doctrines, and permitted the spiritual sovereign to make no encroachments, even of a religious character, on their domains. In all the towns there now existed a Protestant party. In Cologne its activity was displayed by reiterated petitions. It became so powerful in Trier as to send for a Protestant preacher from Geneva and maintain him in defiance of the Elector. In Aix-la-Chapelle the Lutheran party made direct efforts to obtain the supremacy. The citizens of Mainz did not scruple to send their children to Protestant schools, those of Nuremberg, for example. Commendone, who was in Germany in 1561, can find no words to describe the servility of the prelates to the Lutheran princes and the concessions they made to Protestantism. He thought he could perceive that there were Protestants of the most violent opinions, even in the privy councils, and expresses amazement that time should have done so little in aid of Catholicism. In a similar manner affairs proceeded throughout Westphalia. On St. Peter's Day, the country people were engaged with the labours of their harvest. The fast days commanded by the canon were no longer observed. In Paderborn, the town council watched with a kind of jealousy over its Protestant confession. More than one bishop of Münster was disposed to the new creed, and the priests were, for the most part, publicly married. Duke William of Cleves adhered, on the whole, to the Catholic faith, but in his private chapel he received the communion in both kinds. The greater part of his council were avowed Protestants, nor did the evangelical form of worship experience any effectual hindrance in his dominions. End of section 53. Section 54 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 1. State of Protestantism about the year 1563, Section 2. We have said enough to show that Protestantism had gained a decided ascendancy through Germany, from the east to the west, and from the north to the south. The nobles had from the first enrolled themselves in its ranks. The public functionaries, already numerous and highly respected, were trained up in the new creed. The common people would hear no more of certain articles once insisted on as matters of faith, the doctrine of purgatory, for example, nor of certain ceremonies, such as pilgrimages. No convent could maintain itself, and none dared to exhibit the relics of saints. A Venetian ambassador calculated in the year 1558 that a tenth part only of the German people still adhered to the ancient religion. The losses sustained by the Catholic Church in riches and power were no less important than those suffered by her spiritual influence. The canons in nearly all the bishoprics were either attached to the Reformed tenets or were but lukewarm and indifferent Catholics. What should prevent them from proposing Protestant bishops, should it appear to them advantageous in other respects? It was without doubt decreed by the Peace of Augsburg that a spiritual prince should lose both his rank and revenues on departing from the Catholic faith. But this ordinance was not believed capable of restraining a chapter which had become Protestant from electing a Protestant bishop. All that could be insisted on was that the benefice should not be made hereditary. It thus happened that a prince of Brandenburg obtained the archbishopric of Magdeburg, a prince of Lauenburg that of Bremen, and a prince of Brunswick that of Halberstadt. The bishopric of Lübeck, also with those of Verden and Minden, fell into the hands of Protestants, as did the abbey of Quedlinburg. The confiscation of church property proceeded with proportionate rapidity. How important were the losses sustained, for example, in very few years by the bishopric of Augsburg! All the convents of Württemberg were wrested from it in the year 1557. Those were followed in 1558 by the convents and parishes of the county of Oettingen. After the Peace of Augsburg, the Protestants gained an equality with their rivals of the ancient faith in Dunkelsbühl and Donauwörth. In Nördlingen and Memmingen they acquired the supremacy. The convents of these towns, and among them the rich preceptory of St. Anthony in Memmingen, with the parochial benefices, were then irretrievably lost. In addition to this came the circumstance that the prospects of Catholicism were by no means encouraging as regarded the future. Protestant opinions were predominant in the universities and other schools. The old champions of Catholicism, who had taken the field against Luther and distinguished themselves in religious controversy, were either dead or far advanced in years, and no young men competent to occupy their places had arisen. 20 years had elapsed since any student in the University of Vienna had taken priest's orders. Even in Ingolstadt, which was so preeminently Catholic, no qualified candidates of the Faculty of Theology presented themselves for those important offices that hitherto had always been filled by ecclesiastics. The city of Cologne established a school with endowments, but when all the arrangements were completed, it appeared that the new regent was a Protestant. A university was founded by Cardinal Otto Truchsess in his town of Dillingen for the express purpose of opposing resistance to the Protestant opinions. It flourished for some years under the care of certain eminent Spanish theologians, but when these had departed, no learned Catholics could be found to take their places, which were at once occupied by Protestants. At this period the teachers of Germany were Protestant, with very few exceptions. All the youth of the country sat at their feet and imbibed hatred of the Pope, with the first rudiments of learning. Such was the state of things in the north and east of Europe. Catholicism was utterly banished from many places. It was subdued and despoiled in all, and while endeavouring to defend itself in these regions, still more formidable enemies were pressing forward to assail it in the west and south. For the Calvinist modes of belief were without doubt more decidedly opposed to the Roman tenets than were the doctrines of Luther. And it was precisely at the period we are now contemplating that Calvinism took possession of the minds of men with irresistible force. It had arisen on the borders of Italy, Germany, and France, and had extended in all directions. Towards the east, in Germany, Hungary, and Poland, it constituted a subordinate but very important element of the Protestant movement. In Western Europe, it had already raised itself to independent power. As the Scandinavian kingdoms had become Lutheran, so had the British people become Calvinists. But in Britain, the new church had assumed two distinct forms. In Scotland, it had attained power in opposition to the government, and was poor, popular, and democratic. But so much the more irresistible was the fervour which it inspired. In England, it had risen to preeminence in alliance with the existing government. There it was rich, monarchical, and magnificent, but was content with mere forbearance from opposition to its ritual. The former naturally approximated more closely to the model of the Genevan Church, and was infinitely more in accordance with the spirit of Calvin. The French had embraced the tenets of their countryman Calvin with all their characteristic vivacity. In defiance of persecution, the French churches were soon regulated according to the Protestant forms of Geneva. They held a synod as early as the year 1559. In 1561, the Venetian ambassador Micheli found no province free from Protestantism. 3/4 of the kingdom were filled with it: Brittany and Normandy, Gascony and Languedoc, Poitou, Touraine, Provence, and Dauphiné. In many of these provinces, he remarks, meetings are held, sermons are preached, and rules of life are adopted entirely according to the example of Geneva, and without any regard to the royal prohibition. Every one has embraced these opinions, and what is more remarkable, even the clerical body, not only priests, monks, and nuns — very few of the convents have escaped the infection — but even the bishops and many of the most distinguished prelates. Your Highness, he observes to the Doge, may be assured that, excepting the common people, who still zealously frequent the churches, all have fallen away. The nobles, most especially the men under 40, almost without exception. For although many of them still go to mass, That is only from regard to appearance and through fear. When they are certain of being unobserved, they shun both mass and church. When Michele arrived in Geneva, he was informed that immediately after the death of Francis II, 50 preachers from that city had proceeded to different towns in France. He was astonished at the respect in which Calvin was held, and the large amount of money poured in upon him for the benefit of the thousands who had taken refuge in Geneva. He considered it indispensable that religious freedom, at least an interim, as he expressed it, should be accorded to the French Protestants if they would avoid the universal effusion of blood. His report was in fact soon followed by the Edict of 1562. This granted to Protestantism a legal and acknowledged existence, and is the basis of the privileges it has since enjoyed in France. All these changes on every side, in Germany, France, and England, could not fail to affect the Netherlands also. The German influence had first prevailed in that country, and one of the most powerful motives by which Charles V was induced to the War of Schmalkalden was that the sympathy excited by the German Protestants in the Netherlands increased the difficulty of governing that province, which formed so important a part of his dominions. By subduing the German princes, he prevented at the same time an insurrection among his Netherlanders. Yet all his laws, though enforced with excessive rigour, it was calculated at the time that up to the year 1562, 36,000 Protestants, men and women, had been put to death, were insufficient to impede the progress of the Protestant opinions. The only result was that they gradually took the direction of French Calvinism rather than that of German Lutheranism. Here, too, in defiance of persecution, a formal confession was adopted. In the year 1561, churches were established after the model of Geneva, and by connecting themselves with the local authorities and their adherents, the Protestants obtained a political basis from which they might hope not only for safety for the future, but for a certain importance in the state. Under these circumstances, new energies were awakened in the earlier oppositions to the faith of Rome. In the year 1562, the Moravian Brethren were formally acknowledged by Maximilian II, and they availed themselves of this fortunate circumstance to elect a large number of new pastors in their synods. Some accounts say 188. In the year 1561, the Duke of Savoy saw himself compelled to accord new privileges even to the poor communities of Waldenses in the mountains. To the most remote and neglected corner of Europe, Protestant doctrines had extended their life-inspiring power. How immeasurable an empire had they conquered within the space of 40 years! From Iceland to the Pyrenees, from Finland to the summits of the Italian Alps. Even on the southern side of the Alps, opinions analogous to Protestantism had, as we have seen, once prevailed. They embraced the whole territory of the Latin Church. A large majority of the upper classes and of the men most active in public life were attached to them. Whole nations were devoted with enthusiasm to these tenets, which had entirely changed the constitution of states. This is all the more extraordinary because the Protestant creed was by no means a mere negation of the Papacy, a simple renunciation. It was in the highest degree positive, a renovation of Christian sentiments and principles that govern human life, even to the most profound recesses of the soul. End of section 54. Section 55 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 2. Resources possessed by the Papacy for active conflict. The Papacy and Catholicism had long maintained themselves against these advances of their enemy, in an attitude of defense, it is true, but passive only. Upon the whole, they were compelled to endure them. Affairs now assumed a different aspect. We have considered the internal development by which Catholicism began the work of her own restoration. It may be affirmed generally that a vital and active force was again manifested, that the Church had regenerated her creed in the spirit of the age, and had established reforms in accordance with the demands of the times. The religious tendencies which had appeared in southern Europe were not suffered to become hostile to herself. She adopted them and gained the mastery of their movements. Thus she renewed her powers and infused fresh vigour into her system. The Protestant spirit alone had hitherto filled the theatre of the world with results that held the minds of men enthralled. Another spirit, equally deserving of esteem perhaps, if regarded from an elevated point of view, though of decidedly opposite character, now entered the lists, displaying similar power to make the minds of men its own, and to kindle them into activity. The influence of the restored Catholic system was first established in the two southern peninsulas, but this was not accomplished without extreme severities. The Spanish Inquisition received the aid of that lately revived in Rome. Every movement of Protestantism was violently suppressed, but at the same time those tendencies of the inward life which renovated Catholicism, claimed and enchained as her own, were peculiarly powerful in those countries. The sovereigns also attached themselves to the interests of the Church. It was of the highest importance that Philip II, the most powerful of all, adhered so decidedly to the Papacy. With the pride of a Spaniard by whom unimpeachable Catholicism was regarded as the sign of a purer blood and more noble descent, he rejected every adverse opinion. The character of his policy was, however, not wholly governed by mere personal feeling. From remote times, and more especially since the regulations established by Isabella, the kingly dignity in Spain had assumed an ecclesiastical character. In every province the royal authority was strengthened by the addition of spiritual power. Deprived of the Inquisition, it would not have sufficed to govern the kingdom. Even in his American possessions, the king appeared above all in the light of a disseminator of the Christian and Catholic faith. This was the bond by which all his territories were united in obedience to his rule. He could not have abandoned it without incurring real danger. The extension of Huguenot opinions in the south of France caused the utmost alarm in Spain. The Inquisition believed itself bound to redoubled vigilance. "I assure your Highness," observes the Venetian ambassador to his sovereign on the 25th of August, 1562, "that no great religious movement is to be desired for this country. There are many of the people who long for a change of religion." The papal nuncio considered the result of the council then assembled of the same importance to the royal as to the papal authority. "For the obedience paid to the king," he remarks, "and his whole government depend on the Inquisition. Should this lose its authority, insurrections would immediately follow." The power possessed by Philip in the Netherlands secured to the southern system an immediate influence over the whole of Europe. But besides this, all was far from being lost in other countries. The Emperor, the kings of France and Poland, and the Duke of Bavaria still adhered to the Catholic Church. On all sides there were spiritual princes whose expiring zeal might be reanimated. There were also many places where Protestant opinions had not yet made their way among the mass of the people. The majority of the peasantry throughout France, Poland, and even Hungary still remained Catholic. Paris, which even in those days exercised a powerful influence over the other French towns, had not yet been affected by the new doctrines. In England a great part of the nobility and commons were still Catholic, and in Ireland the whole of the ancient native population remained in the old faith. Protestantism had gained no admission into the Tyrolese or Swiss Alps, nor had it made any great progress among the peasantry of Bavaria. Canisius compared the Tyrolese and Bavarians with the two tribes of Israel, who alone remained faithful to the Lord. The internal causes on which this pertinacity, this immovable attachment to tradition among nations so dissimilar, was founded, might well repay a more minute examination. A similar constancy was exhibited in the Walloon provinces of the Netherlands. And now the Papacy resumed a position in which it could once more gain the mastery of all these inclinations, and bind them indissolubly to itself. Although it had experienced great changes, it still possessed the inestimable advantage of having all the externals of the past and the habit of obedience on its side. In the council so prosperously concluded, the popes had even gained an accession of that authority which it had been the purpose of the temporal powers to restrict, and had strengthened their influence over the national churches. They had, moreover, abandoned that temporal policy by which they had formerly involved Italy and all Europe in confusion. They attached themselves to Spain with perfect confidence and without any reservations, fully returning the devotion evinced by that kingdom to the Roman Church. The Italian principality, the enlarged dominions of the pontiff, contributed eminently to the success of his ecclesiastical enterprises, while the interests of the universal Catholic Church were for some time essentially promoted by the overplus of its revenues. Thus strengthened internally, and thus supported by powerful adherents, and by the idea of which they were the representatives, the popes exchanged the defensive position with which they had hitherto been forced to content themselves for that of assailants. The attack that resulted, its progress and consequences, it is the principal object of this work to consider. A boundless scene opens before us. The action is proceeding in many places at the same time, and we are called on to direct our attention to the most varying and widely separated quarters of the world. Religious activity is intimately connected with political impulses. Combinations are formed which embrace the whole world, and under whose influence the struggle for mastery succeeds or fails. We shall fix our attention the more earnestly on the great events of general politics, because they often coincide exactly with the results of the religious conflict. But we must not confine ourselves to generalities. If the conquests of the sword require some native sympathies with the victor on the part of the conquered for their achievement, still more indispensable are these sympathies to the conquest of opinion. We must examine the interests of the several countries to their utmost depths, in order to gain a full comprehension of those internal movements by which the designs of Rome were facilitated. So great an abundance and variety of events and modes of life is here presented to us, that we have to fear the impossibility of comprehending the whole under one view. The state of things before us has its basis fixed on kindred principles, and occasionally exhibits great crises, but it also presents an infinite multiplicity of phenomena. Let us begin with Germany, where the Papacy suffered its first great losses, and where the most important events of the conflict between the two principles again took place. Eminent service was here rendered to the Church of Rome by the Society of the Jesuits, which united worldly prudence with religious zeal, and was deeply imbued with the spirit of modern Catholicism. Let us first endeavour to gain a clear perception of the effective power possessed by this order. End of section 55. Section 56 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 3. The First Jesuit Schools in Germany. At the Diet of Augsburg in the year 1550, Ferdinand I was accompanied by his confessor, Bishop Urban of Laibach. This prelate was one of the few who had never allowed themselves to be shaken in their faith. In his own diocese, he frequently ascended the pulpit and exhorted the people in the local dialect to remain steadfast to the creed of their fathers, preaching to them of the one fold under the one shepherd. The Jesuit Leger was at Augsburg on the same occasion, and excited attention by certain conversions. Bishop Urban made his acquaintance and heard from him for the first time of the colleges established by the Jesuits in different universities. Seeing the decay into which Catholic theology had fallen in Germany, the bishop advised his sovereign to found a similar college in Vienna, and the emperor received this suggestion very cordially. In a letter that he sent to Loyola on the subject, he declares his conviction that the only means by which the declining tenets of Catholicism could be restored in Germany was to supply the youth of the country with learned and pious Catholic teachers. The preliminaries were easily arranged. In the year 1551, 13 Jesuits, among whom was Leger himself, arrived in Vienna, where Ferdinand immediately granted them a residence, chapel, and pension. He soon after incorporated them with the university, and even entrusted to them the superintendence of that establishment. Soon after this they rose into consideration at Cologne, where they had already lived for a year or two, but with so little success that they had been obliged to dwell apart. In the year 1556 the endowed school previously mentioned, as governed by a Protestant regent, afforded them the opportunity of acquiring a better position. For since there was a party in the city whose most earnest desire it was that the university should remain Catholic, the patrons of the Jesuits finally saw their counsels prevail, and the establishment was committed to the care of that order. Their principal supporters were the prior of the Carthusians, the provincial of the Carmelites, and especially Dr. Johann Groppe, who sometimes gave an entertainment, to which he invited the most influential citizens, that he might find opportunity for promoting the cause he had most at heart, after the good old German fashion, over a glass of wine. Fortunately for the Jesuits, one of their order was a native of Cologne, Johann Retius, a man of patrician family, to whom the endowed school might more especially be entrusted. But this was not done without strict limitations. The Jesuits were expressly forbidden to establish in the school those monastic habits of life which were usual in their colleges. They gained firm footing in Ingolstadt, also about the same time. Their previous efforts had been rendered useless, principally by the opposition of the younger members of the university, who would not permit any privileged school to interfere with the private instruction they were in the habit of giving. But in the year 1556, when the Duke, as we have said, had been forced into large concessions in favour of the Protestants, his Catholic councillors declared it to be imperatively necessary that effectual measures should be taken for upholding the ancient faith. The most active among these was the Chancellor Vigilaeus Hunt, who proceeded as zealously in the maintenance of the ancient Church as he had previously done in the investigation of her primitive history, and the Duke's private secretary, Heinrich Schweger. By their efforts the Jesuits were recalled, and 18 of them entered Ingolstadt on St. Willibald's Day, July 7th, 1556, having selected that day because St. Willibald was regarded as the first bishop of the diocese. They found many obstacles opposed to them, both in the city and university, but they gradually overcame them all by favour of the same persons to whom they owed their recall. From these three metropolitan centres, the Jesuits now extended themselves in all directions. From Vienna they proceeded to erect colleges of their order throughout the dominions of Austria. In 1556 the Emperor established them in Prague, where he founded a school, principally for the education of the young nobility. To this he sent his own pages, and the order received countenance and support from the Catholic part of the Bohemian nobles, more especially from the houses of Rosenberg and Lobkowitz. One of the most distinguished men in Hungary at that time was Nicholas Allahus, Archbishop of Gran, of Wallachian extraction, as his name implies. His father Stoya, in an excess of terror at the murder of a Vaivoda of his family, had dedicated him to the Church, and his progress in this career had been most auspicious. He had already occupied the important office of private secretary under the last native kings, and had subsequently risen still higher in the service of the Austrian party. Contemplating the general decay of Catholicism in Hungary, he was convinced that the last hope for its restoration was in confirming the hold it retained on the common people, who had not entirely abandoned the ancient creed. Teachers of Catholic principles were required to effect this, and with the purpose of forming such teachers, he established a college of Jesuits at Tyrnau in the year 1561, assigning them a pension from his own revenues, to which the Emperor Ferdinand added the grant of an abbey. At the period when the Jesuits arrived, an assembly of the clergy of the diocese had just been convened. Their first efforts were devoted to the attempt of reclaiming these Hungarian priests and pastors from the heterodox tenets to which they had been inclining. About this time they were summoned into Moravia also. Wilhelm Prosinowitz, Bishop of Olmütz, who had become acquainted with the order during his studies in Italy, invited them to his bishopric. Hurtado Perez, a Spaniard, was the first rector in Olmütz. They learnt the language, adapted themselves to the manners and customs of the country, and reaped success. We soon after find them in like manner settled in Brünn. From Cologne the society spread over the whole of the Rhenish provinces. In Trier, as we have before related, Protestantism had found adherents and caused some ferment. Johann von Stein, the archbishop, determined to inflict slight punishments only on the refractory, and to repress innovations chiefly by argument. He invited the two principals of the Jesuit school at Cologne to Koblenz, when he informed them that he desired to have the aid of the members of their order, to maintain, as he expresses it, the flock committed to him in their duty, rather by admonition and friendly instruction than by weapons or menaces. He applied to Rome also, and very soon came to an arrangement with that court. No long time elapsed before 6 Jesuits arrived in his diocese from Rome. Others were sent from Cologne. On the 3rd of February, 1561, they opened their college with great solemnity, and undertook to preach during the fasts of the Lent then approaching. About the same time, Peter Echter and Simon Bagen, 2 privy councillors of the Elector Daniel of Mainz, were also persuaded that the admission of the Jesuits presented the only means of restoring the decayed university of their city. The canons and feudatories did their best to oppose this idea, but in despite of their efforts, a college for the society was established at Mainz, and a preparatory school at Aschaffenburg. The order continued to advance up the Rhine. They were most especially desirous of obtaining a seat at Speyer, not only because many eminent men were included among the assessors of the Supreme Court, Kammergericht, over whom it would be of the utmost advantage to obtain influence, but also because they would be there in the immediate neighbourhood of Heidelberg University, which at that time enjoyed a high reputation for its Protestant professors, and could the more effectually oppose its influence. Gradually the establishment they wished for at Speyer was effected. Permitting no loss of time, they also tried their fortune along the Main. Although Frankfurt was entirely Protestant, they had yet hope of accomplishing something during the fair. The attempt was not to be made without danger, and to avoid discovery they were compelled to change their lodgings every night. At Würzburg they were much more secure, and even received a cordial welcome. The admonition addressed by the Emperor Ferdinand to the bishops at the Diet of 1559, exhorting them at length to exert their utmost power for the maintenance of the Catholic Church, appeared to produce its effect, and contributed largely to this brilliant progress of the society in the ecclesiastical principalities. From Würzburg they spread throughout Franconia. The Tyrol had meanwhile been opened up to them from another quarter. By the desire of the daughters of Ferdinand, they settled themselves at Innsbruck, and soon after at Halle, in the same district. In Bavaria they continued to make progress. At Munich, where they arrived in 1559, they were even better satisfied than at Ingolstadt, and declared that city to be the Rome of Germany. Already the order had planted a new and large colony at no great distance from Ingolstadt. Anxious to restore his University of Dillingen to its original destination, Cardinal Truchsess also resolved to dismiss all the professors who still taught there, and entrust that establishment to the care of the Jesuits. A formal agreement was accordingly made at Bozen between German and Italian commissioners on the part of the Cardinal and the Order respectively. In 1563 the Jesuits arrived in Dillingen and took possession of the professors' chairs. They relate with much complacency that the Cardinal, on returning from a journey shortly after their arrival, and making a solemn entry into Dillingen, distinguished them above all those who had gone forth to receive him, offered them his hand to kiss, greeted them as his brethren, visited their cells in person, and dined with them. He promoted their wishes to the utmost of his power, and soon established a mission in Augsburg for members of the order. This was a most remarkable progress to have been made by the society in so short a time. In the year 1551 they had no settled position in Germany. In 1566 their institutions held possession of Bavaria and the Tyrol, Franconia and Swabia, a large part of the Rhenish provinces, and Austria. They had penetrated also into Hungary, Bohemia, and Moravia. The effect of their exertions soon became perceptible. So soon as the year 1561, the papal nuncio declares that they are winning many souls and doing great service to the Holy See. This was the first effectual counteraction of Protestant labours, the first enduring impression made against them in Germany. The efforts of the Jesuits were above all directed towards the universities. Their ambition was to rival the fame of those of the Protestants. The education of that day was a learned one merely, and was based exclusively on the study of ancient languages. This the Jesuits prosecuted with earnest zeal, and in certain of their schools they very soon had professors who might claim a place with the restorers of classical learning. Nor did they neglect the cultivation of the exact sciences. At Cologne, Franz Kostler lectured on astronomy in a manner at once agreeable and instructive. But their principal object was still theological discipline, as will be readily comprehended. The Jesuits lectured with the utmost diligence, even during the holidays, reviving the practice of disputations, without which they declared all instruction to be dead. These disputations, which they held in public, were conducted with dignity and decorum, were rich in matter, and altogether the most brilliant that had ever been witnessed. At Ingolstadt they soon persuaded themselves that their progress in theology was such as would enable the university to compete successfully with any other in Germany. Ingolstadt now acquired an influence among Catholics similar to that possessed among Protestants by Wittenberg and Geneva. With equal industry and care did the society proceed in the conduct of the Latin schools. It was an essential maxim with Lainez that good teachers should be supplied to the lower grammatical classes. He was convinced that first impressions are of the utmost importance to the whole future life of the man, and sought with a discriminating judgment for men who, having once accepted this subordinate office in teaching, would consent to devote themselves to it for their whole lives, since it is only with time that so difficult an occupation can be learned, or the authority proper to a teacher fully acquired. Here also the Jesuits succeeded to admiration. It was found that young people gained more with them in 6 months than with other teachers in 2 years. Even Protestants removed their children from distant schools to place them under the care of the Jesuits. They next established schools for the poor, arranged modes of instruction adapted to children, and enforced the practice of catechizing. Canisius prepared his catechism, which satisfied the wants of the learners by its well-connected questions and apposite replies. This instruction was imparted entirely in the spirit of that fanciful devotion which had characterized the Jesuits from their earliest establishment. The first rector in Vienna was a Spaniard named Juan Victoria, a man who had signalized his entrance into the society by walking along the Corso of Rome during the festivities of the Carnival, clothed in sackcloth and scourging himself as he walked till the blood streamed from him on all sides. The children educated in the Jesuit schools of Vienna were soon distinguished by their steadfast refusal of such food as was forbidden on fast days, while their parents ate without scruple. In Cologne it was again become an honour to wear the rosary. Relics were once more held up to public reverence in Trier, where for many years no one had ventured to exhibit them. In the year 1560 the youth of Ingolstadt, belonging to the Jesuit school, walked 2 and 2 on a pilgrimage to Eichstatt, in order to be strengthened for their confirmation by the dew that dropped from the tomb of St. Walpurgis. The modes of thought and feeling thus implanted in the schools were propagated by means of preaching and confession through the whole population. We have here a case for which the history of the world could probably not produce a parallel. When any new intellectual movement has exercised its influence on mankind, this has always been effected by great and imposing personal qualities, or by the overpowering force of new ideas. But in this case the effect was accomplished without any extraordinary display of mental effort. The Jesuits may have been learned and pious in their way, but none will assert that their science was the product of a free exercise of mind, or that their piety arose from the depth and ingenuousness of a single heart. They had learning enough to acquire reputation, to awaken confidence, to train and attach scholars. To more than this they did not aspire. Their piety not only sufficed to secure them from all reproach on the point of morals, it was positively conspicuous, and thus was liable to no question. This was enough for them. Neither their piety nor their learning disposed them to seek untrodden or undefined paths. But in one respect they were remarkably distinguished: the severity of their method. With them all was nicely calculated. Every movement and action had its definite end and aim. Such a combination of competent learning and unwearying zeal, of studies and persuasion, of pomp and asceticism, of widely extended influence and unity in the governing principle and intention, has never been exhibited in the world before or since. At once diligent and visionary, worldly wise, yet full of enthusiasm, well-bred men and attractive companions, disregarding their personal interests but labouring for the advancement of each other. We cannot wonder that they were successful. Another consideration connects itself with this subject in the mind of a German observer. In Germany, the papal theology had fallen, as we have said, into almost entire decay. The Jesuits arose to revive it. Who were the Jesuits that first appeared there? They were Spaniards, Italians, and Flemings. The name of their order remained long unknown. They were called the Spanish priests. They took possession of the professors' chairs and found scholars who attached themselves to their doctrines. From the Germans, the society received nothing. Its tenets and constitution were completely formed before arriving in Germany. The progress of the order in that country may be generally regarded as a new exertion of influence by the Latin portion of Europe over the Germanic. The Germans were conquered on their own soil, in their very home. A portion of their country was torn from their hands, and this effect was without doubt produced because the German theologians had never arrived at any clear understanding among themselves, and were not sufficiently magnanimous to endure minor differences in each other. Extreme points of doctrine were insisted on. Antagonists assailed each other with reckless violence, so that those who were not wholly fixed in opinion were perplexed and rendered more than ever wavering. A path was thus opened to these foreigners who gained the mastery of men's minds by a system of belief most carefully constructed, finished in its most minute details, and leaving no shadow of cause for doubt. End of section 56. Section 57 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 4. Beginning of the Counter-Reformation in Germany, Section 1. Possessing all the advantages we have described, it is yet obvious that the Jesuits could not have succeeded to so great an extent had they not been aided by the secular arm and favoured by the princes of the empire. For as with political questions, so had it happened with those of a theological nature. No measure had yet been brought into effect by which the constitution of the empire, in its character essentially hierarchical, could be placed in harmony with the new circumstances of religion. The only result of the Peace of Augsburg, as it was at first understood and subsequently expounded, was a new extension of the temporal sovereignty. The different provinces also required a high degree of independence in affairs of religion. The creed adopted by the prince and the understanding between him and his estates thenceforth decided the ecclesiastical position to be assumed by the country. This would seem to be an arrangement expressly devised for the benefit of Protestantism. It nevertheless tended almost exclusively to the promotion of Catholicism. The former was already established before it had come into effect. The latter commenced its restoration only on receiving this support. This occurred first in Bavaria, and the manner in which it took place there well deserves especial attention from the immense influence it exercised. The Bavarian Diet presents us during some time with a series of disputes between the sovereign and his estates. The Duke was in perpetual need of money, loaded with debt, obliged to impose new taxes, and frequently compelled to seek assistance from his estates. In return for these subsidies, the estates required concessions, principally of a religious kind. A state of affairs similar to that which had long prevailed in Austria seemed impending in Bavaria. A legitimate opposition of the estates to the sovereign, based at once on religion and on privileges, unless the latter should himself become a convert to Protestantism. It was without question this position of things by which, as we have related, the introduction of the Jesuits was chiefly caused. It may perhaps be true that their doctrines produced an impression on the mind of Duke Albert V, who declared at a later period that all he had ever known of God's laws had been imparted to him by Hophois and Canisius, both Jesuits. There was nevertheless another cause in operation. Pius IV not only called the attention of Albert to the fact that every religious concession would diminish the obedience of his subjects, which was not to be denied as German principalities were then situated, but he enforced the effects of his admonition by marks of favour, abandoning to the Duke 1/10 of the property of his clergy. This not only rendered Albert V less dependent on his estates, but also showed him what advantages he might expect from a connection with the Church of Rome. Then came the question whether the Duke would have power to set aside the religious opposition already organized in his estates. On this task he entered at a diet assembled at Ingolstadt in the year 1563. The prelates were already well disposed to his views, and he next tried his influence on the towns. Whether it was that the doctrines of reviving Catholicism and the activity of the Jesuits, who insinuated themselves everywhere, had gained influence in the cities, especially with the leading members of their assemblies, or that other considerations prevailed, suffice it to say that on this occasion the cities did not renew those demands for religious concessions which they had hitherto always urged with great eagerness, but proceeded to grant supplies without making conditions for new privileges. The only opposition now remaining came from the nobles. That body left the diet in discontent, nay, much exasperated. Menaces uttered by various noblemen were repeated to the Duke. The most distinguished among them, the Count of Ortenburg, whose claim to hold his county immediately of the empire the Duke contested, at length resolved to introduce the evangelical confession into that territory without further delay. But in doing so, he placed weapons dangerous to himself and his order in the hands of the Duke, the rather, as in one of the castles seized by Albert, a correspondence between the Bavarian nobles was discovered, containing severe and offensive remarks on the sovereign, describing him as a hardened Pharaoh and his council as sanguinary enemies of the poor Christians. Other expressions found in these letters were believed to intimate the existence of a conspiracy, and furnished Albert with a pretext for calling his refractory nobles to account. He inflicted a punishment on them that cannot be called rigorous, but it sufficed to his purpose. Every nobleman compromised was excluded from the Bavarian diet, and as these members had formed the only opposition remaining, the Duke was, by their absence, rendered absolute master of his estates, among whom there has never since been any question agitated concerning religion. The importance of this measure was instantly manifest. Duke Albert had long urged the Pope and Council with great importunity for a grant of the cup to the laity. He seemed to consider the whole happiness of his territories to depend on this concession. In April of the year 1564, he finally received this grant. The result seems scarcely credible. He did not even suffer the fact of its being sent him to be made known. The position of his affairs had changed. A privilege departing from the strict tenor of Catholicism now appeared to the Duke injurious rather than advantageous. Certain communes of Lower Bavaria, which repeated their former demands for the cup with clamorous violence, he even compelled to silence by main force. In a short time there was no prince in Germany more decidedly Catholic than Duke Albert, and he then proceeded with the most earnest zeal to make his whole territory Catholic also. The professors of Ingolstadt were compelled to subscribe the confession of faith published in pursuance of the decree issued by the Council of Trent. The officers of the ducal government were obliged to pledge themselves by oath to a confession of unquestionable Catholicism. Whoever refused this was dismissed from his employment. Duke Albert would not endure the Protestant creed even among the common people. In the first instance, he sent certain Jesuits into Lower Bavaria to convert the inhabitants, and not only the preachers, but also all other persons who persisted in retaining the evangelical faith, were constrained to sell their property and quit the country. The same means were afterwards adopted in all other parts of the dukedom. No magistrate would have ventured to tolerate Protestants. He who would have done so would have incurred severe punishment. But with this restoration of Catholicism, all its modern forms were brought from Italy into Germany. An index of prohibited books was prepared. They were sought through the libraries and burnt in large numbers. Those of rigidly Catholic character were, on the contrary, highly favoured. The Duke left nothing undone to encourage the authors of such books. He caused the history of the saints by Surius to be translated into German and printed at his own cost. The utmost veneration was shown toward relics, and St. Benno, of whom in another part of Germany, Meissen, no one would any longer hear mention, was solemnly declared the patron saint of Bavaria. Architecture and music, in the taste of the restored church, were introduced at Munich. Above all, the Jesuit institutions were promoted, for by their agency it was that the youth of Bavaria were to be educated in a spirit of strict orthodoxy. The Jesuits, on their part, could not sufficiently praise the Duke. According to them, he was a second Josias, a new Theodosius. One question only remained to be considered. As the extension of temporal authority, derived by the Protestant princes from their influence over religious affairs, increased, so much the more oppressive would it have seemed if the Catholic sovereigns had suffered restriction from the restored authority of the ecclesiastical power. But for this also a remedy was provided. The popes clearly perceived that they could not succeed in upholding their decaying influence, or in regaining it when lost, without aid from the temporal sovereigns. They cherished no illusion on this subject, and made it their whole policy to preserve a strict alliance with the princes of Europe. To the first nuncio whom Gregory XIII sent into Bavaria, he gave instructions wherein this conviction is expressed without any circumlocution. The most ardent wish of His Holiness, it declares, is to restore the decayed discipline of the Church, but he sees that to attain so important an end he must unite himself with temporal sovereigns. By their piety religion has been upheld. By their assistance alone could church discipline and good order be restored. The Pope accordingly made over to the Duke his authority for stimulating the exertions of the negligent bishops, for carrying into effect the decrees of a synod that had been held at Salzburg, and for constraining the Bishop of Ratisbon and his chapter to erect a seminary. In a word, he confided to him a sort of spiritual supervision, and took counsel with him as to whether it might be advisable to found seminaries for the conventual clergy, such as were already established for the secular members of the hierarchy. To all this the Duke assented very willingly. He stipulated only that the bishops should respect the rights of the sovereign, whether those descending from earlier periods or the privileges but newly acquired, and that the clergy should be kept in discipline and subordination by their superiors. Edicts are extant in which the prince treats the convents as property of the treasury, Kammergut, and subjects them to secular administration. In the course of the Reformation, certain clerical attributes had been appropriated by the Protestant princes. The same thing was now done by the Catholic sovereigns. What occurred in the first case in opposition to the Papacy was here accomplished in concert with it. If Protestant rulers established their younger sons as administrators extraordinary in the neighbouring evangelical bishoprics, so in those that had remained Catholic, the sons of Catholic princes received immediate investiture of the episcopal dignity. Gregory had promised Duke Albert from the very first to neglect nothing that might be of advantage either to himself or his sons. Two of these sons were very soon installed in the most important benefices, and one of them gradually rose to the highest dignities of the empire. In addition to all this, Bavaria gained great and real importance in consequence of the position she assumed. Becoming the champion of a great principle which was in the act of acquiring new power, she was long regarded by the less powerful German princes of the Catholic faith as their leader. For the Duke now laboured zealously for the restoration of the ancient Church in every portion of territory that owned his rule. The Count of Hague had tolerated Protestantism in his dominions, but no sooner had this county fallen into the Duke's hands than he expelled the Protestants and reinstated the creed and ritual of Catholicism. In the Battle of Moncontour, the Margrave Philibert of Baden-Baden had remained dead on the field. His son Philip, then 10 years old, was brought up in Munich under the guardianship of Duke Albert, and, as a matter of course, in the Catholic faith. But the Duke would not wait for what the young Margrave might decide on when arrived at an age to govern. He instantly dispatched his high steward, Count Schwarzenberg, and the Jesuit George Schorich, who had already acted together in the conversion of Lower Bavaria, into the territories of Baden, with commission to restore that country to Catholicism by similar means. It is true that the Protestant inhabitants opposed imperial decrees to these attempts, but those edicts were not regarded. The plenipotentiaries proceeded, as the historian of the Jesuits complacently declares, to set the minds and ears of the simple multitude free for the reception of the heavenly doctrine. That is to say, they removed the Protestant preachers, compelled the monks who had not remained strictly orthodox to abjure all dissenting tenets, placed Catholic teachers in all the schools, primary and superior, and banished the laity who would not obey the orders imposed on them. In 2 years, 1570, 1571, the whole territory was again rendered Catholic. End of section 57. Section 58 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 4, Beginning of the Counter-Reformation in Germany, Section 2. While these things were taking place in the secular principalities, similar events occurred by a necessity still more inevitable in the ecclesiastical sovereignties. The spiritual princes of Germany were at one time more especially distinguished by their ecclesiastical than by their secular character, and the popes lost not a moment in extending over the episcopal office in Germany that increase of power accorded to them by the Council of Trent. First, Canisius was sent to the different ecclesiastical courts with copies of these edicts. He conveyed them to Mainz, Trier, Cologne, Osnabrück, and Würzburg, and with infinite address he contrived to give meaning and effect to the official respect and courtesy with which he was received. The matter was afterwards discussed in the Diet held at Augsburg in 1566. Pope Pius V had feared that Protestantism would then make new demands and obtain new concessions. He had already instructed his nuncio, in case of urgency, to put forward a protest threatening the emperor and princes with deprivation of all their rights. He even thought that the moment for this step had arrived. But the nuncio, who had a nearer view of things, did not consider this advisable. He saw that there was nothing more to fear. The Protestants were divided, the Catholics held together. The latter frequently assembled at the house of the nuncio to hold counsel on the measures to be taken in common. The blameless life of Canisius, his unquestionable orthodoxy, and his prudence procured him great influence in these meetings, wherein it was decided that no concession should be accorded. This Diet was, on the contrary, the first in which the Catholic princes opposed an effectual resistance to the Protestant demands. The Pope's exhortations found attentive listeners. In a special assembly of the ecclesiastical princes, the decrees of the Council of Trent were provisionally accepted. A new life may be said to have commenced from this moment in the Catholic Church in Germany. These decrees were gradually published in the provincial synods. Seminaries were erected in the episcopal sees. The first who complied with the rule to that effect being, so far as I can ascertain, the Bishop of Eichstätt, who founded the Willibald College, Collegium Willibaldinum, and the Professio Fidei was subscribed by persons of all classes. It is a very important fact that the universities were also compelled to subscribe it. A regulation proposed by Lainez, approved by the Pope, and now carried into effect in Germany, principally by the zeal of Canisius. Not only were no appointments made, but no degree was conferred even in the faculty of medicine, until the Professio Fidei had first been subscribed. The first university into which this rule was introduced was, so far as I can discover, that of Dillingen. The others gradually followed. The most rigid visitation of the churches commenced, and the bishops, who had hitherto been extremely negligent, now displayed the utmost zeal and devotion. Among the most zealous of these prelates, Jacob von Eltz, Elector of Trier from 1567 to 1581, more especially distinguished himself. He had been educated in the ancient discipline of Louvain, and had long devoted his literary labours to Catholicism. He had compiled a martyrology and composed a book of prayers. In the time of his predecessor, he had taken a very active part in the introduction of the Jesuits into Trier, and on his own accession to the government he had committed the visitation of his diocese to their society. Even schoolmasters were compelled to subscribe the Professio Fidei. Strict discipline and subordination were enforced upon the clergy by the severe and methodical system of the Jesuits. Parish priests were required to present a monthly report to the dean, who on his part was to report every 3 months to the archbishop. Whoever refused obedience to these mandates was instantly removed. Extracts from the edicts of the Council of Trent were printed for the clergy of the diocese and distributed for the general information and guidance. A new edition of the Missal was also published for the purpose of abolishing all diversities in the ritual. The ecclesiastical tribunal received a new and vigorous organization, principally by the agency of Bartholomew Bodegum of Delft. The greatest happiness of the archbishop was to find someone desirous of abjuring Protestantism. On such a person he never failed to bestow the blessing of readmission with his own hand. The prince-bishops were further prompted to the duties of their office by other motives besides those proceeding from their connection with Rome. The spiritual princes were instigated to restore their subjects to the Catholic faith by causes similar to those affecting the secular sovereigns. Nay, it was even more imperative on them to do so, since a population inclined to Protestantism would necessarily oppose a more earnest resistance to their rule on account of their ecclesiastical character. And precisely in the ecclesiastical city of Trier it is that this momentous portion of German history opens to our view. The archbishops of Trier, like other spiritual princes, had long been at variance with their capital. In the 16th century, Protestantism added a new element of discord. A stubborn resistance was opposed to the ecclesiastical tribunal in particular. Jacob von Eltz was at length compelled to a formal siege of the city, and having subdued it by force of arms, he brought forward an edict of the emperor in favour of his claims, and by these means reduced the citizens to obedience, both spiritual and temporal. Another measure taken by the archbishop was productive of very extensive effects. In the year 1572, he decreed the irrevocable exclusion of all Protestants from his court. This more particularly affected the provincial nobility, whose hopes of advancement were generally fixed on the court. The nobles thus saw their prospects destroyed, and more than one of them may probably have been induced by this circumstance to return to the ancient religion. A neighbour of Jacob von Eltz, Daniel Brendel, Elector of Mainz, was also a very good Catholic. He revived the procession of Corpus Christi, in opposition to the advice of all about him, and even officiated himself in the ceremony. He would on no account have neglected vespers, and from the affairs brought before him he invariably selected those of a spiritual character for his first attention. The Jesuits bestow high praise on this prince for the favours they received at his hands. He sent several pupils to the Collegium Germanicum in Rome, but he was not prepared to go to the extremities practised by Jacob von Eltz. His religious zeal was mingled with a certain character of irony. On establishing the Jesuits in his electorate, he was opposed by remonstrance from one of his feudal tenants. "How," said he, "you endure me, who fall so short of my duty, and you will not tolerate the Jesuits, who perform theirs so perfectly?" The answer he returned to the Jesuits when they urged him to the complete extirpation of Protestantism has not been reported to us. But we know that he continued to suffer Lutherans and Calvinists to retain a permanent residence both in the city and at court, and in some places he even tolerated the evangelical ritual. But this probably may have been only because he did not believe himself strong enough to suppress it. In a more remote part of his dominions, where no powerful and warlike neighbours, such as the Counts Palatine of the Rhine, were near to hold him in check, he proceeded to very decisive measures. The restoration of Catholicism in Eichsfeld was his work. There also the Protestant creed had gained firm hold by favour of the nobles, and had even made its way into Heiligenstadt, notwithstanding the presence of the chapter which held the patronage of all the livings. A Lutheran preacher was settled there, and the communion was administered in both kinds. On one occasion only 12 citizens of any consideration received the sacrament at Easter according to the Catholic forms. Things were in this position when, in the year 1574, the Archbishop appeared personally at Eichsfeld, accompanied by 2 Jesuits, for the purpose of holding a visitation of the churches. He proceeded to no act of violence, but took measures that proved entirely effectual. He removed the Protestant preachers from Heiligenstadt and founded a college of Jesuits there. He dismissed no member from the council, but he prevented the admission of Protestants for the future by making a slight addition to the oath taken by the councillors, in virtue of which they bound themselves to obey his Grace the Elector, whether in spiritual or temporal matters. But the most essential change made by Daniel Brendel was the appointment of Leopold von Stralendorf, a most zealous Catholic, to the office of High Bailiff. This functionary did not scruple to enforce the milder measures of his master in a spirit of excessive rigour, adopted on his own responsibility. And in a consistent administration of 26 years, he restored the Catholic faith to its supremacy in town and country. Disregarding the remonstrances of the nobles, he expelled the Protestant preachers from the territory and appointed pupils from the new Jesuit college in their place. Another ecclesiastical prince had already given the example of similar proceedings in that part of the country. In the diocese of Fulda, the evangelical forms of worship had been tolerated by 6 abbots in succession, and the young abbot, Balthasar von Dernbach, surnamed Gravel, had promised at his election in the year 1570 to allow the continuance of this practice. But whether it was that the favour shown him by the papal court had inflamed his ambition, or that he considered the restoration of Catholicism likely to increase his very insignificant authority, or that his convictions had indeed become decidedly changed, certain it is that he gradually displayed not only aversion but even hostility to the Protestant tenets. He first called in the Jesuits, not that he was acquainted with the order, nor had he ever seen one of its colleges. He knew them by common report only, and by the accounts he had received from a few students of the College of Trier. But his purpose may perhaps have been confirmed by the recommendations of Daniel Brendel. The Jesuits accepted his invitation very cordially. Mainz and Trier combined to establish a colony in Fulda. The abbot built them a house and school and granted them a pension. He himself, being still extremely ignorant, accepted instruction at their hands. The first result of these proceedings on the part of the abbot was a dispute with his chapter, which possessed the right to a voice in such matters, and entirely disapproved of the introduction of the Jesuits. He soon after attacked the city also, having found a favourable occasion for doing so. The parish priest of Fulda, who had hitherto preached evangelical doctrines, returned to Catholicism. He recommenced the use of Latin in the rite of baptism, and the administration of the communion in one kind only. The inhabitants, long accustomed to the Reformed ritual, did not willingly consent to abandon it, and demanded the removal of the priest. Their request, as may be supposed, received no attention. Not only was the Catholic ritual strictly observed in the cathedral, but the Protestant preachers were expelled one after another from the remaining churches also, and Jesuits appointed in their place. The abbot had already dismissed his Protestant councillors and officers to replace them by others of the Catholic creed. It was in vain that the nobles remonstrated. The abbot assumed an appearance of surprise, and observed that he hoped they did not mean to dictate the measures which he should pursue for the government of the land committed by God to his rule. Some of the more powerful princes of the empire sent embassies to dissuade him from these innovations, and to request the dismissal of the Jesuits. But he remained immovable. Nay, he further proceeded to menaces against the knights of his dominions, who asserted a sort of claim to hold immediately of the emperor, which was a privilege that would have been much restricted had the ecclesiastical sovereign been able to enforce obedience in matters of religion. It was thus that Catholicism, which might have been thought conquered, once more arose in Germany with renewed strength. The most varied motives contributed to this result. The revival of church discipline by the edicts of the Council of Trent largely contributed, but motives of internal policy were more active than all others, since it was obvious that a sovereign would be much more powerful if his subjects were attached to his own creed. It is true that the restoration of the Church had at first included separate points only, but these soon presented a boundless prospect in the spirit of reform. That no more effectual resistance was offered to the proceedings of the spiritual princes must in itself have been of infinite moment. At the Peace of Augsburg, an attempt had been made to secure the Protestant communities inhabiting ecclesiastical territories by an express declaration of the emperor. The spiritual sovereigns now refused to acknowledge this declaration, and would in no case be restricted by it. The imperial power was neither sufficiently strong nor sufficiently resolute to come to any effectual decision regarding it, still less to make it respected. Even in the diets of the empire there was not the energy or the unanimity that would have been required to procure the adoption of measures in its favour. The most important changes occurred without a word of remark, almost without observation, and they were not even mentioned by the historians of the period, but passed as things inevitable, and that could not be otherwise. End of section 58. Section 59 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 5, Troubles in the Netherlands and France. While the efforts of Catholicism were producing results so important and extensive in Germany, they were put forth with equal vigour in the Netherlands and in France, though in a manner entirely different. The principal distinction was that a powerful central authority existed in each of these last named countries, which took immediate part in every movement, assumed the guidance of all religious enterprises, and was itself directly affected by any opposition offered to a religious undertaking. There was consequently more unity in the different relations of the states, a more perfect combination of means, and more effectual energy of action. The many and varied measures taken by Philip to enforce obedience in the Netherlands at the beginning of his reign are well known. He was compelled to abandon most of them, one after another, but he clung with stubborn tenacity and inflexible rigour to all that had been framed for the maintenance of Catholicism and religious uniformity. By the institution of new bishoprics and archbishoprics, he completely remodelled the ecclesiastical constitution of the country. In these proceedings he would permit himself to be checked by no remonstrance or appeal to the rights which he was unquestionably invading. These bishoprics acquired redoubled importance from the increased severity enforced on the discipline of the Church by the Council of Trent. Philip II had adopted the decrees of the Council after a short deliberation, and had then proclaimed them in the Netherlands. The daily life of the people, who had hitherto found means to avoid any violent restraints, was now to be placed upon the most rigorous supervision, and subjected to the minute observance of forms from which they had believed themselves about to be entirely emancipated. In addition to this came the penal laws, of which so many had been issued in the Netherlands under the preceding government, and the zeal of the inquisitors, whom the newly erected tribunal of Rome was daily stimulating to increased activity. The people of the Netherlands left no means untried that might induce the king to moderate his rigour, and he did appear at times to be more leniently disposed. Count Egmont thought he had received assurance of this during his sojourn in Spain. It was nevertheless scarcely to be hoped for. We have already observed that the authority of Philip throughout his dominions reposed on a religious basis. Had he made concessions to the inhabitants of the Netherlands, they would have been demanded in Spain, where he could not possibly have granted them. He too was subjected, a fact we must not refuse to acknowledge, to the pressure of an inevitable necessity. This was, besides, the period when the accession and first measures of Pius V were exciting increased zeal through all Catholic Christendom. Philip II felt an unusual inclination towards this pontiff, and gave an attentive ear to his exhortations. The attack of the Turks on Malta had just been repulsed, and the more bigoted party, enemies to the Protestant Netherlanders, may have availed themselves of the impression produced by this victory, as the Prince of Orange suspected, to lead the king into some violent resolution. Let it suffice to say that towards the end of the year 1565 an edict was promulgated surpassing all preceding ones in severity. The penal enactments, the decrees of the council, and those of the provincial synods held subsequently, were to be enforced without remission. The inquisitors alone were to take cognizance of religious offences, all civil authorities being enjoined to render them assistance. A commissioner was appointed to watch over the execution of this edict, with orders to give a report every 3 months. The effect of these decrees was manifestly to introduce a spiritual domination, if not exactly similar to that of Spain, yet at least resembling the rule of Italy. Among the first results that ensued was that the people took up arms. The destruction of images began, and the whole country was in the wildest commotion. There was a moment when the authorities seemed about to yield. But as is usual in such cases, acts of violence defeated the end proposed by them. The moderate and peaceable inhabitants were alarmed, and gave assistance to the government. Victory remained with the Duchess of Parma, the regent, and having taken possession of the rebellious towns, she found herself in a position to impose an oath on the public officers, and even on the feudatories of the king, by which they formally pledged themselves to the maintenance of the Catholic faith and to an armed resistance to heretics. Even this did not suffice for Philip II. It was the unhappy moment when the catastrophe of his son Don Carlos occurred. He was more than usually severe and unbending. The Pope repeated his exhortations that no concession to the disadvantage of Catholicism should be made, and Philip assured His Holiness that he would not suffer a single root of the noxious plant to remain in the Netherlands. Neither he would uphold the Catholic faith in all its purity, or would consent to lose those provinces altogether. For the better fulfilment of these intentions, he sent his best general, the Duke of Alva, with a formidable army into the Netherlands, even after the troubles had been allayed. Let us examine the moving principle by which the proceedings of Alva were regulated. The Duke was convinced that all might be arranged in a country disturbed by revolutionary movements when once the chiefs had been disposed of. That Charles V, after so many important victories, had been very nearly driven from the German Empire, he attributed to the forbearance of that monarch, who had spared his enemies when they had fallen into his hands. Much has been written concerning the alliance entered into between the French and Spaniards at the Congress of Bayonne in 1565, and the measures concerted there. But of all that has been said of this convention, thus much only is certain, that the Duke of Alva exhorted the French Queen to disembarrass herself of the Huguenot leaders by whatever means she could find. What he then advised he now made no scruple of putting into practice. Philip had entrusted him with some blank warrants bearing the royal signature. The first use he made of them was to arrest Egmont and Horn, whom he assumed to have been implicated in the recent insurrections. "May it please your sacred Catholic Majesty," thus begins the letter which he wrote to the king on this occasion, and which seems to imply that he had no express command for the arrest of the counts, "on my arrival in Brussels, I procured the necessary information from the proper quarter, and thereupon secured the person of Count Egmont. I have also caused Count Horn and some others to be imprisoned." It will perhaps be asked why he sentenced these prisoners a year afterwards to be executed. It was not because he had received proof of their guilt from the trial. The blame attached to them was rather that of not having prevented the disturbances than of having caused them. Nor was it by command of the king, who rather left it to Alva to decide on the execution or not, as he should consider expedient. The cause of their death was as follows. A small body of Protestants had made an incursion into the country. They had effected nothing of moment, but had gained some little advantage at Heiligerie, and the Duke of Arenberg, a general of high reputation in the royal army, had been left dead on the field. In his letters to the king, Alva said that he had perceived the people to be thrown into a ferment by this mischance, that they were becoming bold, and he considered it expedient to show that he was in no wise afraid of them. He wished also to deprive them of any wish they might have to excite new commotions, with a view to rescue the prisoners, and had therefore resolved on permitting the execution to proceed immediately. And thus did these noble men lose their lives, though no guilt worthy of death could be found in them. Their sole crime consisted in the defence of the ancient liberties of their country. They were sacrificed not to any principles of justice, but rather to the momentary considerations of a cruel policy. The Duke remembered Charles V, whose errors he was determined to avoid. We see that Alva was cruel from principle. Who could hope for mercy from the fearful tribunal that he erected under the name of Council of Disturbances? He ruled the provinces by arrests and executions. He razed the houses of the condemned to the ground and confiscated their property. He pursued his ecclesiastical designs together with his political purposes. The ancient power of the Estates was reduced to a mere name. Spanish troops occupied the country, and a citadel was erected in the most important mercantile city. The Duke insisted with obstinate despotism on the exaction of the most odious taxes, and in Spain, whence also he drew large sums, people asked with surprise what he could do with all the money. It is, however, true that the country was obedient. No malcontent ventured to move. Every trace of Protestantism disappeared, and those who had been driven into neighbouring districts remained perfectly quiet. "Monsignore," said a member of Philip's council to the papal nuncio during these events, "are you not satisfied with the proceedings of the king?" "Perfectly satisfied," replied the nuncio with a smile. Alva himself believed he had performed a master stroke, and it was not without contempt that he regarded the French government, which had not been able to make itself master in its own territory. In France, after the legal concessions made to Protestantism, a strong reaction against it had taken place. It proceeded from the nobility, who would not brook so great a deviation from the prevailing system, both religious and social, nor give a free hand to the government as it was then constituted. They succeeded, however, by persuasion or force, in gaining over the government and in carrying out an alteration in policy which was fraught with bloody results. The Protestants also had at their head powerful and determined leaders who answered force with force. In itself, the outbreak of civil war and the close connection between the religious interests and the political and court factions could not be advantageous to the progress of Protestantism. So long as the adherents of reform kept the peace, everything was in their favour. But when, carried away by their leaders, they took up arms and committed those acts of violence that are inseparable from a state of warfare, they lost their advantage in public opinion. "What kind of religion is this?" men asked. "Where has Christ commanded the pillage of our neighbour and the shedding of his blood?" When the city of Paris at length found it needful to assume an attitude of defence against the attacks of Condé, who appeared as the leader of the Huguenots, all public bodies displayed a disposition adverse to Protestantism. The population of the city capable of bearing arms was organized as a military body, and the officers appointed to command this force were required above all things to be Catholics. The members of the university and the Parliament, with the very numerous class of advocates, were compelled to subscribe a confession of faith, the articles of which were purely Catholic. Every feature of town life took on an anti-Protestant colour. It was under the influence of this change in public opinion that the Jesuits established themselves in France. Their commencement was on a very small scale. They had to content themselves with colleges thrown open to them by a few ecclesiastical dignitaries, their partisans in Billon and Tournon, places remote from the centre of the kingdom, and where nothing effectual could be accomplished. In the larger towns, more particularly in Paris, they at first encountered the most determined opposition, above all from the Sorbonne, the Parliament, and the Archbishop, who all believed their own interests liable to be prejudiced by the privileges and character of the order. But they gradually acquired the favour of the more zealous Catholics, and especially of the court, which was unwearied in commending them for their exemplary lives and pure doctrines, by which many apostates had been brought back to the faith, and East and West induced to acknowledge the presence of the Lord. Thus at length they succeeded in removing all impediments, and in the year 1564 were admitted to the privilege of teaching. In Lyons they had already made their position secure. They had the good fortune, whether by their merit or mere chance, to include from the first several men of remarkable talents among their members. To the Huguenot preachers they opposed Edmond Ogier, who was born in France but educated in Rome under Ignatius Loyola, and of whom the Protestants themselves are reported to have said that had he not worn Catholic vestments, there would never have existed a more perfect orator. An extraordinary impression was produced both by his preaching and writing. In Lyons, more particularly, the Huguenots were completely defeated. Their preachers were exiled, their churches destroyed, and their books burnt. For the Jesuits, on the contrary, in the year 1563, a magnificent college was erected. They had a distinguished professor also, Maldonat, whose exposition of the Bible attracted the youth of the country in multitudes and enchained their attention. From these great cities they extended themselves over the kingdom in all directions. They formed establishments in Toulouse and Bordeaux. Wherever they appeared, the number of Catholic communicants was observed to increase. The Catechism of Ogier had extraordinary success. Within the space of 8 years, 38,000 copies of it were sold in Paris alone. In fact, the Catholic spirit of the French, which was directly opposed to the Huguenots, began to show activity in all directions. When the Huguenots, in fear lest a fate similar to that of the people of the Netherlands should befall them, again took up arms and secured for themselves a favourable edict of pacification, many French towns hesitated to carry it out. In the provinces, the different classes combined to form unions for the preservation of the Catholic religion, which even threatened the government if it adopted an opposite policy. But Catherine de' Medici, indignant that the Huguenots had taken up arms anew, was already much inclined to make her power felt. The example of Alva showed how much could be accomplished by inflexible determination. The Pope continually exhorted her to repress the insolence of the rebels, to arrest their progress, and no longer to endure their existence. At length he accompanied his admonitions by the permission to alienate church property, by which the treasury gained 1.5 million livres. Accordingly, Catherine de' Medici followed the example given the year before by the regent of the Netherlands, imposed an oath on the French nobility, by which they bound themselves to abjure every engagement contracted without the previous knowledge of the king. She demanded the dismissal of all magistrates from the cities which were suspected of favouring the new doctrines. In September 1568, she announced to Philip that she would tolerate no other religion but the Catholic, and war instantly burst forth. It was entered on with extraordinary zeal by the Catholic party. At the request of the Pope, Philip of Spain sent the French an auxiliary force of practised troops under experienced leaders. Pius V caused collections to be made in the States of the Church, and gathered contributions from the Italian princes. Nay, he himself dispatched a small body of troops across the Alps, that same army to whose leader he gave the ferocious command to kill every Huguenot that might fall into his hands, and grant quarter to none. The Huguenots also drew their forces together. They too were full of religious zeal, and looked on the papal soldiers as the army of Antichrist arrayed against them. They too gave no quarter, and were equally provided with foreign aid. They were nevertheless entirely defeated at Moncontour. With what exultation did Pius V receive the Huguenot standards that were sent him after the battle! How joyfully did he place them in the churches of St. Peter and St. John Lateran! He conceived the most daring hopes. It was at this moment that he pronounced the sentence of excommunication against Queen Elizabeth. He even flattered himself with the hope of leading an expedition against England in person. So far he was, however, not permitted to proceed. As had so frequently occurred before, a revulsion of opinion now took place in the court of France. and this, though occasioned by trifling circumstances of a personal nature only, yet brought about great changes in matters of the highest importance. The king became envious of the honour gained by his brother, the Duke of Anjou, from the defeat of the Huguenots at Moncontour, where he had commanded the troops, and of the influence acquired by the Duke from the repose he thus procured to the country. He was confirmed in his feeling by those around him, who were equally jealous of Anjou's followers, and who feared lest power should go hand in hand with the honour they had acquired. Not only were the advantages gained followed up with the utmost indifference, and after long delay, but in opposition to the high Catholic party led by Anjou, another and more moderate party appeared at court, which adopted a line of policy altogether different, made peace with the Huguenots, and invited the Protestant leaders to the court. In 1569 the French, in alliance with Spain and the Pope, had sought to overthrow the Queen of England. In the summer of 1572 we see them in league with that queen to wrest the Netherlands from Spain. Meanwhile, these changes were too sudden and too imperfectly matured to have consistency or duration. The most violent explosion followed, and affairs resumed their previous direction. There can be no doubt that Catherine de' Medici, while entering with a certain degree of warmth and earnestness into the policy and plans of the dominant party, which favoured her interests so far as they appeared likely to assist in placing her youngest son, Alençon, on the English throne, was yet concerting the measures requisite for executing a stroke of policy directly opposed to them. She did her utmost to draw the Huguenots to Paris, numerous as they were. They were there surrounded and held in check by a population far more numerous, in a state of military organization, and easily excited to fanaticism. She had previously given a very significant intimation to the Pope of her purpose in this proceeding, but had she still been in doubt, the occurrences of the moment were such as must at once have determined her. The Huguenots were on the point of gaining over the king himself. They were apparently supplanting the authority of the Queen Mother, and in this danger she hesitated no longer. With the irresistible and magic power that she exercised over her children, she aroused all the latent fanaticism of the king. It cost her but a word to make the people take to arms. That word she spoke. Of the eminent Huguenots, each one was pointed out to his personal enemy and given over to his vengeance. Catherine had declared herself to wish for the death of 6 men only, the deaths of those alone would she take upon her conscience. The number massacred was 50,000. Thus all that the Spaniards had perpetuated in the Netherlands was exceeded by the French. What the first brought about gradually, with deliberate calculation, and with a certain observance of legal forms, the latter accomplished in the heat of passion, in defiance of all forms of law, and by the aid of a populace roused to a fury of fanaticism. The result appeared to be the same. Not one leader was left whose name might serve as a point round which the scattered Huguenots could gather. Many fled. A large number surrendered. Place after place returned to attendance at the Mass. The preachers were silenced. With pleasure, Philip II saw himself imitated and surpassed. He offered Charles IX, who now for the first time earned a right to be called the most Christian king, to assist the completion of his undertaking by the power of his arms. Pope Gregory XIII celebrated this great event by a solemn procession to the church of San Luigi. The Venetians, who seemed to have no particular interest in the matter, expressed in official dispatches to their ambassador their satisfaction at this favour of God. But can it be possible that crimes of a character so sanguinary can ever succeed? Are they not in too flagrant opposition to the more profound mysteries of human events? to the undefined yet inviolable and ever-active principles that govern the order of nature? Men may blind themselves for a time, but they cannot disturb the moral laws on which their existence reposes. These rule with a necessity as inevitable as that which regulates the course of the stars. End of section 59. Section 60 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 6. Resistance of the Protestants in the Netherlands, France, and Germany. Machiavelli advises his prince to execute the cruelties he shall deem necessary in rapid succession, but gradually to permit more lenient measures to follow. It would almost seem that the Spaniards had sought to follow this advice to the letter in the Netherlands. They appeared to be themselves at length of opinion that property enough had been confiscated, heads enough struck off, and that the time for mercy had arrived. In the year 1572, the Venetian ambassador at Madrid declares his conviction that the Prince of Orange would obtain his pardon if he would ask for it. The king received the deputies of the Netherlands very favourably when they arrived with a petition for the repeal of the impost of the 10th penny, and even thanked them for their pains. He had determined to recall Alva and to replace him by a more clement governor. But it was now too late. Immediately after the conclusion of the treaty between France and England, which had preceded the massacre of St. Bartholomew, the insurrection broke out. Alva had believed his work at an end, but the struggle was in fact only then beginning. He defeated the enemy whenever he met them in the open field, but in the towns of Holland and Zeeland, where the religious excitement had been most profound, and where Protestantism had attained to a more effectual organization, he encountered a force of resistance that he could not overcome. In Haarlem, when all means of supporting life were consumed, even to the grass growing between the stones, the inhabitants resolved to cut their way through the besiegers with their wives and children. The dissensions prevailing in their garrison compelled them at last to surrender, but they had shown that the Spaniards might be resisted. The people of Alkmaar declared themselves for the Prince of Orange at the moment when the enemy appeared before their gates. Their defence was heroic as their resolution. Not a man would leave his post, however severely wounded. Before the walls of Alkmaar, the Spaniards received their first effectual repulse. The country breathed again, and new courage entered the hearts of the people. The men of Leyden declared that rather than yield, they would devour their left arms to enable themselves to continue the defence with their right. They took the bold resolution of breaking down their dams and calling to their aid the waves of the North Sea. Their misery had reached its utmost extremity when a northwest wind, setting in at the critical moment, laid the country under water to the depth of several feet and drove the enemy from their borders. The French Protestants had also regained their courage. No sooner did they perceive that their government, notwithstanding the savage massacre it had committed, displayed irresolution, procrastinated, and adopted contradictory measures, then they again took arms, and war soon burst forth anew. La Rochelle and Sancerre defended themselves as Leyden and Alkmaar had done. The preachers of peace were heard exhorting men to arms. Women shared in the combat with their husbands and brothers. It was the heroic age of Protestantism in Western Europe. The acts of cruelty, committed or sanctioned by the most powerful princes, were met in various nameless points by a resistance which had its secret origin in the most profound religious convictions, and which no force could overcome. It is not our purpose at this time to give the details and follow the vicissitudes of the wars in France and the Netherlands. This would lead us too far from our principal object. They are, besides, to be found in many other books. Suffice it to say that the Protestants maintained their ground. In the year 1573, and again in the following years, the French government was repeatedly compelled to enter into negotiations from which the Huguenots gained a renewal of former concessions. In the Netherlands, the power of the government had fallen to ruin in the year 1576. The Spanish troops, not receiving their regular pay, were in open insurrection, and all the provinces had united against them, those which had hitherto maintained their allegiance with those which had revolted, the districts remaining in a great measure Catholic with those entirely Protestant. The States General took the government into their own hands and appointed captains general, governors, and magistrates, and garrisoned the fortified places with their own troops in place of the king's. The Treaty of Ghent was concluded, by which provinces pledged themselves to expel the Spaniards and keep them out of the country. Philip of Spain sent his brother, who might be considered a Netherlander, to govern them as Charles V had done. But Don John was not even acknowledged until he had promised to fulfil the principal conditions laid before him. He was compelled to accept the Treaty of Ghent and to dismiss the Spanish troops. And no sooner did he make the first movement to free himself from the restraints that fettered him, than all parties rose against him. He was declared an enemy of the country, and the chiefs of the provinces called another prince of his house to take his place. The principle of local government overcame the monarchical. The native power was victorious over the Spanish. From this state of things various consequences necessarily arose. The northern provinces, which had conducted the opposition and thereby rendered the existing circumstances possible, at once acquired a natural preponderance in all that related to the war and the government. It thus followed that the reformed religion was propagated through the whole extent of the Netherlands. It was received in Mechlin, Bruges, and Ypres. The people of Antwerp divided their churches between the two confessions, and the Catholics were occasionally compelled to content themselves with the choirs of those churches which they had so lately held in sole possession. In Ghent, the Protestant tendency was mingled with a civil commotion, and obtained entire supremacy. The Treaty of Ghent had guaranteed the maintenance of the Catholic Church in its former condition, but the States General now issued an edict by which equal liberty was secured to both confessions. Thenceforth, Protestant opinions made rapid advance, even in those provinces that were principally Catholic, and there seemed good cause for the expectation that they would eventually become predominant throughout the country. How changed was the position now held by the Prince of Orange! He had but lately been in exile, whose best hope was to obtain pardon. He was now possessed of a well-established power in the northern provinces, was Sheriff Ruwaard of Brabant, all-powerful in the assembly of the States, and acknowledged as their chief and leader by a great religious and political party which was making rapid progress. He was, besides, in close alliance with all the Protestants of Europe, and more especially with his neighbours, the Germans. The aggressions of the Catholics were resisted in Germany also, with a force on the Protestant part, which seemed to promise the most important results. The effects of this resistance were apparent in the general transactions of the empire, in the assemblies of the electors, and in the imperial diets, although there the German system of conducting affairs prevented any adequate results from appearing. They were most sensibly felt, as had been the aggressions in the several territories and distinct sovereignties into which Germany was divided. It was in the spiritual principalities, as we have seen, that the question was most earnestly debated. There was scarcely one wherein the prince had not attempted to restore Catholicism to its ancient supremacy. The Protestants, who felt their own strength, retorted with efforts equally comprehensive, and laboured with equal energy to bring the ecclesiastical sovereignties themselves to their own opinions. In the year 1577, Gebhard Truchsess ascended the archiepiscopal throne of Cologne. This was to be ascribed in great measure to the influence possessed by Count Neuenahr over the chapter, and perfectly well did that powerful Protestant know who it was that he recommended. It is certain that Gebhard's acquaintance with Agnes von Mansfeld, which is said to have influenced his decision, was not required to determine him against the Catholics. Even at his solemn entry into Cologne, when the clergy met him in procession, he did not alight from his horse, as was the established custom, to kiss the cross. He appeared in the church in a military dress, nor would he consent to perform high mass. He attached himself from the very first to the Prince of Orange, and his principal counsellors were Calvinists. Further, he did not scruple to mortgage land in order to raise troops, was careful to secure the attachment of the nobles, and favoured certain of the guilds of Cologne, which had begun to oppose themselves to Catholic usages. All circumstances tending to show the existence of that purpose which he afterwards manifested openly, of converting his spiritual sovereignty into a secular electorate. Gebhard Truchsess still conformed, occasionally at least, and in externals, to the Catholic faith. The adjacent bishoprics of Westphalia and Lower Saxony, on the contrary, fell, as we have already observed, immediately into the hands of Protestants. The elevation of Duke Henry of Saxe-Lauenburg was most especially important. He had been elected while yet very young, and though a firm Lutheran, to the archbishopric of Bremen, some time after to the bishopric of Osnabrück, and in 1577 to that of Paderborn. Even in Münster a large party, including all the younger members of the chapter, were attached to his interests, and but for the direct intervention of Gregory XIII, who declared a resignation actually made to be null and void, he would have been elevated to that see also, in spite of all efforts made to prevent it by the rigidly Catholic party. Indeed, these last were still unable to prevail so far as to secure the election of any other bishop. It is obvious that a powerful impulse must have been given to Protestant opinions in Rhenish Westphalia, where they had before been widely propagated, by this disposition on the part of the ecclesiastical chiefs. There needed only some fortunate combination of circumstances, some well-directed stroke, to secure the decided predominance of Protestantism in that district. All Germany would have felt the influence of this event. The same contingencies were probable in regard to the bishoprics of Upper Germany as those we have seen occurring in the lower part of the empire, and even in the territories where the Restoration had begun, resistance to its efforts was far from being suppressed. How keenly was this truth experienced by the abbot Balthasar of Fulda! When it was seen that the intercessions of neighbouring princes and the complaints laid before the Diet produced no effect, but that in disregard of all the abbot persisted in completing his restoration of the Catholic faith, and went about enforcing his regulations throughout the abbacy, he was one day encountered at Hammelburg, whither he had gone in the summer of 1576 for the promotion of these very purposes, was assailed by his armed nobles and imprisoned in his own house. Finding that all measures were taken to oppose him, that his neighbours beheld his embarrassment with satisfaction, and that the Bishop of Würzburg was even assisting his enemies, he resigned himself perforce to the abdication of the government and was deprived of his dominions. In Bavaria also, Duke Albert found his purposes still far from being accomplished. He complained to the Pope that his nobility would rather forego the sacrament altogether than receive it in one kind. But it was of much higher importance that Protestantism was making continual progress in the Austrian provinces, and was gradually acquiring an acknowledged and legalized existence. Under the wisely conducted government of Maximilian II, it not only gained a fixed position in Austria proper, both east and west of the Enns, but had also extended throughout the neighbouring districts. That emperor had scarcely redeemed the county of Glatz from the Dukes of Bavaria, who had held it in mortgage, 1567, before the nobles, public officers, towns, and finally the larger part of the people went over to the evangelical confession. Hans von Pupschutz, the captain general, established a Protestant consistory by his own authority, and upheld by this, he sometimes proceeded farther than the emperor would have desired. Gradually the estates there also obtained a great degree of power and independence. This was altogether the most prosperous epoch of the county. The mines were thriving, the towns were rich and flourishing, the nobles well educated and orderly. Waste lands were reclaimed in all directions, and villages were established among them. The church of Albendorf, to which in the present day thousands of pilgrims annually proceed for the purpose of kissing an old image of the Virgin, was at that time for 60 years occupied by Protestant preachers. Some time later, only 9 Catholic burghers were counted in the capital, while there were 300 of the evangelical faith. We cannot be surprised that Pope Pius V should feel inexpressible aversion to the Emperor Maximilian. On one occasion, when the conversation turned on the war that sovereign was engaged in with the Turks, Pius declared outright that he knew not to which side he least wished the victory. Protestantism continued under these circumstances to make progress even in the interior provinces of Austria, over which the emperor did not exercise immediate control. In the year 1568, 24 evangelical pastors were already counted in Carinthia, and in 1571 the capital of Styria had only 1 Catholic in its council. Not that the evangelical doctrines found a support in this country from the Archduke Charles, its governor. On the contrary, this prince introduced the Jesuits and promoted their efforts to the utmost of his power, but Protestant opinions prevailed in the estates. In the diets, where religious affairs were mingled with the administration of government and the defence of the country, they had the upper hand. For every concession they made in political matters, they demanded religious immunities in return. At the Diet of Bruck on the Mur, held in 1578, the Archduke was compelled to accord the free exercise of the evangelical religion, not only in the domains of the nobles and landed proprietors, where he could not have prevented it, but also in the 4 important towns of Graz, Judenburg, Klagenfurt, and Laibach. Thereupon the Protestant institutions were regularly organized in those provinces as in the imperial territories. A Protestant administration of the churches was established, a regular system of preaching and schools arranged, on the model of that prevailing in Württemberg. In some instances, as at St. Veit, Catholics were excluded from the municipal elections and were no longer admitted to provincial offices. Under favour of these circumstances, Protestantism first gained the ascendancy in a country so closely neighbouring to Italy. The impulse given by the Jesuits was here counteracted by the most steadfast opposition. In all the provinces of Austria, of the German, Slavonic, and Hungarian tongues, with the single exception of the Tyrol, Protestantism was in 1578 the predominant religion. It thus becomes evident that throughout Germany the progress made by Catholicism was met by successful opposition and equal progress on the part of the Protestants. End of section 60. Section 61 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. The epoch we are considering is indeed a most remarkable one. The 2 great religious tendencies are seen once more in active conflict, with equal hope of obtaining the ascendancy. As compared with former times, the position of things had materially changed. At an earlier period, each party had been willing to treat with the other. Reconciliation had been attempted in Germany. A way seemed prepared for it in France. It was demanded in the Netherlands, nor did it appear to be impracticable, since toleration was in some places practised. But the spirit of opposition had now assumed a more hostile and threatening aspect. Throughout Europe, the antagonist principles were, so to speak, now provoking each other to combat. We shall be amply repaid by a slight review of the general state of things as existing in the years 1578 to 9. Let us commence in the East with Poland. Here also the Jesuits had made their way, under sanction of the bishops, who sought in them for support to their own power. In the year 1569, a college was founded for them by Cardinal Hosius, Bishop of Ermeland, at Braunsberg, from which many others were established in all directions. They settled themselves in Pultusk and Posen likewise, at each place with the aid of the bishop. The Lutherans of Lithuania proposed to establish a university on their own principles, and the Bishop Valerian of Vilna, considering it highly essential to counteract the effect of this, erected a Jesuit school in his diocese. He was old and failing, and desired to mark his last days by this meritorious action. The first members of the society arrived in his see in the year 1570. Here, as in other places, the first result of these efforts merely was that Protestants took measures to maintain their influence. In the Convocation Diet of 1573, they carried a resolution by virtue of which all men were secured from offence or injury on account of religious opinions. The bishops were compelled to submit. The example of the troubles in the Netherlands was brought forward to prove to them the dangers that might arise from their refusal. The succeeding kings of Poland were also compelled to promise the maintenance of this resolution. In the year 1579, the payment of tithes to the clergy was suspended, and the nuncio declared that 1,200 parish priests were rendered destitute by this regulation. A high court of judicature was established in the same year, composed of laity and clergy in equal numbers, which took cognizance even of ecclesiastical disputes. The utmost surprise was expressed in Rome that the Polish clergy should endure a tribunal so constituted. The contest was equally animated in Sweden as in Poland, and was accompanied by very peculiar circumstances. These had immediate reference to the person of the sovereign, who was indeed the object of the struggle. In all the sons of Gustavus Vasa, the brood of King Gustavus, as the Swedes called them, there was a very unusual mixture of deep reflection with impetuous wilfulness, of devotional feeling with excessive violence. The most highly cultivated of these princes was John, the second son of Gustavus. He had married a Catholic princess, Catherine of Poland, who had shared his prison in the rigorous solitude of which he had received consolation from a Catholic priest. Thus these religious disputes awakened his particular interest. The Swedish prince had studied the Fathers to gain a clearer comprehension of the state of the Church from the earliest times. He looked favourably on all books treating of a possible reconciliation between the two confessions, and his attention was continually occupied by questions connected with this subject. When he became king, he made, in fact, certain approaches toward the Church of Rome. He published a liturgy on the model of that sanctioned by the Council of Trent, in which the Swedish divines perceived with amazement that not only the usages, but even some of the distinguishing doctrines of the Roman Church were included. As the intercession of the Pope, as well with the Catholic princes in general, on account of the Russian war, as with the Spanish court in particular, with regard to the maternal inheritance of his wife, was likely to be essential to the interests of the Swedish monarch, he did not hesitate to send one of his nobles as ambassador to Rome. He even permitted some few Jesuits from the Netherlands to settle in Stockholm, where he committed to their charge an important institution for the education of youth. These proceedings naturally excited very sanguine hopes in Rome, and Antonio Posavino, one of the most clever men in the Society of Jesus, was selected to make a strenuous effort for the conversion of King John. In the year 1578, Posavino arrived in Sweden. The king was not disposed to give way on all points. He demanded that marriage should be conceded to the priests, that the sacramental cup should be granted to the laity, that Mass should be celebrated in the language of the country, that the Church should abandon all its claims to confiscated property, and make other concessions of similar character. Posavino was not authorized to decide on these questions. He promised only to lay the king's demands before the Apostolic See, and then hastened to insist on the dogmatical points of controversy. In regards to these, he had much more success. After some few interviews, and a certain time for reflection, the king declared himself resolved to make the Professio Fidei, according to the formula of the Council of Trent. This profession of faith he did in fact subscribe, and then confessed. Posavino once more inquired if he submitted to the judgment of the Pope in regard to the sacrament in one kind. John replied that he did so, when the Jesuit solemnly granted him absolution. It would almost appear that this absolution was the king's most immediate object and principal wish. He had caused his brother to be put to death. It is true that the estates had previously approved that measure. Still, it was the death of a brother, and was accompanied by circumstances of extreme violence. The absolution he had received seemed to give peace to his mind. Posavino prayed to God that he might be permitted to turn the heart of this prince. John arose and threw himself into the arms of his confessor. "As I embrace thee," he exclaimed, "even so do I embrace the Catholic faith now and forever." He then received the sacrament according to the Catholic ritual. Having thus successfully accomplished his task, Posavino returned to Rome and communicated the result to the Pope. He also imparted it under the seal of secrecy to the most powerful Catholic sovereigns. There now remained only to take into consideration those demands of the Swedish king on which he made the restoration of Catholicism in his dominions principally to depend. Posavino had great address, was very eloquent, and possessed considerable talent for negotiation. But he had too easily persuaded himself that his end was attained. The account he gave induced Pope Gregory to believe that no concessions were necessary. He therefore demanded, on the contrary, that the king should declare himself freely and unconditionally a Catholic. Charged with letters to that effect, and with indulgences for all who would return to the Roman Church, the Jesuit departed on his second journey. But the opposite party had meanwhile not remained inactive. Protestant princes had sent warning letters to the king, for intelligence of his proceedings had spread through all Europe. Chytrius had dedicated his work on the Confession of Augsburg to the Swedish sovereign, and had thereby produced a certain impression on that learned prince. The Protestants did not again lose sight of him. Posavino now arrived, no more as the previous occasion in the usual dress of civilians, but in the proper costume of his order, and bringing with him a large number of Catholic books. His very appearance seemed instantly to make an unfavourable impression. He hesitated a moment to produce the papal reply, but seeing at length that he must not venture further delay, he laid it before the king in an audience that lasted 2 hours. Who can penetrate the secret movements of a wavering and unsettled mind? The monarch's self-esteem was perhaps wounded by so positive a refusal of his demands. He was doubtless convinced that nothing was to be accomplished in Sweden without the concessions he had required, and felt no disposition to abdicate his crown for the sake of religion. Enough. The audience was decisive. From that hour the king betrayed coldness and aversion toward the envoy of the pontiff. He required his Jesuit schoolmen to receive the sacrament in both kinds, and to read mass in the Swedish tongue. As they did not obey him, which indeed they could not, he refused to continue the provision he had allowed them. They left Stockholm very soon after, and their departure was doubtless not caused wholly by the plague, as they desired to have it believed. The Protestant nobles, with the king's younger brother Charles of Sudermania, who was disposed to Calvinism, and the ambassadors of Lübeck, neglected no means that might increase this growing aversion. The sole remaining hope and stay of the Catholics was now the Queen, and after her death the heir to the throne. For the time, the sovereign power in Sweden continued essentially Protestant. In England, the government became daily more and more firmly attached to the reformed opinions under Queen Elizabeth. But in that kingdom there existed assailable points of a different kind. The country was filled with Catholics. Not only did the Irish population adhere steadfastly to the ancient faith and ritual, but in England also there was probably one half of the people, if not, as some have asserted, a larger proportion still attached to Catholicism. It has always occasioned surprise that the English Catholics should have submitted to the Protestant laws of Elizabeth, which they did at least during the first 15 years of her reign. They took the oath required from them, although it was in direct opposition to the papal authority. They attended the Protestant churches, and thought they had done quite enough if in going and returning they kept together and avoided the society of the Protestants. A firm conviction was nevertheless maintained in Rome of their secret attachment. All were persuaded that nothing more than opportunity or some slight advantage was required to inflame all the Catholics of the kingdom and rouse them to resistance. Pius V had already expressed a wish that he could shed his blood in an expedition against England. The hope and thought of such an enterprise were never abandoned by Gregory XIII, who was much disposed to employ the martial spirit and exalted station of Don John of Austria for its accomplishment. To this effect he dispatched his nuncio Sega, who had been with Don John in the Netherlands, into Spain, with the hope of inducing Philip II to concur in this undertaking. But it happened that, partly from the king's disinclination to forward the ambitious views of his brother, partly from his objection to being involved in new political embarrassments, and partly from other obstacles, the whole affair came to nothing. These vast plans had to be resigned, and their projectors were forced to content themselves with less magnificent enterprises. End of section 61. Section 62 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 7. Contrasts exhibited in other parts of Europe. Poland, Sweden, England, Switzerland. Section 2. Pope Gregory next fixed his attention on Ireland. It was represented to him that there was no people more strictly and steadily Catholic than the Irish, but that the nation was tyrannously maltreated by the English government, that the people were despoiled, disunited, wilfully kept in a state of barbarism, and oppressed in their religious convictions, that they were thus at every moment prepared for war, and wanted nothing more than the aid of a small body of troops. With 5,000 men, Ireland might be conquered, since there was not a fortress in the country that could hold out more than 4 days. The Pope was easily persuaded to believe these assertions. There was then living in Rome an English refugee named Thomas Stukely, an adventurer by nature, but possessing in a remarkable degree the art of gaining access to the great and of winning their confidence. The Pope had appointed him his chamberlain, had created him Marquis of Leinster, and now expended 40,000 scudi to furnish him with ships and men. On the French coast, Stukely was to be joined by Fitzgerald, an Irish exile commanding a small body of troops which he had got together, also at the Pope's expense. Philip of Spain had no wish to engage in war, but he was glad to give Elizabeth occupation at home, and therefore contributed a sum of money towards this enterprise. Stukely, however, most unexpectedly allowed himself to be persuaded to take part in the expedition of King Sebastian of Portugal to Africa, with a force destined for Ireland, and he lost his life in that service. Fitzgerald was thus left to make the attempt alone. He landed in June 1579, and at first gained some advantages, having seized the fort commanding the harbour of Limerick. The Earl of Desmond was also in arms against the Queen, and the whole island was thrown into commotion. But one misfortune soon followed another, the most serious being the death of Fitzgerald himself, who was killed in a skirmish. After this, the Earl of Desmond could no longer hold out. The supplies sent by the Pope were insufficient. The money expected did not arrive, and the English remained victorious. They punished the insurgents with fearful cruelty. Men and women were driven into barns and burnt to death. Children were strangled. All Munster was laid waste, and English colonists took possession of the devastated province. If Catholicism were ever again to raise its head in the dominions of Elizabeth, it was in England itself that the attempt must be made. But this could manifestly not be done until the political relations of Europe should be altered. And if the Pope desired to secure that the English Catholics should continue attached to the faith, if he wished to find them Catholic when the time for active exertion should arrive, it was indispensable that spiritual aid should be supplied to them. William Allen first conceived the idea of collecting into one body the young English Catholics who were sent to the Continent for the prosecution of their studies, and chiefly by the aid of Pope Gregory, he founded a college for them at Douai. But this did not seem sufficient to the Pope. He wished to provide a retreat for these young men beneath his own eye, and where they might be more secure and more tranquil than at Douai, in the turbulent Netherlands. He therefore established an English college in Rome, endowed it with a rich abbey, and placed it in the year 1579 under the care of the Jesuits. No student was admitted into this college until he had first pledged himself to return to England on the completion of his studies, and there preach the faith of the Roman Church. They were prepared for this purpose exclusively. Excited to religious enthusiasm by the spiritual exercises of Loyola, the missionaries sent by Pope Gregory the Great for the conversion of the Anglo-Saxons were placed before them as models for their imitation. Some of the older students soon entered on this career. In the year 1580, 2 English Jesuits, Parsons and Campion, returned to their native country. Constantly pursued, compelled to adopt feigned names and to assume various disguises, they yet succeeded in reaching the capital, where they separated, the one travelling through the northern, the other through the southern counties. They usually took up their abode in the dwellings of the Catholic nobles. Their coming was always announced, but the precaution was constantly taken of receiving them as strangers. A chapel had meanwhile been prepared in the most retired part of the house, into which they were conducted, and where the members of the family were assembled to receive their benediction. The missionary rarely prolonged his stay beyond 1 night. The evening of his arrival was employed in religious preparation and confession. On the following morning, Mass was said, the sacrament administered, and a sermon preached. All the Catholics who were in the neighbourhood attended, and the number was sometimes very great. The religion that for 900 years had ruled supreme over the island was thus once more inculcated, with the added charms of mystery and novelty. Secret synods were held, a printing press was set up, first in a village near London and afterwards in a lonely house in a neighbouring wood. Catholic books once more appeared, written with all the readiness and ability derived from constant practice in controversy, and sometimes with much elegance. The impression these works produced was strengthened by the impenetrable secrecy of their origin. The immediate result of these proceedings was that the Catholics ceased to attend the Protestant service and to observe the ecclesiastical edicts of the Queen, and that the opposite party insisted on their opinions with increased violence, while persecution became more severe and oppressive. This was the usual system of the Roman court and the Jesuits. When Posavino retired from Sweden without having succeeded in his object, he made the proposal, which he also carried out, that in addition to the college at Braunsberg, a seminary should be established for young people from the northern countries, and especially Sweden, in order that they might afterwards influence their countrymen. He himself at once procured a large number of pupils. In the same way, a seminary for young Livonians and Russians was founded at Vilna, and one for Hungarians at Klausenburg. The Roman court guaranteed fixed subventions, at least for 15 years, and Gregory XIII said that no money was better spent than this. We also find English seminaries soon afterwards in France and Spain. All such institutions were under the control of the Metropolitan Collegium Romanum. Wherever the principle of Catholic restoration had not strength enough to acquire the ascendancy, its effect was to exasperate both parties and to render them more implacable. An example of this was afforded by Switzerland. Although each canton had long possessed the right of self-government in religious affairs, and the dissensions arising from time to time in regard to the terms of the Confederation and the interpretation of the clauses concerning religion in the Covenant of Public Peace, Landfriedens, were very nearly set at rest. But the Jesuits found their way into that country also. At the instance of a colonel in the Swiss Guard of Rome, they presented themselves at Lucerne in the year 1574. Where they met with a cordial reception and zealous support, more especially from the family of Pfeiffer. Ludwig Pfeiffer alone appeared to have expended 30,000 gulden towards the erection of a Jesuit college. Philip of Spain and the Guises were also said to have contributed money for that purpose, and the Pope did not fail to display his unwearied generosity toward institutions of this character by furnishing the means for procuring a library. The people of Lucerne were greatly rejoiced at these things. They sent an express memorial to the general of the order, entreating that he would not deprive them of those fathers of the society already in their city. They were most anxious to see their youth brought up in sound learning, and above all, in piety and a Christian life. They promised him in return to spare neither pains nor labour, neither life nor means, to serve the society in everything they should desire. An opportunity was soon presented them of proving their renewed zeal for Catholicism in a matter of some consequence. The city of Geneva had placed itself under the special protection of Bern, and now endeavoured to draw Solothurn and Freiburg into the same alliance. These towns had most commonly adhered to Bern in political affairs, though not in religious matters. With respect to Solothurn, the attempt succeeded. A Catholic city received the very centre of Western Protestantism into its protection. Gregory XIII was alarmed and turned his best efforts to withhold at least Freiburg from the League. Lucerne then came to his assistance. An embassy from that canton joined its labours to those of the papal nuncio, and the people of Freiburg not only declined the proposed alliance, but even invited the Jesuits to their city, where with the assistance of Gregory they established a college. The effects of Carlo Borromeo's exertions also began to make themselves apparent. His influence had extended particularly to the Wald cantons. Melchior Lucy, Landmann of Unterwalden, was esteemed the especial friend of the archbishop. Borromeo first sent Capuchins into the country, and these friars produced a great impression on the people of the mountain districts by the rigour and simplicity of their lives. They were followed by the pupils of the Helvetic College, which the archbishop had founded for that express purpose. Traces of their influence were soon to be discovered in all public affairs. In the autumn of 1579, the Catholic cantons concluded a treaty with the Bishop of Bâle, in which they engaged not only to protect him in religious matters, but also promised to bring back to the true Catholic faith, if occasion should serve, whoever among his subjects had gone over to the Protestant opinions. This engagement was evidently calculated to arouse the evangelical inhabitants of the cantons, and accordingly dissensions became more decided and bitter than they had been for a long time. A papal nuncio arrived, who was received in the Catholic cantons with every possible mark of reverence, while in those of the Protestants he was condemned and insulted. End of section 62. Section 63 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 8. Crisis in the Netherlands, Section 1. The general state of things in Europe was at that time as we are about to describe. Restored Catholicism, under the form it had assumed in Italy and Spain, had made an extensive inroad upon the rest of Europe. It had gained important conquests in Germany, and had made considerable advances in other countries. But in all, it had encountered determined opposition. In France, the Protestants were secured by extensive privileges, and by the strength of their position, military and political. In the Netherlands, they held the supremacy. They were triumphant in England, Scotland, and the North. In Poland, they had extorted stringent laws in their own favour, and had gained extensive influence in the general affairs of the kingdom. Throughout the territories of Austria, they confronted the government, armed with the ancient immunities of the provincial states. In Lower Germany, the ecclesiastical institution seemed to be on the point of suffering material change. In this position of affairs, vast importance was attached to the issue of the struggle in the Netherlands, where the people were continually resorting to arms. It was impossible that Philip II could intend to repeat those measures which had already suffered so signal a failure. He was not, indeed, in a condition to do so. It was his good fortune to receive the assistance of friends who presented themselves spontaneously. Protestantism also was arrested in its progress by an obstacle at once unexpected and insurmountable. We shall be well repaid for devoting a short time to the consideration of this important event. In the first place, it was by no means agreeable to all parties in the provinces that the Prince of Orange should possess so large an extent of power. Least of all was this satisfactory to the Walloon nobility. Under the government of the king, these nobles had ever been the first to take horse in all wars, most especially in those with France. It thus happened that the leaders of note, whom the people were accustomed to follow, had acquired a certain independence and authority. Under the government of the States, the nobles found themselves, on the contrary, placed in the background. Their pay was irregular. The army of the States consisted principally of Dutch, English, and Germans, who, being undoubted Protestants, enjoyed the largest share of confidence. When the Walloons acceded to the Treaty of Ghent, they had hoped to attain a leading influence in the general affairs of the country, but the result was altogether contrary. Power fell almost exclusively into the hands of the Prince of Orange and his friends in Holland and Zeeland. But the personal disaffection thus occasioned was not all. Religious animosities combined with it. Whatever may have been the cause, the fact is certain that in the Walloon provinces but little sympathy was ever excited towards the Protestant movements. In these districts, the new bishops, almost all men of great practical ability, had been peaceably installed. The see of Arras was held by François de Richardot, who had eagerly imbibed the principles of Catholic restoration in the Council of Trent, and was the subject of incessant praises for the elegance and learning that he united with force and solidity in his preaching, as well as for the zeal, tempered by acquaintance with the world, evinced in his life. The Bishop of Namur was Antoine Havet, a Dominican, endowed perhaps with less worldly prudence, but also a member of the council, and equally zealous for the promulgation of its edicts and the enforcement of their spirit. The see of Saint-Omer was occupied by Gérard d'Américourt, one of the richest prelates in all the provinces, who was also abbot of Saint-Bertin. His ambition was to promote the education of the youth in his diocese. He founded many schools, and was the first who founded a college for the Jesuits in the Netherlands, supported by fixed revenues. Under these and other heads of the Church, Artois, Hainaut, and Namur remained in peace, while all the other provinces were exposed to the wild turbulence of the iconoclastic riots, and in consequence these districts had not been so heavily visited by the reaction under Alva. The decrees of the Council of Trent were discussed with but short delay in the provincial councils and diocesan synods, and their provisions were at once enforced. The influence of the Jesuits extended rapidly from Saint-Omer, and still more effectually from Douai. Philip II had established a university at Douai in order that such of his subjects as spoke the French language might have opportunity for study without leaving their country. This was in furtherance of that strict ecclesiastical constitution which it was the purpose of Philip to introduce throughout his dominions. Not far from Douai stood the Benedictine Abbey of Anchin. At the time when the fury of the iconoclasts was raging in almost every other part of the Netherlands, the abbot, Jean Lontailleur, was there engaged with his monks in the practice of the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola. Inflamed by the enthusiasm excited by these exercises, he determined to institute a college of Jesuits in the new university, and endowed it from the revenues of his abbey. It was opened accordingly in the year 1568, immediately obtained a certain independence of the university authorities, and rapidly acquired unusual prosperity. 8 years afterwards, the flourishing state of this university, even as regarded literary study, was principally attributed to the Jesuits. Not only was their college filled with pious and diligent young men, but the other colleges also had greatly profited by the emulation it excited. Already the whole university was supplied with theologians from this college, and the provinces of Artois and Hainaut received numerous priests from the same source. It gradually became the central point of modern Catholicism for all the surrounding country. In the year 1578, the Walloon provinces were considered among their contemporaries to be, according to their own expression, in the highest degree Catholic. But this religious organization was endangered, no less than the political claims of the provinces, by the increasing predominance of Lutheran opinions. At Ghent, the form assumed by Protestantism was such as in the present day we should call revolutionary. There the ancient liberties which had been crushed by Charles V in 1539 had never been forgotten. The atrocities of Alva had excited peculiar exasperation in that city. The populace was fierce and ungovernable, much inclined to image-breaking, and violently enraged against the priests. 2 daring leaders of the people, Ambise and Ryhove, availed themselves of these tumultuary feelings. Ambise conceived the idea of establishing a republic, and fancied that Ghent would become a new Rome. They commenced their proceedings at the moment when their governor, Aerschot, was holding a meeting with certain bishops and Catholic leaders of the neighbouring towns, whom they took prisoners, together with himself. They next restored the ancient constitution, with modifications, as will be readily supposed, which secured to themselves the possession of power. They laid hands on the property of the church, abolished the bishopric, and confiscated the abbeys. The hospitals and monasteries they converted into barracks, and finally they endeavoured to introduce a similar order of things among their neighbours by force of arms. Now it happened that some of the leaders taken prisoners with the governor belonged to the Walloon provinces, where the troops of Ghent were already making incursions. All who were disposed to the Protestant opinions began to arouse themselves, and the democratic passions of the people were called in aid of the religious excitement, as had been done in Ghent. In Arras a tumult was raised against the Senate. Even from Douay the Jesuits were expelled in a commotion of the people, in spite of the efforts made by the council, and although they were not compelled to absent themselves more than 14 days, the circumstance was one of great importance. In Saint-Omer they maintained their ground only by the special protection of the council. The civic magistracy, the provincial nobility, and the clergy were all at the same time endangered and oppressed. They saw themselves menaced by a revolution, equally destructive with that which had occurred in Ghent. It is therefore not surprising if in this peril they should have recourse to every possible means of defence. They first sent their troops into the territory of Ghent, which they cruelly devastated, and then looked around for some alliance from which they might derive a more certain security than was afforded by their connection with the general union of the Netherlands. Don John of Austria was not backward in turning this disposition of mind to his own purposes. If we consider the conduct and measures of Don John in the Netherlands from a general point of view only, we are almost inclined to think that they produced no results, that his existence passed away without leaving a trace, as it had done without satisfaction to himself. But if we examine more closely what his position was, what his actions were, and what consequences resulted from his measures, we shall find that to him, above all other persons, must be attributed the foundation of the Spanish Netherlands. Don John endeavoured for some time to abide by the terms of the Treaty of Ghent, but the independent position assumed by the States, with that held by the Prince of Orange, who was much more powerful than himself, the Viceroy, and the suspicions entertained by each party against the other, made an open rupture inevitable. He therefore resolved to begin the war. This was doubtless in opposition to the will of his brother, but it was unavoidable. There were no other means by which he could hope to secure a single province to the sovereignty of Spain, but by adopting this method he succeeded. He retained the possession of Luxembourg, he invested Namur, and the battle of Gemblours made him master of Louvain and Limburg. If the king desired to recover his power in the Netherlands, that was not to be effected by treating with the States General, which was manifestly impracticable. It could only be done by a gradual subjugation of the separate districts, either by terms of convention or force of arms. This system Don John adopted, and it soon laid open to him the most cheering prospects. He succeeded in reviving the old attachment of the Walloon provinces to the Burgundian race, and had the good fortune to gain over to his party 2 men of great power and influence, Pardieu de la Motte, governor of Gravelines, and Mathieu Moulard, bishop of Arras. These were the men who, after the early death of Don John, conducted the negotiations on which everything depended, with great zeal and success. De la Motte availed himself of the increasing hatred against the Protestants. He effected the removal of many garrisons belonging to the States from the fortresses they occupied, solely on the ground that they might be Protestant, and contrived that a decree should be issued in the month of November by the nobles of Artois, excluding all who professed the reformed opinions from that province, which decree was at once carried into execution. After this commencement, Mathieu Moulard endeavoured to bring about a complete reconciliation with Philip. He began by imploring the assistance of God in a solemn procession, which he conducted through the whole city, and it was in fact a very difficult enterprise that he had undertaken, for among other things he had occasionally to bring about a coalition between men whose claims were directly opposed to each other. He proved himself to be shrewd, conciliating, and indefatigable, and his endeavours were entirely successful. Alexander Farnese, the successor of Don John, possessed the inestimable gift of persuading, attaching, and inspiring lasting confidence. He was assisted by François de Richardot, nephew to the bishop, a man, says Cabrera, of keen penetration and sound judgment in various affairs, and experienced in all. He was capable of conducting every sort of business, be its nature what it might. Sarrazin, abbot of Saint-Vaast, was also his zealous supporter. Of him the same Cabrera says, "He was a great politician, with an appearance of tranquil indifference, very ambitious under a show of extreme humility, and was skilled to maintain himself in the good opinion of all." We do not follow the whole course of the negotiations till they gradually attained their end. It must suffice to say that on the part of the provinces the interests of self-preservation and of religion pointed to the king, while on the part of Philip II nothing was omitted that priestly influence and dexterous negotiation combined with the returning favour of the sovereign could effect. In April 1579, Emmanuel de Montigny, whom the Walloon forces acknowledged as their leader, entered the service of the king. He was followed by Comte de la Laine, without whom Hainaut could never have been won. At length, on the 17th of May 1579, the treaty was concluded in the camp of Maestricht. But to what conditions was the king compelled to submit? It was a restoration of his authority, but was effected only under the strictest limitations. He not only promised to dismiss all foreigners from his army, and to employ troops raised in the Netherlands alone, but he agreed to confirm all those in their places who had acquired office during the troubles. The inhabitants even pledged themselves to receive no garrison of which information had not previously been given to the estates of the country. 2/3 of the Council of State was to consist of men who had been implicated in the disturbances. The remaining articles were all in a similar spirit. The provinces acquired a degree of independence exceeding anything that they had ever before possessed. End of section 63. Section 64 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 8. Crisis in the Netherlands, Section 2. This event involved a turn of affairs that was of universal importance. Throughout the west of Europe, all attempts hitherto made for the maintenance or restoration of Catholicism had been made by open force, and under this pretext the sovereign power had laboured to complete the destruction of all provincial freedom. But monarchy was now compelled to adopt a different course. If kings desired to reinstate Catholicism and to uphold their own authority, they must take their measures in firm alliance with constitutional assemblies and in coalition with public communities. We have seen that the royal power was closely restricted, but in spite of all the limits imposed, it had yet obtained important advantages. The provinces on which the might of the House of Burgundy had been founded had returned to their allegiance. Alexander Farnese continued the war with the Walloon troops, and though making slow progress, he still advanced. In 1580 he gained possession of Courtrai, in 1581 of Tournai, and in 1582 he took Oudenarde. But these events did not bring affairs to a complete decision. The union of the Catholic provinces with the king was perhaps the very cause which compelled the northern districts, all exclusively Protestant, not only to form a closer confederation among themselves, but eventually to declare an absolute renunciation of the royal authority. We will here take a rapid glance at the general history of the Netherlands. A contest of long standing subsisted in all the provinces between the provincial rights and the sovereign prerogative. In the time of Alva, princely power had obtained a preponderance more decided than it had ever before possessed, but which it could not even then long maintain. The Treaty of Ghent demonstrated the complete superiority acquired by the popular bodies over the government. The northern provinces possessed no advantages over those of the south in this respect. Had they been of one opinion in religion, they would have constituted one general republic of the Netherlands. But they were separated, as we have seen, by a difference of faith. From this circumstance it followed first that the Catholics returned to the protection of the king, with whom they pledged themselves above all to the maintenance of the Catholic religion. And a second result was that the Protestants, after long persevering in the struggle, at length cast aside the very name of subjection and entirely renounced their allegiance to the king. We give the name of the subject provinces to the first of these parties, and designate the last as the Republic, but we must not suppose the essential difference between them to have been so great as these names would imply, for the subjected provinces asserted all their rights and the privileges of their estates with the most spirited tenacity, while the republican provinces could not dispense with an institution, the stadtholdership, which was closely analogous to that of royalty. The most important distinction consisted in their religion. It was by this that the true principles of the contest were brought out, and that events were matured and advanced to their consummation. Philip II had just at this period completed the conquest of Portugal, and at the moment when he was stimulated by the achievement of this great success to the undertaking of new enterprises, the Walloon states at length agreed to the return of the Spanish troops. Count de Lalaing was gained over to the Spanish side, and with him his wife, who had been an active opponent of the Spaniards, and to whom their expulsion was principally ascribed. The whole body of the Walloon nobility followed their example. Men persuaded themselves that a renewal of Alva's despotism and violence was no more to be dreaded. The Spanish-Italian army, already withdrawn once, then brought back and again expelled, returned once more to the country. With the troops of the Netherlands alone, the war must have been infinitely protracted. The superior force and discipline of the Spanish veterans brought the conflict to a crisis. As in Germany, the colonies of Jesuits, composed of Spaniards, Italians, and some few Netherlanders, had restored Catholicism by the zealous inculcation of its dogmas and by carefully arranged education. So now in the Netherlands a Spanish-Italian army appeared to unite with the Walloon Catholics for the reinstatement of the Roman supremacy by force of arms. At this point of the history we are treating, it is impossible to avoid some slight description of the war. In its course, the destinies of religion were also involved. In July 1583, the port and town of Dunkirk were taken in 6 days. They were followed by Nieuwpoort and the whole coast, even to Ostend, Dixmude, and Furnes. The character of the war was at once made manifest. In everything related to politics, the Spaniards displayed forbearance, but in all that pertained to religion they were inexorable. It was not to be thought of that the Protestants should be allowed a church. They were refused even the right of private worship. All the preachers taken were instantly hanged. The war was conducted with full consciousness and fixed design as a war of religion. And in a certain sense this was indeed the most prudent system, the existing state of things considered. A complete subjugation of the Protestants could never have been effected but by so decided a mode of proceeding. Whatever elements of Catholicism the provinces contained were aroused to activity and excited to aid the Spanish cause, and accordingly their cooperation was offered spontaneously. The Bayeux Serwes of Zeeland delivered the district of Wees to the Royalists. Hulst and Axel surrendered, and Alexander Farnese soon found himself sufficiently powerful to prepare for attack on the more important cities. He was already master of the country and the coast. The cities soon followed. In the month of April, Ypres surrendered. Immediately afterwards, Bruges, and finally Ghent, where Imbes himself took part with the reconciliation party. The conditions granted to the communes and their political character were very favourable. Their immunities were for the most part respected, but the Protestants were expelled without mercy. The principal condition in every case was that the Catholic clergy should be reinstated and the churches restored to the Catholic worship. But with all that had been effected, nothing permanent seemed to be gained. No security was possessed while the Prince of Orange survived. His existence gave force and consistency to the opposition, and prevented hope from expiring even in the vanquished. The Spaniards had set a price of 25,000 scudi on his head, and amidst the fierce excitement of the period, there could not fail to be men whose fanaticism and avarice would prompt them to earn this reward. I do not know that the annals of humanity can furnish a more fearful blasphemy than that found in the papers of the Biscayan Jorregui, who was taken in attempting the life of the prince. He carried about him as a kind of amulet prayers in which he besought the merciful Godhead, who appeared to men in the person of Christ, to aid in the completion of the murder, and in which he promised a portion of the reward to the divine persons in the event of his enterprise being accomplished. To the Virgin at Bayonne he would give a robe, a lamp, and a crown. To the Virgin at Arançon-Sous a crown, and to the Lord Jesus himself a rich curtain. This fanatic was fortunately seized, but another was already preparing to imitate him. At the moment when the ban was proclaimed against the prince in Maastricht, a Burgundian named Balthazar Gerard felt himself inspired by the wish to carry it into execution. The hopes he entertained of earthly happiness and glory if he succeeded, or the fame of a martyr in the event of failure, were confirmed by a Jesuit of Trier, and thoughts of these things would not suffer him to rest day or night until he set about the accomplishment of the crime. He represented himself to the prince as a refugee, and having thus gained admittance, he found a favourable opportunity in July 1584, and killed the prince at one shot. He was taken, but all the tortures inflicted on him failed to extort a sigh from his lips. He persisted in declaring that if the deed were not done, he would yet do it. Whilst Gerard was expiring at Delft, amidst the execrations of the people, the canons of Herzogenbusch performed a solemn Te Deum in celebration of his act. The passions of both parties were in fierce commotion, but the impulse communicated to the Catholics was the stronger. It accomplished its purpose and bore off the victory. Had the prince lived, he would doubtless have found means, as he had promised, to relieve Antwerp, which was already besieged, but no one could now be found to occupy his place. The measures adopted for the reduction of Antwerp were so comprehensive in their character that all other towns in Brabant were directly menaced by them. The Prince of Parma cut off supplies of provisions from all. Brussels was the first to surrender. That city, accustomed to abundance, was no sooner threatened by want than discords arose, and soon led to its being surrendered. Next fell Mechlin, and at length, on the failure of a last attempt to cut through the dams and procure the means of existence by land, Antwerp also was compelled to yield. The conditions imposed on the cities of Brabant, as on those of Flanders, were particularly mild. Brussels was exempted from the payment of contributions. Antwerp received a promise that no Spanish garrison should be placed in the city, and that the citadel should not be repaired. One condition was indeed permitted to take the place of all others, the restoration, namely, of all churches and chapels, with the reinstatement of all the exiled clergy, secular and monastic. On this the king insisted with inflexible firmness. He declared that it must be the first and last stipulation of every agreement. The only favour he could be persuaded to grant was that the inhabitants of all towns should be allowed 2 years either to change their religion or to sell their possessions and quit the Spanish dominions. How completely had the times changed their aspect! At one period Philip himself had hesitated to grant the Jesuits a fixed establishment in the Netherlands, and they had often since those days been menaced, attacked, and expelled. The events of this war led to their immediate return, and that under the decided protection of the government. The Farnese, moreover, were especial patrons of the order. Alexander had a Jesuit for his confessor, and beheld in the society the most efficient instrument for restoring the half-Protestant country he had conquered to the Catholic Church, and thus completing the principal purpose of the war. The first city they re-entered was Courtrai, the first that had been taken. The parish priest of the town, Jean David, had become acquainted with the Jesuits during his exile at Douai. He now returned to Courtrai, but his first step was to join the order. In his farewell sermon to his parishioners, he exhorted them no longer to deprive themselves of the spiritual aid to be derived from that society, and they were readily persuaded into following his advice. Instantly afterwards, the aged John Montaigne, who had first established the Jesuits in Tournai, whence he had more than once been compelled to fly, returned to fix their company in that town, where they acquired a permanent residence. On the surrender of Ypres and Bruges, the Jesuits entered those cities also, and the king willingly bestowed on them certain convents which had been deserted during the troubles. In Ghent, the house of the great demagogue Imbes, whence had originated so much mischief to Catholicism, was fitted up for their reception. When the people of Antwerp surrendered, they tried to obtain a promise that those monastic orders only which had existed in the time of Charles V should be reinstated, but this was not conceded to them. They were compelled to admit the Jesuits again, and to restore the buildings before possessed by the order. One of the Jesuit historians relates these facts with infinite complacency, and points it out as a special mark of the divine approval that the society received back property unencumbered, which they had left loaded with debt. It had passed in the meantime through many different hands, but was nevertheless restored to them without hesitation or inquiry. Brussels did not escape the general destiny. The town council declared its assent to their establishment. The Prince of Parma assigned them a pension from the royal treasure, and in that city also the Jesuits assumed an advantageous position. The prince had already solemnly conferred on them the right to hold real property under ecclesiastical jurisdiction, and freely to avail themselves in those provinces of the privileges they held from the Apostolic See. Nor was the patronage of the prince confined to the order of Jesuits. In the year 1585 a small number of Capuchins arrived in the Netherlands, and on addressing a special letter to the Pope, the prince obtained permission for their fixed residence in that country. He then bought them a house in Antwerp. They produced a powerful effect even on the different religious communities, insomuch that the Pope found it needful to restrain the other Franciscans from adopting the reformed rule of the Capuchins. The most important consequences gradually resulted from all these arrangements. They transformed Belgium, which had previously been half Protestant, into one of the most decidedly Catholic countries in the world. It is also unquestionable that they contributed, at least in the commencement, to the re-establishment of the royal authority. As one of the results of these changes, the opinion that only one religion ought to be tolerated in a state became more and more firmly established. This is one of the principal maxims in the political system of Justus Lipsius. In affairs of religion, he declares, neither favour nor indulgence is permissible. The true mercy is to be merciless. To save many, we must not scruple to remove one here and there out of the way. This is the principle that was received in no country with a more cordial acceptance than in Germany. End of section 64. Section 65 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 9. Progress of the Counter-Reformation in Germany, Section 1. The Netherlands being still a circle of the German Empire, it followed of necessity that the events occurring in the former country would be extremely influential on the affairs of Germany. The disputes in Cologne were brought to a decision as one of the first and most immediate consequences of the change in the Netherlands. The Spaniards had not yet returned, still less had the Catholics achieved their great triumphs, when the Elector Truchsess of Cologne determined to adopt the reformed religion and to marry, without, on that account, resigning his archbishopric. This occurred in November 1582. He had the greater part of the nobility on his side. The counts of Nieuwenaar, Solms, Wittgenstein, Wied, and Nassau, with the whole duchy of Westphalia, all professing the evangelical opinions. With the Bible in one hand and the sword in the other, the Elector entered Bonn, while Casimir of the Palatinate took the field in considerable force to reduce the city of Cologne, the chapter, and the remaining officers of the archbishopric who were opposed to the Elector Truchsess. In all the transactions of those times we find this Casimir of the Palatinate always ready to mount his horse or draw his sword, and always followed by martial bands disposed to Protestantism. But he rarely seemed to effect anything important. He did not carry on the war with the earnest purpose demanded by a contest for religion, because he had always some interest of his own before his eyes. Nor did he display the science and energy distinguishing those who appeared against him. In the case we are considering, he did indeed lay waste the plain country of his opponents, but he accomplished nothing in promotion of the general interests. He achieved no conquests, nor did he succeed in obtaining more efficient assistance among the Protestant powers of Germany. The Catholic powers, on the contrary, gathered all their forces together. Pope Gregory would not permit the business to be subjected to the delays remarked in every proceeding of the Curia. He considered that the urgency of the case made a simple consistory of the cardinals sufficient to decide an affair of so much importance as the despoiling an elector of the empire of his archiepiscopal dignity. His nuncio, Malaspina, had already hurried to Cologne, where, with the special aid of the learned members of the chapter, he not only succeeded in excluding all the less firmly Catholic members from that body, but also in raising to the archiepiscopal throne a prince of the only house still remaining thoroughly Catholic, Duke Ernest of Bavaria, Bishop of Freisingen. Thereupon a German Catholic army appeared in the field, which the Duke of Bavaria had collected, with the aid of subsidies from the Pope. The Emperor lost no time in threatening the Count Palatine Casimir with ban and double ban, Acht und aber acht. He sent besides admonitory letters to the troops of Casimir, which eventually caused the army of the Palatinate to disperse. When affairs had reached this point, the Spaniards also appeared. They had taken Zutphen in the summer of 1583. they now marched 3,500 Belgian veterans into the archbishopric. To enemies so numerous, Gebhard Truchsess was compelled to yield. His troops would not act in opposition to the imperial mandate. His principal fortress surrendered to the united Spanish and Bavarian forces, and he was himself obliged to seek refuge from the Prince of Orange, at whose side he had hoped to stand forward as a defender of Protestantism. It will be readily perceived that this event must have contributed largely toward the complete re-establishment of Catholicism in the country. From the first outbreak of the disturbances, the clergy of the diocese had suspended all disputes existing among themselves. The nuncio removed all suspected members, and a Jesuit college was established amidst the very tumult of arms, so that when victory was gained, nothing more was required than to continue the course already entered on. The Catholic clergy had been driven from Westphalia by Gebhard Truchsess. They now returned with other fugitives and were held in great honour. The Protestant canons continued in exclusion from their prebends, and contrary to all precedent, they no longer received their revenues. It is true that the papal nuncios were compelled to proceed with great caution and gentleness, even as regarded Catholics, a fact of which Pope Sixtus was well aware, and he commanded the legate by no means to press forward the reforms he might find needful until he should be certain that all were disposed to receive them. But it was by this discreet mode of approach that the nuncio imperceptibly reached his end. The canons, however illustrious their birth, at length began again to perform their clerical duties in the cathedral. The Council of Cologne, which was opposed by a Protestant party in the city, supported the Catholic opinions with their utmost power. The effects of this great revolution could not fail to be felt in all the remaining ecclesiastical states, and they were further heightened in the neighbourhood of Cologne by a particular accident. Henry of Saxe-Lauenburg, Bishop of Paderborn and Osnabrück, Archbishop of Bremen, left his palace of Fürda one Sunday in April 1585 and proceeded to church. On the way back his horse fell with him, and although still young, in perfect health, and receiving, as it appeared, no serious injury from the fall, he yet died in consequence before the end of the month. It was believed that this prince would have followed the example of Gebhard Truchsess, had the latter been more fortunate. The elections that followed his death were greatly to the advantage of Catholicism. The new bishop of Osnabrück did not refuse to subscribe the Professio Fidei, and the new bishop of Paderborn, Theodor von Fürstenberg, was a most bigoted Catholic. Even as canon he had opposed his predecessor, and so early as the year 1580 he effected the passing of a statute providing that Catholics only should for the future be received into the chapter. He had also procured the admittance of a few Jesuits, whom he had suffered to preach in the cathedral, and to whom he had confided the upper classes of the gymnasium, the latter with the condition that they should not wear the dress of their order. How much more easily could he now promote the views of his party, being himself in possession of the bishopric? The Jesuits no longer found it needful to conceal their presence. The gymnasium was made over to them without reserve, and they were not only permitted to preach, but to catechize. They found abundant occupation. The town council was entirely Protestant, and there were very few Catholics among the burghers. In the country round things were much the same. The Jesuits compared Paderborn to a barren field, demanding infinite labour and yielding no return. We shall nevertheless have occasion to show hereafter that in the beginning of the 17th century their industry had penetrated this stubborn soil. In Münster also the death of Henry of Saxe-Lauenburg occasioned important changes. No election had hitherto been made in the see, where the younger members supported Prince Henry, while the elder opposed him. But Duke Ernest of Bavaria, Elector of Cologne and Bishop of Liège, was now chosen Bishop of Munster also. This election was secured principally by the influence of Dean Reisfeld, the most zealous Catholic in the diocese, who further bequeathed 12,000 rix-dollars from his own revenues for the establishment of a Jesuit college in Munster, and died soon after making his will. The first members of the order arrived in 1587. They met with determined opposition from the canons, the preachers, and the citizens, but were supported by the council and the prince. Their schools soon gave proof of their extraordinary merit as instructors, and in the third year of their labours they are said to have counted 1,000 scholars. In the same year, 1590, they acquired complete independence from a voluntary grant of church property conferred on them by the prince. The Elector Ernest also held the bishopric of Hildesheim. It is true that his power was much more closely restricted in that diocese. He was nevertheless able to promote the introduction of the Jesuits. The first who entered Hildesheim was John Hammer, a native of the town, and brought up in the Lutheran faith. His father was still living, but actuated by all the zeal of a new convert. His preaching was remarkable for clearness and force. He effected several brilliant conversions, and eventually made good his position. In the year 1590, the Jesuits obtained a residence and pension in Hildesheim. We cannot fail to observe that the attachment of the House of Bavaria to the Catholic faith was of the first importance, even as regarded Lower Germany, where in so many dioceses at once a Bavarian prince appears as its most earnest defender. We are, nevertheless, not to imagine that this prince was very zealous or very devout in his personal conduct. He had natural children, and it was at one time believed that he would end by adopting a similar course to that taken by Gebhard Truchsess. The caution with which Pope Sixtus treated the Elector Ernest is sufficiently remarkable. He carefully abstained from showing the prince that his irregularities were known to him, perfectly as he was acquainted with them, for otherwise admonitions and exhortations would have been necessary, and these might have driven the self-willed Ernest to resolutions by no means desirable. It was indeed long before affairs in Germany could be treated as those of the Netherlands had been. They required the most delicate regard to various personal feelings and interests. Duke William of Cleves conformed in externals to the Catholic confession, but his policy was altogether Protestant. He readily accorded protection and shelter to the Protestant exiles, and excluded his son John William, who was a zealous Catholic, from all participation in public affairs. The court of Rome might easily have been tempted to display resentment and disapprobation of these proceedings, and to favour the opposition of John William to his father. But Sixtus V was much too prudent to suffer this. He would not even allow the nuncio to hold a conference with the prince until the latter pressed so earnestly for the interview that it could no longer be avoided without offence. The meeting then took place at Düsseldorf, but the prince was above all things exhorted to patience. Sixtus would not permit John William to be invested with the Order of the Golden Fleece, for that might awaken suspicion. He further refrained from interceding directly with the father in favour of the son. Any connection of the latter with Rome might occasion displeasure. He ventured only so far as to procure the mediation of the emperor, and thus endeavoured to obtain for the prince a position more suitable to his birth. He directed his nuncio to act with regard to certain things as though he did not perceive them, and this considerate forbearance on the part of an authority that had not ceased to be acknowledged produced its natural effect. The nuncio gradually obtained influence, and when the Protestants applied to the Diet for certain concessions, it was principally in consequence of his representations that they were not granted. The Thus, throughout a great part of Lower Germany, Catholicism, if not immediately restored, was yet maintained in the hour of danger. Confirmed and strengthened, it acquired a degree of preponderance that in the course of time might be matured into absolute supremacy. In Upper Germany, a similar train of circumstances immediately ensued. We have alluded to the position of the Franconian bishoprics. A bishop of determined character might easily have conceived the idea of availing himself of this state of things for the attainment of hereditary sovereignty. It was probably some consideration of this kind by which Julius Ector of Messelbronn was led to hesitate for some time as to the line of policy he should pursue, when in the year 1573, while still very young and naturally enterprising, he was elected Bishop of Würzburg. He took an active part in the expulsion of the abbot of Fulda, and it could not have been any very decided disposition to Catholicism that brought the chapter and states of Fulda into connection with Julius, since it was the determination of their abbot to restore Catholicism that formed their principal complaint against him, and the bishop had a misunderstanding with Rome in consequence of that affair. Gregory XIII imposed his commands on him to restore Fulda, at the time when Gebhard Truchsess proclaimed his revolt. In effect, Julius prepared to make an application to the Elector of Saxony, and to call on the head of the Lutherans for aid against the Pope. He was in the most intimate connection with Truchsess, and the latter at least conceived hope that the Bishop of Würzburg would follow his example. The ambassador of Henry of Saxe-Lauenburg, Archbishop of Bremen, announced this expectation to his master with great satisfaction. Under these circumstances it would be difficult to say what the course of Bishop Julius would have been, had Truchsess been able to maintain his hold on Cologne. But when the latter failed so completely, Julius Ector not only resigned all thought of imitating him, he was careful to pursue a totally opposite plan. Is it to be believed that his utmost wish and purpose was to become absolute master in his episcopal domains? Or had he indeed a profound conviction in his heart that the Catholic faith was the true one? He was a pupil of the Jesuits, and had been educated in the Collegium Romanum. Suffice it to say that in 1584 he resolved on making a visitation of the churches in a spirit so rigidly Catholic that nothing like it had before been seen in Germany. This he carried into effect in person, and with all the energy of a determined will. Accompanied by a certain number of Jesuits, Bishop Julius travelled through the whole of his dominions. He began with Gemüden, thence proceeded to Arnstein, Werneck, Haßfurt, and so on from district to district. In each town he summoned the burgomaster and council to his presence, and declared to all his determination that the errors of Protestantism should be rooted up from the land. The preachers were removed and their places filled by the pupils of the Jesuits. If any public officer refused to attend the Catholic worship, he was dismissed without mercy. Orthodox candidates were ready to fill the place he vacated. Even private individuals were required to take part in the Catholic service. They had to choose between expatriation and the Mass. Whoever regarded the religion of his prince as an abomination was declared incapable of retaining part or lot in his territory. It was in vain that the neighbouring princes remonstrated against these proceedings. Bishop Julius replied to all that it was not what he was doing that disturbed his conscience, but that he had not begun to do it much earlier. He was most zealously supported by the Jesuits, among whom Father Gerhard Weller was particularly remarked. Alone, on foot, and without even a change of clothing, he went about preaching from town to town. In one year, 1586, 14 cities and market towns, upwards of 200 villages, and not less than 62,000 souls were brought back to Catholicism. The capital of the see was the only town still alienated from the Church, and this the bishop undertook to recover in March 1587. He caused the town council to appear before him, and appointed a commissioner for each quarter and parish, by whom every citizen was to be separately interrogated. This investigation showed that 1/2 of the inhabitants held Protestant opinions. Many were feeble and unsettled in their faith. These readily yielded, and the solemn communion appointed for the celebration of Easter in the cathedral, and at which the bishop himself officiated, was numerously attended. Some held out longer, and a few chose rather to sell their possessions and abandon their country than resign their faith. Among these exiles were 4 members of the town council. End of section 65. Section 66 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 9, Progress of the Counter-Reformation in Germany, Section 2. The nearest ecclesiastical neighbour of Würzburg, Ernest von Mengersdorf, Bishop of Bamberg, felt himself especially called on to imitate the example thus set by Bishop Julius. There is a well-known hill called Gößweinstein, which rises above the valley of Muggendorf, and to which, even in our own days, pilgrims resort from all the surrounding villages, gaining the summit by steep and lonely paths, leading through majestic woods and wild ravines. An ancient sanctuary of the Trinity existed in this place, but at the time we are speaking of, it was neglected and decayed. In the year 1587, the Bishop of Bamberg chanced to visit the sanctuary, and took its condition greatly to heart. Incited by the example of his neighbour, he declared that he also would recover his subjects to the Holy Catholic faith. No danger should deter him from performing this his duty. We shall have occasion to observe the zeal with which his successor proceeded on the path he marked out. While the measures were thus but in the first stage of preparation at Bamberg, Bishop Julius was effecting a thorough transformation in the religious affairs of Würzburg. All the old ordinances were revived, devotional exercises in honour of the Mother of God were renewed, brotherhoods of the Assumption of the Virgin, the Birth of the Virgin, and many other denominations were again formed. Pilgrimages were undertaken, new modes of devotion were invented. The streets were filled with processions, and the whole country was admonished by church bells at the stated hour for the Ave Maria. Relics were once more collected and laid with great reverence in pompous shrines. The monasteries were reoccupied, new churches were built in all parts of the diocese. Bishop Julius is said to have laid the foundation of 300, which the traveller may still distinguish by their tall and pointed spires. The change thus wrought in a very few years was observed with astonishment. What but lately, exclaims one of the bishop's eulogists, would have been called superstitious, nay, even contemptible, is now considered holy. What was formerly accounted a gospel is now declared to be mere deceit. Results so important had not been expected even in Rome. The enterprise of Bishop Julius had been for some time in progress before intelligence of it reached Pope Sixtus V. On the close of the autumn holidays in 1586, Aquaviva, general of the Jesuits, appeared before him and announced the new conquests achieved by his order. Sixtus was in raptures. He hastened to express his acknowledgments to the bishop, and conferred on him the right of nominating 2 benefices, even during those months reserved to the papacy, declaring that Bishop Julius would best know whom to reward by their possession. But the joy of Pope Sixtus in Aquaviva's report was greatly increased by the receipt of similar intelligence from the Austrian provinces, and more especially from Styria. Changes were seen to commence in Styria during that same year, when the estates of the province acquired so large an extent of privilege from the edicts of the Diet held at Bruck, that their position might be compared with that of the Austrian estates, which had also their council for religious affairs, their superintendents, their synods, and a constitution almost republican. At the very moment when Rudolf II received the oath of allegiance from his subjects, the great difference between himself and his father became apparent to all. He performed the various acts of devotion with the most rigorous exactitude, and his people beheld him with astonishment attending in processions, even during the most severe winter, with uncovered head and bearing a lighted torch in his hand. This disposition of the sovereign and the favour he showed to the Jesuits soon caused great anxiety, and in accordance with the spirit of the times, occasioned a violent counter-movement. No regular church was allowed to the Protestants in Vienna, but they used the Landhaus for their public worship, and the preacher Joshua Opitz, a follower of Flacius, there inveighed against the Jesuits with all the vehemence peculiar to his sect. Whilst he systematically thundered against the priests and all the abominations of popery, he awakened not only conviction, but violent rage in the minds of his hearers, so that on leaving the church they felt, as a contemporary of Opitz declares, inclined to tear the papists to pieces with their hands. The consequence of this was that the emperor resolved to prohibit the assemblies in the Landhaus. While this affair was in discussion, and the arguments on both sides were proceeding with passionate eagerness, the nobility, to whom the Landhaus belonged, broke forth into expressions of menace, and while things were thus disturbed, the festival of Corpus Christi arrived. It was the year 1578. The emperor was resolved to celebrate the feast with the utmost solemnity. After he had heard mass in the cathedral, he walked forth with the procession, which was the first that had been seen for a long time. The host was carried through the streets by a long train of priests, monks, friars, and members of guilds, with the emperor and princes in the midst of them. It was soon manifest that the city was in excessive commotion. When the procession arrived in the peasants' market, it became necessary to remove a few stalls in order to make a passage. Nothing more was required to create a general tumult. Cries arose on all sides, "To arms! We are betrayed!" The choral followers and priests abandoned the host. The halberdiers and horse guards dispersed in all directions. Rudolf found himself in the midst of an enraged multitude. He feared an attack upon his person, and laid his hand on his sword. The princes closed round him with drawn weapons and prepared to defend their sovereign. It will be readily believed that this occurrence produced a very painful impression on a prince of so much gravity and so firmly attached to the Spanish dignity and stateliness. The papal nuncio profited by the occasion. He pointed out the danger arising to the person of the emperor from this state of public feeling, and declared that God himself had given him a warning, in that commotion, to delay no longer the fulfilment of the promises he had made to the Pope. The Spanish ambassadors supported the legate. Magius, the provincial of the Jesuits, had frequently counselled Rudolf to adopt decisive measures, and his advice now received attention. On the 21st of June, the emperor issued an order to Opitz and his assistants, whether in church or school, to leave the city that very day while the sun was shining, and to depart within 14 days from the hereditary dominions of Austria. Rudolf expected an insurrection of the people, and had a body of trustworthy men prepared under arms for a case of emergency. But how could anyone venture to oppose himself to the sovereign while he had the letter of the law on his side? The people contented themselves with conducting the exiles on their way with demonstrations of regret and compassion. From that day there commenced a Catholic reaction in Austria, which acquired force and efficiency from year to year. In the first place, it was determined to expel Protestantism from the imperial cities. The towns east of the Enns, which had separated from the estates of the knights and nobles 20 years before, could offer no resistance. The reformed clergy were removed and their places filled by Catholic priests. Private persons were subjected to a close examination. A formula according to which the suspected were interrogated has come into our possession. "Dost thou believe," inquires one of its articles, "that everything is true which the Church of Rome has laid down as the rule of life and doctrine? Dost thou believe," adds another, "that the Pope is the head of the one sole apostolic Church?" No doubt was to be endured. The Protestants were expelled from all offices of state. None were admitted to the class of burghers who did not declare themselves Catholic. In the universities, that of Vienna not excepted, all who applied for a doctor's degree were first required to subscribe the Professio Fidei. A new regulation for schools was promulgated which prescribed Catholic formularies, fasts, worship according to the Catholic ritual, and the exclusive use of the catechism arranged by Canisius. In Vienna, all Protestant books were taken away from the booksellers' shops and were carried in heaps to the episcopal court. Search was made at the custom houses along the river. All packages were examined, and books or pictures not considered purely Catholic were confiscated. With all these severities, the object of the rulers was not yet attained. It is true that in Lower Austria 13 cities and markets were in a short time restored to the Catholic ritual, and the crown lands and mortgaged property were again in Catholic hands. But the nobility still offered effectual opposition. The towns on the west of the Enns were in close alliance with them, and were too strong to be successfully assailed. Many of these measures had nevertheless, as will be readily understood, a general effect from which none could wholly withdraw himself. In Styria they were especially influential, and produced an immediate return to Catholic opinions. The Archduke Charles had been compelled to make concessions to his Protestant subjects at the very moment when in other places the Catholic reaction was proceeding so prosperously. The members of his house found it difficult to pardon him for this. His brother-in-law, Duke Albert of Bavaria, exhorted him to remember that the terms of the Peace of Augsburg empowered him to enforce upon his subjects the adoption of the religion professed by himself. He advised the Archduke to take 3 measures. First, to appoint Catholics only to every office about the court, and above all to the Privy Council. Secondly, to separate the different estates at the Diet, since he could more easily deal with each singly. And thirdly, to establish a good understanding with the Pope, and to request that a nuncio might reside at his court. Gregory XIII was indeed ready of his own accord to offer assistance. He knew that want of money had been the principal inducement to the Archduke's compliance with the demands of his Protestant subjects. He therefore took the best means for rendering him independent of them, by transmitting him funds to the amount, a very large one for those times, of 40,000 scudi. He further deposited a still more important sum in Venice, which was to be at the disposal of the Archduke in the event of disorders arising in the Austrian territories as a consequence of his efforts for the restoration of Catholicism. Thus encouraged by example, exhortation, and substantial aid, the Archduke Charles assumed from the year 1580 a much more resolved and imposing attitude. In that year he affixed an explanation to the concessions he had previously granted, which was in fact tantamount to their revocation. The estates presented the most humble prayers at the footstool of their sovereign, and it seemed for a moment that the urgency of their entreaties was about to prevail. but upon the whole he remained firm. The measures announced were persisted in, and the expulsion of the reformed preachers commenced in the archducal territories. The year 1584 brought affairs to a decision. In that year the papal nuncio Malaspina made his appearance in the Diet. He had succeeded in separating the prelates from the secular estates with which they had always before taken part, and in forming between them, the ministers of the Archduke and the leading Catholics in the country, a strict alliance, of which he was himself the centre. The whole country had hitherto seemed to be Protestant, but Malaspina found means to gather a strong Catholic party round the prince, and supported by this, the resolutions of the Archduke became immutable. He persisted in his determination to root up the Protestant opinions from his territories, declaring that the Peace of Augsburg accorded him rights, even over the nobles, beyond any that he had hitherto exercised, and a more obstinate resistance would but induce him to put those rights in force. He should then see who would venture to show himself rebellious. Menacing as was the tenor of these declarations against the Protestants, yet such was the state of affairs that they produced him results equally favourable with those he had formerly derived from his concessions. There were various considerations which made it impossible for the Estates to refuse the supplies he demanded. They were therefore all conceded. Thenceforward the Counter-Reformation made progress through the archducal territories. The parishes and town councils were filled with Catholics. No citizen ventured to attend any but a Catholic church, or to send his children to any but the Catholic schools. The change was not effected peaceably in every instance. The Catholic pastors and the commissioners of the Archduke were sometimes met with insult and driven from the place. The Archduke himself was once in some danger when hunting, in consequence of a rumour having spread in the neighbourhood that a pastor of that district had been taken prisoner. The peasants rushed to their arms, and the poor persecuted preacher was himself obliged to step forward among them for the purpose of protecting his ungracious sovereign from their rage. In defiance of these indications of popular feeling, the changes nevertheless proceeded. The most coercive measures were adopted. A papal historian recapitulates them in few words. Exile, he says, confiscation, and severe chastisement for all who proved refractory. The ecclesiastical princes who had possessions in those districts lent their aid to the temporal authorities. The Archbishop of Cologne, who was also Bishop of Freisingen, changed the council of his town of Lack and subjected the Protestant burghers to fine and imprisonment. The Bishop of Brixen determined to make a direct transfer of the lands in his lordship of Veldes. Similar dispositions were evident in all the Austrian possessions. Although the Tyrol had remained Catholic, the Archduke Ferdinand thought proper to enforce the most rigid subordination on his clergy, and the regular attendance of all classes at the sacrament. Sunday schools were established for the common people, and Cardinal Andreas, the son of Ferdinand, caused catechisms to be printed, which he distributed to the youth of the schools and to the uneducated classes of all ages. Nor were these mild measures permitted to suffice in such districts as had received the Protestant doctrines. In the Margraviate of Burgau, although but a recent acquisition, and in the bailiwick of Swabia, although the jurisdiction was matter of dispute, the same coercive measures were adopted as had been pursued by the Archduke Charles in Styria. For all these things Pope Sixtus could find no eulogies that seemed to him sufficient. He extolled the Austrian princes as the firmest pillars of Christendom. To the Archduke Charles, more particularly, he sent the most grateful letters. The acquisition of a countship, which just then lapsed to the Archduke as feudal lord, was considered by the court at Graz to be a recompense sent directly by heaven for all the service he had rendered to Christendom. End of section 66. Section 67 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 9. Progress of the Counter-Reformation in Germany, Section 3. The Catholic confession owed its return to supremacy in the Netherlands principally to the fact that it accommodated itself to existing privileges. But in Germany, that was by no means the case. On the contrary, the respective sovereigns of that country extended their power and importance in proportion to their success in promoting Catholic restoration. The intimacy of this connection between the ecclesiastical and political interests, and the extent to which it proceeded, was most remarkably exemplified by Wolf Dietrich von Reitnau, Archbishop of Salzburg. The archbishops of former days, who had lived amidst the tumults of the Reformation, contented themselves with an occasional edict, promulgated to oppose innovations, with the menace of a punishment or an attempt at conversion. But all, as Archbishop Jakob says, by mild, paternal, and truthful means. Very different was the disposition of the young Archbishop Wolf Dietrich von Reitnau when he ascended to the archiepiscopal throne of Salzburg in 1587. He had been educated in the Collegium Germanicum in Rome, and was thoroughly imbued with the principles of Catholic restoration. He had seen the brilliant commencement of the administration of Sixtus V, and had conceived extreme admiration for that pontiff. His zeal was further stimulated by the elevation of his uncle, Cardinal Altemps, in whose house in Rome he had been brought up, to the purple. In the year 1588, on returning from a journey which had taken him back to the papal court, he proceeded to the execution of the designs formed under the impressions received there. All the citizens of his capital were instantly called on to make public confession of the Catholic faith. Many evinced great reluctance, and he allowed them a few weeks for reflection. Then, on the 3rd of September, 1588, he commanded them to depart within 1 month from the city and diocese. That 1 month only, and after pressing entreaties, the delay of a month longer, was allowed those recusants for the purpose of selling their property. Of this they were required to present an inventory to the archbishop, who would then permit them to sell it to such persons only as were approved by himself. Very few could resolve on deserting their faith, and those who did so were compelled to do public penance in the church, with lighted tapers in their hands. The greater number, including many of the most wealthy burghers, preferred to leave their country. The loss of these citizens occasioned no regret to the prince, who believed he had discovered various means of maintaining the splendour of the archbishopric. He had already much increased the taxes, had raised the tolls and duties, imposed new burdens on the salt of Hallein and Schellenberg, converted the contributions in aid of the Turkish war into a regular land tax, and introduced duties on wine with an income tax and legacy duty. He was entirely regardless of established immunities and vested rights. The dean of the diocese was said to have committed suicide in a fit of despair at seeing the chapter deprived of its privileges. The principal object of the archbishop's enactments respecting the preparation of salt and the whole business of mining was the destruction of the independence enjoyed by the works before his time, and their subjection to the absolute control of his treasury. Throughout Germany, no similar example of a regularly organized fiscal system was presented during that century. The young archbishop had brought the ideas of an Italian principality with him across the Alps. The art of raising money appeared to him the most important talent of a statesman, the highest problem of political economy. He had taken Sixtus V as his model. Like him, he desired to have an obedient, thoroughly Catholic, tribute-paying state in his hands. The expatriation of the principal citizens from Salzburg was even a source of satisfaction to the archbishop, because he considered them rebels. He ordered their deserted houses to be taken down, and palaces in the Roman style to be erected on their sites. Wulf Dietrich was above all things delighted with splendour. He never refused nightly entertainment to any foreigner, and on one occasion appeared at the Diet with a train of 400 persons. In 1588 he was but 29 years of age, buoyant of spirit and full of ambition. He had already fixed his eyes and hopes on the highest ecclesiastical dignities. The process adopted in the spiritual and secular principalities was repeated, wherever circumstances rendered it practicable, in the cities also. The Lutheran burghers of Gmunden made bitter complaints because they had been struck off the roll of candidates for the town council. In Biberach, the council appointed by the commissary of Charles V on the occasion of the interim still maintained its ground. The whole town was Protestant, the council alone was Catholic, and carefully excluded every Protestant. Heavy oppressions were endured by those of the Reformed faith in Cologne and Aix-la-Chapelle. The members of the Council of Cologne declared that they had promised the Emperor and the Elector to tolerate no other religion than the Catholic, and they sometimes punished the attendance of a Protestant sermon with fines and imprisonment. In Augsburg also, the Catholics gained the upper hand. Disturbances occurred on the introduction of the new calendar, and in 1586 the evangelical superintendent was expelled the city. 11 ministers at one time, and a large number of the more determined citizens, were also driven forth soon after. Something very similar occurred from similar causes in Ratisbon during the year 1587. Many other towns began to claim the right of reforming their religious institutions. Nay, certain counts, nobles, and knights of the empire, who had been converted by some Jesuit, believed themselves entitled to assert a similar right, and each resolved to restore Catholicism in his small domain. It was an immeasurable reaction. The Protestant doctrines were now repulsed with an energy equal to that with which they had formerly advanced. Preaching and the inculcation of Catholic doctrines contributed their share to the production of this result, but much more was accomplished by political measures, especially ordinances and open force. As the Italian Protestants had formerly fled across the Alps and sought refuge in Switzerland and Germany, so now were seen far more numerous bodies of German fugitives seeking refuge in the northern and eastern districts from the oppressions that assailed them in the west and south. The Belgians in like manner retreated to Holland. It was a mighty triumph of Catholicism, which now extended its victories from land to land. The progress and extension of this triumph were most especially promoted by the nuncios, who at that time began to reside regularly in Germany. A memoir of the nuncio Minuccio Minucci, dated 1588, is still extant, and we gain from it a clear perception of the views entertained and acted upon in those times. A particular attention was given to the subject of education. It was greatly regretted that the Catholic universities were not better endowed, to the end that they might attract distinguished teachers. Ingolstadt was the only one possessed of means sufficiently ample. As things were, everything depended on the Jesuit seminaries. It was the wish of Minuccio Minucci that in these schools there should not be so much attention given to producing great scholars or profound theologians as good and effective preachers. A man of moderate acquirements, who did not aspire to the summit of learning or seek to become renowned, was, in his opinion, the most extensively useful teacher and most profitable servant of the Church. He recommended that this principle should be acted on in the different institutions for German Catholics in Italy. In the Collegium Germanicum there had originally been a distinction made in the treatment of young men from noble families and those of the middle classes. Minucci disapproved of the departure from this custom, which not only made the nobles averse to go thither, but had also the effect of awakening an ambition in the middle class which could never afterwards be satisfied, and of causing an eagerness for high places prejudicial to the careful performance of duty in the more humble offices. An attempt was moreover then made to attract a third or intermediate class to the colleges, the sons of superior public officers, namely, to whom, according to the common course of things, the principal share in the administration of their native provinces would at some future period be confided. Arrangements had already been made in Perugia and Bologna by Gregory XIII. For the reception of these students. We may here perceive that the distinctions of rank still prevailing in German society were already well defined even in those days. The principal dependence of the Church was always on the nobles, and to them the nuncio particularly attributed the maintenance of Catholicism in Germany. For to this class the most valuable ecclesiastical appointments belonged as their exclusive right. They defended the Church in consequence as their hereditary property. It was for this reason that they now opposed the introduction of religious freedom into the diocese. They feared the great number of Protestant princes, who would in that case engross all the benefices. These nobles must be carefully protected and conciliated. They were by no means to be annoyed by the laws against plurality of benefices. In their favour it was decided that there was a certain utility in the change from one residence to another, which tended to unite the nobility of different provinces for the defence of the Church. No attempt ought to be made for the appointment of men from the burgher class to the higher ecclesiastical benefices. A few learned men in a chapter were very useful, as was seen in Cologne, but to carry this practice further would ultimately ruin the German Church. The question next arose of how far it might be possible to reclaim to the Catholic faith such districts as had become entirely Protestant. The nuncio was far from recommending open violence. He considered the Protestant princes much too powerful to be coerced, but he suggested other means by which he thought the end desired might eventually be attained. He maintained that it was above all things essential to preserve a good understanding between the Catholic sovereigns, particularly between Bavaria and Austria. The Treaty of Landsberg was still in existence. He advised that this should be renewed and extended. Philip of Spain, he thought, might also be advantageously included in that league. And might it not be possible to win back some of the Protestant princes? The Elector Augustus of Saxony had long been thought to evince a disposition friendly to Catholicism. An attempt had from time to time been made on this sovereign, principally by the intervention of Bavaria. But the utmost caution had been required in these proceedings. The wife of the Elector, Anne of Denmark, being firmly attached to the Lutheran doctrines, and they had never produced any useful effect. Anne died in the year 1585, and the day of her death was not only one of deliverance for the oppressed Calvinists, but also afforded to the Catholics an opportunity of again approaching the Elector. It would seem that Bavaria, which had before laboured in this cause, was now making arrangements for a further effort, and Pope Sixtus V held himself ready to forward absolution for the Elector to Germany. But before anything could be effected, Augustus himself expired. The Catholics had, however, other princes in view. It was thought that Louis, Count Palatine of Neuburg, displayed indifference to all proposals of hostility to Catholicism, and was particularly forbearing toward the Catholic priests who were occasionally found in his dominions. William IV. of Hesse, also a pacific and learned prince, was observed to accept occasionally the dedication of Catholic books. To these sovereigns particular attention was directed, Nor were the higher members of the German nobility in the northern districts left out of consideration. Hopes were especially entertained of Heinrich Rantzau. The results of these purposes and endeavours were indeed remote, and could perhaps not be safely calculated on. But there were other projects, the execution of which depended more on their own determination and force of will. The nuncio affirmed that the greater number of the assessors in the Supreme Court of the Empire, Kammergericht, were even yet disposed to Protestantism. There still survived men of that earlier period, when Protestants, either concealed or openly professed, sat in the councils of most sovereigns, even in those of Catholic countries. The nuncio thought this circumstance well calculated to drive the Catholics to despair, and was urgent in his entreaties for a remedy. He believed that it would not be difficult to compel the assessors of Catholic countries to make a profession of faith, while all newly appointed members might be required to take an oath that they would either not change their religion or would resign their offices. He maintained that the preponderance in the Kammergericht belonged of right to the Catholics. The nuncio did not yet abandon the hope of retrieving the lost bishoprics. He believed this might be done without using violence, if existing rights were efficiently asserted. These bishoprics had not yet wholly broken off all connection with Rome. The ancient right of the Curia to fill up the benefices which became vacant during the reserved months was not absolutely denied. The Protestant bishops themselves still believed that their nomination required to be confirmed by the sanction of the Pope, and Henry of Saxe-Lauenburg had an agent at Rome to procure this confirmation in his case. If the Papal See had not yet derived all the advantage from this deferential feeling that might have been drawn from it, that was the consequence of a practice on the part of the Emperor, who supplied the place of the Papal sanction by a dispensation, indulto, from himself. The appointments to the vacant benefices made in Rome always came too late, or some error of form was discovered in them, so that the chapters were always legally free to make their own choice. Minucci now earnestly pressed the Emperor to abstain from granting dispensations, and in the state of feeling then prevalent at the imperial court, he readily obtained a promise to that effect. Duke William of Bavaria had already proposed confiding the nomination to benefices either to the nuncio or to some trustworthy German bishop. Minucci was of opinion that a Daetaria should be established in Rome expressly for Germany, that a list of noble Catholics properly qualified should be kept there, which list could easily be prepared and duly rectified, as changes should occur, by means of the nuncio or the Jesuits. All vacancies could then be filled without delay, in accordance with the guide and standard thus obtained. No chapter would venture to reject the candidates legally nominated by Rome, and the Curia would acquire great consideration and a large extent of influence from this measure. We cannot fail to perceive that the complete restoration of the Church to its former authority was sought for with constancy of will and great energy. To conciliate the nobles, to allure the higher classes of the citizens into the Roman interest, to educate the youth under the influence of Rome, to regain the ancient power over the bishoprics, even over those that had become Protestant, to recover supremacy in the Kammergericht, to convert powerful princes of the empire, and to secure to the leading Catholic sovereigns a voice in the affairs of the German Confederation. Such and so numerous were the projects to be undertaken at one and the same time. And we are not to believe that these suggestions and counsels were treated with neglect. At the moment when they were laid before the authorities in Rome, preparations were made in Germany for carrying them into effect. The efficiency and good order of the Kammergericht depended in a great measure on the yearly visitations which were made during the sittings of the Diet by 7 estates of the Empire in rotation. In these visitations the majority had for the most part been Catholic, but in the year 1588 it was Protestant. The Protestant Archbishop of Magdeburg, among others, was to take share in it. The Catholic party resolved that this should not be permitted, and when the Elector of Mainz proceeded to summon the Estates, the Emperor, of his own authority, commanded him to postpone the visitation for that year. But the omission of 1 year availed nothing. The order of succession remained as before. A Protestant Archbishop of Magdeburg was long to be feared. It thus happened that the prorogation was repeated from year to year, the ultimate consequence being that no regular visitation was ever held again, an omission from which the noble institution of the highest tribunal in the empire suffered irreparable injury. Complaints soon arose that unlearned Catholics were preferred in that body to learned Protestants. The emperor also desisted from granting the indulto. In 1588, Minucci advised that attempts should be made for the conversion of Protestant princes, and in 1590 one had already been gained over. This was Jacob of Baden, who takes the first place in a long series. End of section 67. Section 68 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Section 10, The League. The great movement thus engrossing Germany and the Netherlands extended its influence over France also with irresistible force. The affairs of the Netherlands had for a long period of time been intimately connected with those of France. The French Protestants had frequently given assistance to those of the Netherlands, and the latter were equally ready to lend their aid to the Protestants of France. The ruin of Protestantism in the Belgian provinces was an immediate injury to the French Huguenots. But in addition to this came the fact that in France, as well as other countries, the tendency towards the restoration of Catholicism was constantly gaining extension of influence and increase of power. The first appearance of the Jesuits has been already noticed, and from that time they had continued to make progress. They were more especially patronized, as will be readily supposed, by the House of Lorraine. Cardinal Guise established a school for them in 1574 at Pont-à-Mousson, which was frequented by the princes of his house. The Duke erected a college at Eu in Normandy, which was at the same time intended for the reception of fugitives from England. They had besides many other patrons. Sometimes it was a cardinal, a bishop, or an abbot, sometimes a prince or high officer of the state, who took upon himself the cost of a new establishment. In a short time they had settled themselves at Rouen, Verdun, Dijon, Bourges, and Nevers, while their missionaries traversed the kingdom in all directions. But they found auxiliaries in France, with whose aid they had been obliged to dispense in Germany. The Cardinal of Lorraine had brought a few Capuchin friars with him from the Council of Trent, and had assigned them an abode in his palace at Meudon. But on his death they departed, the order being at that time restricted to Italy by its statutes. In the year 1573, the Chapter General sent a few of the brethren across the mountains for the purpose of first trying the ground. They were so well received that on their return they promised the richest harvest, and the Pope did not hesitate to remove the restriction confining them to Italy. The first colony of Capuchins took their way across the Alps in the year 1574. They were conducted by Fra Pacifico di San Gervaso, who had been permitted to select his associates according to his own judgment. These Capuchins were all Italians, and they naturally attached themselves in the first instance to their own country people. They were joyfully received by Queen Catherine, who instantly founded a monastery for them in Paris. So early as the year 1575, They had gained a settlement in Lyons also, where they received the support of certain Italian money changers at the recommendation of the Queen. From these central points they soon extended themselves into the country from Paris to Caen and Rouen, from Lyons to Marseille, where Queen Catherine bought them ground for building. In 1582 they formed a new colony in Toulouse, and in 1585 another in Verdun. They very soon succeeded in making the most brilliant conversions, as for example in 1587 that of Henri Joyeuse, one of the first men of his day in France. These religious movements produced a more powerful effect in France, at least in one respect, than they had even done in Germany, since they gave rise to institutions, imitated, it is true, from existing ones, but with forms entirely peculiar. Jean de la Barrière, who had obtained the Cistercian abbey of Feuillants near Toulouse at the age of 19, by favour of the strange abuses that had become prevalent in the Church of France, now caused himself to be consecrated regular abbot in 1577, and received novices, with whom he endeavoured not only to renew but even to exceed the austerities practised by the original institution of Citeaux. Solitude, silence, and abstemiousness were carried to the utmost extremity. These monks never left their convent except for the purpose of preaching in the neighbouring districts. Within their walls they wore no shoes and no covering for the head. They abstained not only from meat and wine, but even from eggs and fish, living on bread and water, the utmost addition being a few vegetables. These severities did not fail to excite reverence and call forth imitation. Dame Jean de la Barrière was in a short time invited to the court at Vincennes. He traversed a large part of France with 62 companions, never permitting the slightest interruption to the ascetic practices of the convent. His institute was shortly afterwards confirmed by the Pope, and extended its influence throughout the kingdom. The whole body of the secular clergy seemed also to be inspired by a new zeal, and although holding their appointments in perfect freedom from all responsibility, the parish priests once more applied themselves sedulously to the care of souls. In 1570 the bishops not only demanded the adoption of the decrees promulgated by the Council of Trent, but even required the abrogation of the Concordat, to which they owed their own existence. These propositions they renewed from time to time with increased urgency. Who shall attempt accurately to define all the causes by which the religious feelings of the period were induced to take this direction? We can be certain of the facts only, and these show that a very important change became manifest about the year 1580. A Venetian writer asserts that the number of Protestants had diminished by 70%, and that the mass of the people had again become decidedly Catholic. The excitement of novelty and the energy of impulse were now acting on the side of Catholicism. But under these circumstances, the Catholic spirit assumed a new position in regard to the regal authority. The court was living in a state of continual self-contradiction. Henry III was unquestionably a good Catholic. No one could expect favour at his hands who did not attend the Mass. He would not suffer Protestants to hold the magistracy in any town of his kingdom. But notwithstanding all this, he continued, now as in former times, to dispose of ecclesiastical appointments in accordance with the exigencies of court favour, and without the slightest regard either to worth or talent. Neither did he cease to appropriate and squander the property of the Church. He delighted in processions, practised various devotional exercises, and spared himself no penance, but this did not prevent him from leading the most disgraceful life, or from permitting others to lead it also. An abandoned licentiousness was the fixed habit of the court. the profligate excesses committed during the carnival provoked the anger of the preachers. Some of the courtiers were refused Christian burial on account of the circumstances attending their death, and the expressions uttered by them in their last moments. This happened even in the case of the king's especial favourites. Thus the rigid spirit of Catholicism prevailing, though favoured in many ways by the court, was yet in effect and essentially in direct opposition to it. The king, moreover, persevered in the old system of politics, which was manifested principally in his hostility to Spain. At any other time this would have signified nothing. But at the moment we are treating of, the religious principle, even in France, was more powerful than regard for national interests. As the Huguenots felt bound to the Protestants of the Netherlands, so did the Catholics consider themselves the natural allies of Philip II and Farnese. The Jesuits, who had performed so many services for the Spanish power in the Netherlands, could not look on without alarm when it became obvious to them that the enemies they had combated there were receiving aid and support in France. To this cause of uneasiness was added the death of the Duke of Alençon, which took place in 1584. And as the king had no heir, nor any hope of one, Henry of Navarre became presumptive heir to the throne. The fear of future evil has perhaps more influence over the minds of men than a misfortune actually present. The prospect of Henry's accession caused the utmost agitation among the French Catholics, and above all, as was natural, in the Guises, the old antagonists of Navarre, who feared the influence he must acquire even as heir to the throne. How much more, then, the power he would exercise as king? We cannot be surprised that they should look to Philip of Spain for support. And nothing could be more welcome to that monarch in the general state of his policy at that moment. He was not withheld by any scruple from entering into a formal treaty with the subjects of a foreign prince. The principal question remaining was whether Rome, where the union of princes with the Church had been so much talked of, would sanction the insurrection of powerful vassals against their sovereign. And it cannot be denied that this sanction was accorded. There were some of the Guise party whose consciences were uneasy at the step about to be taken. The Jesuit Mathieu therefore proceeded to Rome for the purpose of obtaining a declaration from the Pope, by which their scruples might be set at rest. On hearing the representations of Mathieu, Gregory declared that he fully approved the intention of the French princes to take up arms against heretics, and that he removed every scruple they might entertain on the subject. He had no doubt but that the king would himself approve their purpose, but even if he should not do so, they must nevertheless proceed with their plans, and pursue them till they achieved the grand object of exterminating the heretics. The process against Henry of Navarre had been already commenced. Before its conclusion, Sixtus V had ascended the papal throne, and he pronounced sentence of excommunication against Navarre and Condé. By this act he gave a more effectual assistance to the purposes of the League than he could have afforded by any other mode of cooperation. The Guises had already taken arms and laboured to get as many provinces and fortified towns as they possibly could into their own hands. At the first movement they made themselves masters of many important places, as Verdun, Tours, Lyon, Bourges, Orléans, and Mézières, without drawing a sword. To avoid the appearance of being vanquished by force, the king then recurred to a method he had already adopted, and declared their cause his own. But in order to be admitted to their alliance, he was obliged to ratify and extend the conquest of the League by formal treaty, and saw himself obliged to surrender Burgundy, Champagne, a great part of Picardy, and many fortified places in other parts of the kingdom, to the possession of the Guise party. These things being arranged, the king and the Guises proceeded to prosecute the war against the Protestants in common. But with how great a difference! The king took half measures only, and all were utterly ineffectual. The Catholics even suspected him of wishing success to the Protestant arms, that so he might seem to be compelled by the menacing aspect of their force to conclude a peace disadvantageous to the Catholic interest. Guise, on the contrary, took an oath that should God grant him victory, he would not dismount from his horse until he had established the Catholic religion in France forever. With his own troops, and not those of the king, he surprised the Germans at Onno, when they were marching to the assistance of the Huguenots, whose best hopes were placed on their aid, and annihilated them completely. The Pope compared him with Judas Maccabeus. He was indeed a man whose grandeur of character commanded the passionate homage of the people, and he became the idol of all Catholics. The king was, on the contrary, in a position of the utmost difficulty. He did not know what to do, nor even what to desire. The papal ambassador, Morosini, declared that he seemed to consist, as it were, of two persons. He wished for the downfall of the Huguenots, and dreaded it quite as much. He feared the defeat of the Catholics, and yet desired it. Such was the effect of this mental discord that he no longer dared to follow his own inclinations, and could not even trust his own thoughts. This was a state of mind which inevitably deprived him of the confidence of all, and could not but tend to utter ruin. The Catholics firmly believed that the very man who had placed himself at their head was secretly opposed to them. Every transient occasion of intercourse with the adherents of Navarre, every mark of favour, however trifling, bestowed on a Protestant, was counted against him. All maintained that the most Christian king himself was the principal hindrance to a complete restoration of Catholicism, and they detested the king's favourites, and above all the Duc d'Epernon, with hatred all the more bitter, because Henry set him up in opposition to the Guises, and entrusted to him the most important governments of the realm. Under these circumstances there was formed by the side of the League of the Princes an alliance, whose members were of the burgher class, but whose object was equally the support of Catholicism. In every town the populace was acted on by preachers, who combined a furious opposition to the government with a vehement zeal for religion. In Paris things were carried still further. The project of a popular union for the defence of the Catholic faith was there formed, the first movers being 3 preachers and an influential citizen. They bound themselves by oath in the first instance to shed the last drop of their blood in this cause. Each then named a few trusty friends, and the first meeting was held at the cell of a monk in the Sorbonne. They soon perceived the possibility of comprising the whole city in their union. A small number was selected to form a committee and conduct the movement. These men were empowered to levy money in any case demanding it. A member was appointed as superintendent for each of the 16 quarters of the city. The enrolling of members proceeded rapidly and with the utmost secrecy. The qualifications of candidates were first discussed in the committee, and if they were not approved, no further communication was made to them. They had agents in all the colleges, one for the audit office, one for the procurators of the court, one for the clerks, one for the greffier, and etc. In a short time, the whole city, which had before received a Catholic military organization, was comprehended in this more secret and more effective league. But not satisfied with Paris, its branches were sent forth to Orléans, Lyon, Toulouse, Bordeaux, and Rouen, where associations were also formed, which dispatched their delegates to the confederates in Paris. All then solemnly pledged themselves to labour for the removal of government abuses, and above all, to endure the presence of no Huguenot in France. This is the compact known as the League of the 16. When its members found themselves arrived at a certain degree of strength, they gave notice to the Guises, and Mayenne, the brother of the Duke, came with the most profound secrecy to Paris, when the union between the princes and the citizens was completed. Henry III already felt the ground trembling beneath his feet. The proceedings of his enemies were reported to him from day to day. In the Sorbonne they had become so bold as to propose the question whether it was permitted to withdraw allegiance from a prince who neglects to perform his duty. And to this question a reply was returned in the affirmative by a council of from 30 to 40 doctors. The king was excessively irritated. He threatened to do as Pope Sixtus had done, and chain the refractory preachers to the galleys. But he did not possess the energy of the pontiff, and contented himself with ordering the advance of the Swiss who were in his service to the neighbourhood of the capital. Alarmed by the menace implied in this movement, the citizens sent to Guise, entreating him to come and protect them. The king caused it to be intimated to him that a compliance with this request would be viewed unfavourably. But the Duke appeared in Paris nevertheless. Everything now seemed ready for a great explosion. The king commanded the Swiss to enter Paris, when it instantly burst forth. The city was immediately barricaded, the Swiss were driven back, and the Louvre was menaced. The king had no alternative but flight. The Duke of Guise had before been master of a large portion of France. He was now in possession of Paris. The Bastille, the Arsenal, the Hôtel de Ville, and all the surrounding places fell into his hands. The king was completely overpowered. He was very soon compelled to pronounce an interdict against the Protestant religion, and to resign various fortified places to the Guises, in addition to those they already held. The Duke of Guise might now be considered as lord of half of France, and Henry III gave him legal authority over the other half, by conferring on him the dignity of Lieutenant General of the kingdom. The States were convoked, and there could be no doubt but that Catholic opinions would predominate in that assembly. The most decisive measures were to be expected from it, ruinous for the Huguenot, and entirely to the advantage of the Catholic party. End of section 68. Section 69 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 11. Savoy and Switzerland. It will be readily perceived that the preponderance of Catholicism in the mighty realm of France would inevitably produce a corresponding effect on the neighbouring kingdoms and communities. The Catholic cantons of Switzerland attached themselves more closely than ever to the ecclesiastical principle and the Spanish alliance. The establishment of a permanent nunciature was productive of the most remarkable effects in Switzerland as well as in Germany. In the year 1586, and immediately after the adoption of this measure, the Catholic cantons united to form the Golden or Borromean League, in which they bound themselves and their descendants forever to live and die in the true, undoubted, ancient Apostolic Roman Catholic faith. Thereupon they received the host from the hand of the nuncio. If the party by which the administrative power was seized at Mühlhausen in the year 1587 had gone over to the Catholic creed, as they seemed on the point of doing, and if they had done so at the right moment, they would have been supported without doubt by the Catholics. Conferences had already been held on the subject at the house of the nuncio in Lucerne, but the people of Mühlhausen deliberated too long. The Protestants, on the contrary, pressed forward their expedition with the utmost promptitude, and re-established the old government, which was upon the whole favourable to themselves. It was, however, at this moment that the three forest cantons, in concert with Zug, Lucerne, and Freiburg, took a new and most important step. After long negotiations, they concluded a treaty with Spain on the 12th of May, 1587, in which they promised to maintain a perpetual friendship with the king, and conceded to him the right of raising recruits in their territories, and of marching his troops through their mountains. Philip, on his side, making corresponding concessions to them. But the most important part of their mutual engagement was that each promised to aid the other to the utmost extent of their powers, in the event of either being involved in war on account of the Holy Apostolic religion. And in this treaty the 6 cantons made no exception, not even in favour of the confederated cantons. On the contrary, it was against them in particular that this part of the treaty must have been arranged, seeing that there was no other power with which there was any probability of their being involved in a war from motives of religion. Here also, then, how much more powerful was the influence of religious feeling than that of national attachment. A community of faith now united the ancient Switzer with the House of Austria. The confederation became for the moment a secondary consideration. It was most fortunate that no cause for immediate hostilities arose. The influence of this league was therefore confined in the first instance to Geneva. Charles Emmanuel, Duke of Savoy, a prince whose whole life had been marked by restless ambition, had often evinced a desire to seize the first favourable occasion for regaining possession of Geneva, regarding himself as the legitimate sovereign of that city. But his purposes had hitherto been always defeated by opposition from the Swiss and French, from both of whom the Genevese received protection. But circumstances were now altered. Under the influence of Guise, Henry III promised in the summer of 1588 that he would no longer impede any enterprise undertaken against Geneva. Receiving this intimation, the Duke prepared himself for the attack. The Genevese did not lose their courage, and made occasional incursions on the ducal territories. But on this occasion Bern afforded them with very insufficient aid. The Catholic party had insinuated their partisans into the very midst of this city, closely interwoven as it was with Protestant interests. There was a faction there which would not have been unwilling to see Geneva fall into the hands of the Duke. It thus happened that he very soon gained the advantage. He had hitherto held the countships bordering on Geneva under closely limited conditions, imposed on him by former treaties of peace with Bern. He now seized the occasion and made himself for the first time master in those districts. He expelled the Protestants, whom he had previously been obliged to tolerate, and made the whole country exclusively Catholic. Charles Emmanuel had till that time been prohibited from erecting fortresses in that portion of his territories. He then built them in places where he could make them serve not only for defence, but also for harassing Geneva. But before these matters had proceeded further, other enterprises had been undertaken, from which consequences of much more extensive importance might be expected, and which seemed not unlikely to produce a complete revolution in all the relations of Europe. End of section 69. Section 70 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 12. Attack on England. The Netherlands were in great part subdued, and negotiations had already commenced for the voluntary submission of the remainder. In Germany, the efforts of Catholicism had prevailed in many districts, and a project was conceived by which those yet wanting to their triumph might be overcome. In France, the champion of Catholicism was proceeding on a path that by victories, investment of fortresses, attachment of the people, and legitimate authority seemed inevitably leading him to the possession of exclusive sovereignty. The ancient metropolis of the Protestant faith, the city of Geneva, was no longer protected by her former allies. At this moment the plan was formed of laying the axe to the root of the tree by an attack on England. The central point of the Protestant power and policy was without doubt in England. The provinces of the Netherlands, yet remaining unsubdued, as well as the Huguenots of France, found their principal support in Queen Elizabeth. But the internal struggle had, as we have seen, already commenced even in England. Swarms of Jesuits and pupils from the seminaries, impelled by religious enthusiasm, sedulously cultivated for this very purpose, and by the desire to revisit their native country, were constantly pouring into the kingdom, Elizabeth opposing them by the utmost severity of laws enacted to that end. In the year 1582 it was declared high treason to attempt the perversion of one of her subjects from the established religion of the realm to that of Rome. In 1585 she commanded all Jesuits and priests of the seminaries to depart from England within 40 days, under pain of being punished as traitors, much in the same manner as so many Catholic princes had dealt with the Protestants in driving them from their several territories. To this effect she then brought the High Court of Commission into operation, a tribunal expressly appointed to take cognizance of all offences against the acts of supremacy and uniformity, not only in accordance with the usual forms of law, but by all means that could be devised, even to the exaction of a corporal oath, a kind of Protestant Inquisition. Elizabeth was nevertheless extremely anxious to avoid the appearance of attacking liberty of conscience. She affirmed that the Jesuits were not seeking the restoration of their religion, but that their purpose was to lead the people to an insurrection against the government, and thus prepare the way for foreign enemies. The missionaries protested before God and the saints, before heaven and earth, as they expressed themselves, that their object was entirely and solely religious, and in no wise regarded the Queen's majesty. But what understanding could discriminate between these motives? The Queen's inquisitors were not to be satisfied with a simple affirmation. They demanded an explicit declaration as to whether or not the anathema pronounced against Elizabeth by Pius V was lawful and binding on Englishmen. The prisoners were also required to say what they would do, and to which side they would attach themselves, in the event of the Pope's absolving them from their allegiance and making an attack on England. The harassed and frightened men saw no means of extricating themselves from such a dilemma. They made an attempt by declaring that they would render unto Caesar the things which were Caesar's, and unto God the things which were God's. But their judges interpreted this subterfuge itself as a confession. The prisons were accordingly crowded. Execution was followed by execution, and Catholicism also had its martyrs. Their number in the reign of Elizabeth has been calculated at 200. The zeal of the missionaries was not subdued by this oppression, as will be readily comprehended. The number of the refractory, the recusants, as they were called, increased with the increasing severity of the laws, and their exasperation increased in like proportion. Pamphlets were circulated even about the court, in which the act of Judith in destroying Holofernes was held up as an example of piety and heroic courage worthy of imitation. The eyes of the greater number were still turned towards the imprisoned Queen of Scotland, who, according to the papal decision, was the legitimate Queen of England. They cherished a constant hope that a general revolution would be brought about by an attack from the Catholic sovereigns. In Italy and Spain, the most fearful representations were circulated of cruelties practised on the true believers in England, accounts that could not fail to excite abhorrence in every Catholic heart. No man took more earnest part in this feeling than Pope Sixtus V. It is doubtless true that he felt a sort of esteem for the personal qualities of Queen Elizabeth. Her high and dauntless spirit awakened his admiration, and he even sent her an invitation to return into the bosom of the Catholic Church. How extraordinary a proposition was this! As if the power to choose remained with her, as if all her previous life, all that gave importance to her existence, her position in the world, had not bound her irrevocably to the interests of Protestantism, even though her convictions had not been entirely sincere. Elizabeth replied not a word, but she laughed. When the Pope heard this, he declared that he must then think of means for depriving her of her dominions by force. Before that time he had but hinted at such a design, but in the spring of 1586 he openly proceeded to active measures, and boasted that he would support Philip of Spain in his enterprise against England, with assistance of a very different character than that furnished to Charles V by earlier popes. In January 1587 he made loud complaints of the dilatory proceedings of Spain, and insisted on the numerous advantages the king would derive from a victory over England in relation to his future efforts for the perfect subjugation of the Netherlands. He soon became much irritated by the delays of Spain. When Philip II published a Pragmatica, imposing restrictions on all ecclesiastical dignitaries, and consequently affecting those claimed by the Roman Curia in his dominions, the Pope burst into a flaming passion. "What?" he exclaimed. "Can Don Philip conduct himself thus violently against us, while he permits himself to be maltreated by a woman?" And the king was certainly not spared by Elizabeth. She openly took part with the people of the Netherlands, and her admirals, Drake in particular, made every coast of Europe and America insecure. What Pope Sixtus had uttered was in fact the question secretly asked by all Catholics. They were astonished at the long endurance of that mighty sovereign, and the many injuries he had suffered without avenging them. The Cortes of Castile exhorted him no longer to defer the exaction of vengeance. Philip received even personal insults. He was made the subject of mockery in masques and comedies. This was on one occasion reported to him, when the aged monarch, who had always been accustomed to reverence, sprang up from his chair in a state of irritation, such as had never before been seen in him. In these dispositions were the Pope and King, when they received intelligence that Elizabeth had caused the imprisoned Queen of Scotland to be put to death. This is not the place to inquire into the legal right she may have had for commanding this execution. It must upon the whole be regarded as an act of political justice. The first thought of it arose, so far as I can discover, at the time of the massacre of St. Bartholomew. The Bishop of London, in one of his letters to Lord Burleigh, expresses his fear lest so treacherous a beginning should have its continuation in England. He thinks the ground of this peril to be principally in the Scottish Queen. The security of the kingdom, he declares, demands that her head should be cut off. But how much more powerful had the Catholic party now become in Europe? How much more violent was the excitement and commotion that it was now causing in England itself? Mary Stuart maintained at all times a secret correspondence with her cousins, the Guises, with the King of Spain, and the Pope. She was in alliance with all the disaffected in England. The Catholic principle, in so far as it was from its nature opposed to the existing government, was represented by Mary Stuart. On the first success of the Catholic party, she would indubitably have been proclaimed Queen of England. This was her position. It resulted from the state of things. But it is also certain that she made no attempt to withdraw from it, and it cost her the forfeit of her life. But this execution brought the plans of Philip and the Pope to maturity. This was beyond what they could endure. Sixtus filled the consistory with his vociferations against the English Jezebel, who had laid hands on the anointed head of a princess subject to none but Jesus Christ, and, as she had herself acknowledged, to his vice-regent. To show how cordially he approved of the activity displayed by the Catholic opposition in England, he raised William Allen, the first founder of the seminaries, to the dignity of cardinal, an elevation which was regarded, at least in Rome, as a declaration of war against England. A formal treaty was also now concluded between Philip and the Pope, Sixtus promising the king 1,000,000 scudi in aid of the enterprise, but as he was always on his guard, especially where money was in question, he pledged himself to pay it when Philip should have taken possession of an English seaport. "Let your Majesty no longer delay," he wrote to the king, "for all delay will tend to change a good intention into a bad performance." Philip called every resource of his kingdom into action, and fitted out the armada called the Invincible. And thus the powers of Italy and Spain, from which so mighty an influence had gone forth over the whole world, aroused themselves for an attack upon England. The king had caused a collection to be made from the archives of Simancas of all the claims he possessed to the English throne on the extinction of the line of Stuart. The expedition was associated in his mind with the most brilliant prospects, especially that of universal dominion over the seas. All things seemed now combining towards one result: the ascendancy of Catholicism in Germany, the renewed attack on the Huguenots in France, the attempt upon Geneva, the enterprise against England. At the same moment, a decidedly Catholic sovereign, Sigismund III, succeeded to the crown of Poland, an event of which we shall speak further hereafter, with the prospect of future accession to the throne of Sweden. But whenever any principle, be it what it may, tends to the establishment of absolute dominion in Europe, there is invariably opposed to it a vigorous resistance, having its origin in the deepest springs of human nature. Philip found himself confronted in England by the national energies in all the force of their youth, and elevated by the full consciousness of their destiny. The bold corsairs who had rendered every sea unsafe gathered around the coasts of their native land. The whole body of the Protestants, even the Puritans, although they had been oppressed as heavily as the Catholics, rallied around the Queen, who now maintained to an admirable degree that masculine courage with which she was endowed, and gave proof of her princely talent of winning, retaining, and controlling the minds of men. The insular position of the country, and even the elements, co-operated to the defence of England. The Invincible Armada was annihilated even before the assault had been made. The expedition failed completely. It is nevertheless evident that the plan, the great purpose itself, was not immediately abandoned. The Catholics were reminded by the writers of their party that Julius Caesar, as well as Henry VII, the grandfather of Elizabeth, had both been unfortunate in their first attempts on England, but had at last become masters of the country, that God often delayed the victory of the faithful. The children of Israel in the war that they had undertaken by express command of God with the tribe of Benjamin were twice beaten with great loss. It was not until the third attack that they gained the victory. Then the devouring flames made desolate all the towns and villages of Benjamin. Men and cattle were slain by the edge of the sword. Therefore, they exclaimed, let the English ponder on these things, and not be too much elated because their chastisement is delayed. Neither had Philip of Spain by any means lost his courage. He proposed to fit out smaller and more easily managed vessels, and with these at once to attempt a landing on the English coast, without waiting in the Channel to be joined by the force of the Netherlands. In the arsenal at Lisbon, preparations proceeded with the utmost activity. The king was resolved to stake everything upon the undertaking, even should he be obliged, as he once said at table, to sell the silver candlesticks that stood before him. But while this project was occupying his thoughts, other prospects were open to his view. A new theatre presented itself for the activity of the powers wielded by Roman Catholicism, as now represented by Spain and Italy. End of section 70. Section 71 of the History of the Popes by Leopold von Ranke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Part 13. Assassination of Henry III. A short time after the calamitous dispersion of the Spanish fleet, a reaction took place in France, unlooked for, and, as so frequently has been the case, violent and sanguinary. At the moment when the Duke of Guise, who ruled the states of Blois at his will, seemed by virtue of his office of constable to be on the point of gathering the whole power of the kingdom into his hands, Henry III caused him to be assassinated. That king, perceiving himself beset and enchained by the Spanish and Catholic party, tore himself at once from their trammels and placed himself in direct opposition to them. But the death of Guise did not extinguish his party, nor annihilate the League. This latter assumed for the first time a position of undisguised hostility, and allied itself more closely than ever with Spain. Pope Sixtus was entirely on the side of this party. The assassination of the Duke, whom he loved and admired, and in whom he beheld the pillar of the Church, had already caused him extreme regret and indignation. He found it an insufferable addition when Cardinal Guise was also murdered. "A cardinal priest," he exclaimed in the consistory, "a noble member of the Holy See, without process or judgment, by the secular arm, as if there were no pope in the world, as if there were no longer any God." He reproached his legate Morosini for not having instantly excommunicated the king. He ought to have done it, even though it had cost him 100 times his life. The king was but slightly disturbed by the Pope's indignation, and could not be induced to give liberty to Cardinal Bourbon or the Archbishop of Lyons, whom he had also imprisoned. He was continually urged by the Roman court to declare Henry of Navarre incapable of succeeding to the throne, but instead of doing so, he entered into alliance with him. The Pope then resolved to adopt measures of the uttermost severity. He cited the king to appear in person at the court of Rome, there to render an account for having murdered a cardinal, and threatened him with excommunication if he failed to release his prisoners within a specified time. Sixtus declared that he was bound to act thus. Should he do otherwise, he must answer for it to God, as the most useless of pontiffs. But since he had thus fulfilled his duty, he need not fear the whole world. He made no doubt that Henry III would perish as King Saul had done. By the zealous Catholics and the adherents of the League, the king was abhorred as a reprobate and outcast, and the demonstrations of the Pope confirmed them in their violent opposition. Before it could have been expected, his prediction was fulfilled. On the 23rd of June, the Monitorium was published in France. On the 1st of August, the king was assassinated by Clement. The Pope himself was amazed. "In the midst of his army," he exclaimed, "on the point of conquering Paris, in his own cabinet, he has been struck down by a poor monk, and at one blow." He attributed this to the immediate intervention of God, who thereby testified that he would not abandon France. How is it that an opinion so erroneous can possibly have gained possession of the minds of men? This conviction prevailed among innumerable Catholics. "It is to the hand of the Almighty alone," wrote Mendoza to Philip, "that we must ascribe this happy event." In the distant University of Ingolstadt, the young Maximilian of Bavaria was then pursuing his studies, and in one of the first letters from his hands remaining to our days, he expresses to his mother the joy which he had received from the intelligence that the King of France had been killed. This occurrence had nevertheless another and less auspicious aspect. Henry of Navarre, whom the Pope had excommunicated, and whom the Guises so rancorously persecuted, now succeeded to his legitimate rights. A Protestant assumed the title of King of France. The League, Philip II, and the Pope were resolved that they would not suffer him on any condition to attain to the enjoyment of his kingdom. The Pope sent a new legate to France in the place of Morosini, who appeared to be much too lukewarm. This was Gaetano, who was believed to be disposed to the Spanish party, and the Pontiff gave him a sum of money, a thing he had never done before, to be applied as might be advantageous for the purposes of the League. He was commanded above all things to take care that no other than a Catholic should be King of France. The crown ought without doubt to belong to a prince of the blood, but that was not the only condition to be insisted on. The strict order of hereditary succession had more than once been departed from, but never had a heretic been accepted. The first essential was that the king should be a good Catholic. In this disposition of mind, the Pope considered it even praiseworthy in the Duke of Savoy that he had taken advantage of the disorders prevailing in France to gain possession of Saluzzo, which then belonged to the French. It was better, Sixtus declared, that the Duke should take it than that it should fall into the hands of the heretics. And now everything depended on securing that the League should be victorious in the conflict with Henry IV. To this effect, a new treaty was concluded between Spain and the Pope. The most zealous of the inquisitors, Cardinal Sanseverina, was entrusted under the seal of confession with the arrangement of the terms. The Pope promised to send without fail an army of 15,000 foot and 800 horse into France, and further declared himself ready to furnish subsidies when the king should have penetrated with a powerful army into that kingdom. The papal forces were to be commanded by the Duke of Urbino, a subject of the Pope and an adherent of the King of Spain. And thus were these Spanish and Italian powers combined with their adherents in France, prepared in arms to secure the throne of that country to their party forever. A more attractive prospect could not have been laid open, either to the Spanish sovereign or the Pope. Philip would render himself and his successors forever free from that ancient rivalry, by which the efforts of Spain had so long been restricted. The sequel showed how much he had it at heart. For the papal power also, it would have been an immense advance to have exercised an active influence in placing a sovereign on the throne of France. Gaetano was accordingly directed to demand the introduction of the Inquisition and the abolition of the privileges claimed by the Gallican Church. But the most significant of all the triumphs would have been exclusion of a legitimate prince from the throne, on considerations purely religious. The ecclesiastical impulse then pervading the world in all directions would thereby have achieved complete supremacy. End of Volume 1. End of Section 71. Read by Pamela Nagami, MD, in Encino, California, August 2023. End of the History of the Popes during the Last 4 Centuries, Volume 1, by Leopold von Ranke, translated by Eliza Foster and G.R. Dennis.